Good morning, colleagues, Senate and Central staff, testifiers, and our listening and viewing audience. The Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection meeting for Tuesday, September 24th, 2024 is hereby called to order. September is Integration Month. The Intergenerational Foundation launched Intergeneration Month, held each September to connect generations and to prompt folks from varying age groups to befriend and learn from each other. This is something that I believe in, making intergenerational connections. I believe in working and supporting our young people, and more about bringing generations together in various settings to learn from one another, work together, and share thoughts and ideas. Connecting our generations is how we carry out our culture and traditions. And in the workplace, this is how we build new generation leaders through mentorship and succession planning. I started here at the legislature working in the offices of Senators Arturo Watlington Jr., Carol M. Burke, and George E. Goodwin, the late George Goodwin. I learned a lot from the first chief of staff I worked with, the late Luna James Potter, and others of later to become a chief of staff myself. Here within the legislature of the Virgin Islands, some of our central staff members who lead the various departments learned and grew in knowledge to take the leadership roles they are in today. As we know, we share our knowledge, and the same goes for the younger generation, from whom I learn as well. And they are here as part of my staff, and I'm very thankful for them. Our ages may vary, but we can all learn from each other. We need to model the way by having young people involved. It is vitally important to groom them through mentorship and have them involved as they are our and coming leaders. Our mentorship is an invaluable part of sharing our future to our next generation so that we can build a new and brighter tomorrow. Last week, the week of September 15 through 19 was National Historical Black Colleges and University Week. I am a proud product of a historically Black university, specifically the University of the Virgin Islands. A great example of a historically Black college and university right here in the Virgin Islands and in the Caribbean region. And with that, I am happy to offer congratulations to Ms. Kyra Edwards, a finance and accounting major with a minor in communication at UVI. The White House Initiative on Advancing Educational Equity, Excellence, and Economic Opportunity through Historically Black Colleges and Universities has named Ms. Edwards as an HBCU Scholar for 2024. Hooray! Ms. Edwards is from Rousseau, Dominica, and is one of the 110 outstanding students chosen from 77 HBCUs nationwide for their remarkable academic achievements, leadership, potential, and community service. Ms. Edwards is the 2023 president of UVI's Association of Black Journalists, and she is the second UVI communication student to win this prestigious award and recognition. Throughout the year, HBCU scholars will participate in varied various workshop leadership development activities. And so we want to congratulate them. I encourage parents and guardians from our recent graduates and upcoming high school graduates to take advantage of the learning opportunities available at the University of the Virgin Islands. September is also National Little League Month. It celebrates our children, the teams, and coaches, everyone involved in getting our young people and players involved and active in America's greatest pastime, baseball. Little League is one activity that keeps our young people involved athletically and build character and demonstrates teamwork. It is one of several activities I continue to support for our young people. Happy Little League Month. From September 15 to October 15, we celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month. This is a time to express our gratitude to the Hispanic community for their significant contribution to the Virgin Islands. And finally, today, September 24, 2024, we mark a significant event, National Voter Registration Day, which is held on a Tuesday. This nonpartisan civic holiday in the United States is an opportunity to promote democracy and raise public awareness about voter registration. It's a day that underscores the power of our collective voices in shaping the future through the electoral process. Our participation is not just encouraged, it is vital. On September 25th, 2012, about 2,000 civic organizations nationwide, including the League of Women Voters, assisted in kicking off the inaugural National Voter Registration Day. In addition to hundreds of volunteers, some well-known celebrities and musicians contributed their voices to promote voter registration. The work has already begun here in the Virgin Islands and in our community. The Virgin Islands Board of Election this past week held a voter registration drive. It is very vital that you, or if you know of someone who is a young person, try to get them to register to vote. Having persons involved and having them involved in the political season is really an opportunity to share their thoughts and opinions on matters that are vital to them. Voter registration ends on Sunday, October 6, 2024. Every voice and every vote counts. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed to roll call.
Senator Samuel Carrion. Absent.
No. Madam
Present.
Clerk, yes, there we go.
Senator Ray Fonseca. Present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Here.
Senator Gittins. Present. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Present. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Present.
Senator Joseph. Present. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Here.
Senator Milton Potter. Present. Madam Chair, you have 6 present, 1 absent.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Clerk, and I really want to applaud you. I know this is your first time clerking by yourself, and we hope that you'll continue to do a great job. Madam Clerk, Do we have any correspondences to read into the record today?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Kindly proceed.
September 24th, 2024. Honorable Carla J. Joseph, 35th Legislature, Chairwoman on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection. Greetings, Senator Joseph. Please note for the records, I will be tardy to the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, scheduled for 10 a.m. on Tuesday, September 24, 2024, in the Earle B. Ottley Legislative Hall due to a previously scheduled appointment. I will arrive as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Regards, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, 35th Legislature, Member of Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection. That will complete the correspondences.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Clerk. I want to, at this time, recognize the presence of President Novel E. Francis Jr. joining us in the Legislative Conference Room in the St. Croix District. Welcome, Mr. President. Madam Clerk, kindly read into the record the first item to be considered in Block 1 of today's committee's agenda.
The Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection has scheduled a meeting for 10 a.m. on Tuesday, September 24, 2024, in the Earle B. Ottley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas. The purpose of the meeting is to receive testimony and consider the following legislative measures. Block 1, 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. The committee will receive testimony concerning Bill number 35-0286, an act honoring and commending Vern Antonio Hajj for his years of dedication service to the people of the Virgin Islands and his jurisprudence by renaming the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, St. Thomas St. John, the Judge Vern A. Hajj Superior Court of the Virgin Islands. This bill is sponsored by Senators Kenneth L. Gittins and Angel L. Boquez, Jr. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Reese Hajj, the Honorable Deborah Watlington, Ms. Alma Plaskett Christensen, the Honorable Maria Cabret, and the Honorable Brenda J. Haller. This concludes the agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. I believe also as an invited testifier, we have Ms. Bridget Hodge. Who speak? Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. We are going to take a 1-minute recess. The committee stands in recess for 1 minute. And we are back on the record. At this time, I would like to recognize the presence of committee member Alma Francis Heiliger. Also, I'd like to recognize the presence of non-committee members, Senator Angel Boquez Jr., as well as Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. At this time, I would like to ask who speaks on the behalf of Bill number 35-0286.
I do.
Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Majority Leader, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to all. Please rise. Hear ye, let all persons having business before the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands draw near and give attention, for this legislature is now sitting. The Honorable Vern A. Hajj is present. God save the United States, the territory of the Virgin Islands, and this honorable body. Please be seated. Once again, good morning to all. Today, I am proud and very excited to introduce and discuss a resolution before us that is not only timely but deeply meaningful to our Virgin Islands community. We as a legislative body and the community as a whole have the unique opportunity to honor and commend the Honorable Vern A. Hajj, a distinguished figure whose exemplary public service has profoundly impacted the United States Virgin Islands community. As many of you know, Judge Hajj, or Chief as he is affectionately known by those in the judicial system, has dedicated his career to the judicial field, serving as a presiding judge with unwavering commitment and integrity. His leadership has not only shaped the judicial landscape, but has also set a high standard for all who serve in public service. One of his most remarkable achievements is the creation of a juvenile delinquent program known to us as the Rising Stars Steel Orchestra, aimed at steering at-risk youth away from the streets and providing them with constructive alternatives to incarceration. The innovative initiative has transformed countless lives, helping our young people build brighter futures, to include his daughter Bridget, who we later will probably hear from, who is one of the driving reasons behind the program being started. If some of you want to know how to keep tabs on your child, just ask the Honorable Vern Hajj how to do it. Maybe sometime during the course of today, we will hear the rest of the story. At the age, and I hope I have it right, at the age of 90, trying to give you actually at the age of 90, Judge Hajj, who is sitting here with us, continues to be a beacon of hope and a true local hero. It is only fitting that we recognize his invaluable contributions by also naming the courthouse building within the Alexander Farrelly Criminal Justice Center in his honor. As we gather here today, let us take a moment to reflect on the legacy of service and dedication that presiding Judge Hajj embodies. Colleagues, I encourage each of you to support this historic resolution, allowing us to salute a remarkable individual while he is still with us. To God be the glory. Together, let us honor a man whose work has left an indelible mark on our community and inspire future generations to follow in his footsteps. Thank you all, and I look forward to a great discussion. Welcome, Honorable. Also, I want to especially welcome the Honorable Lieutenant Governor. Welcome, nice to have you here with us, Lieutenant Governor Roach, and all the honorables seated not only at the testifying table, but all the honorable folks that's seated in the audience. Welcome to the People's House. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And thank you so kindly, Senator Gittins, Mr. Majority Leader, for that resounding introduction. I too want to welcome my good friend, the Honorable Tregenza Roach, to the chambers. Again, you have come here on a couple of occasions, so I know that this is second home to you, I trust. And I'm hoping that the hospitality that we demonstrate to you will continue to be reciprocated where you have your first home, and we're very grateful. I also want to take the opportunity, I see in the audience some very familiar faces, and media, if you can do a panoramic view to show all of the people with all the beautiful shades of complexion that is gathered here to really recognize this great man and honor him, the Honorable Vern Hajj. We're very grateful. I also want to take this opportunity to recognize the Vice President of the 35th Legislature, the Honorable Marvin Blyden, who is a non-committee member but is here this morning also for these proceedings. And welcome. Now we have an order of presentation. We will first begin with Judge Hajj, but before we do that, we're going to ask everybody to do a microphone check to make sure your microphones are working. We're going to first ask you, Judge Hajj. Justice. Chief Justice Hajj, if you could be so kind to just say good morning so we could make sure, and then we'll go to your left, my right, to the other honorable presiding judge. Proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
One moment. Speak. Raise the mic up a little and draw closer so we could hear you. Sergeant of Arms, kindly assist.
Not on.
And say who you are.
Good morning. My name is Alma Plaskett Christensen, a retired assistant court administrator.
Thank you so much, Ms. Plaskett Christensen. And then we go to the lady.
Good morning.
Good morning and welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Judge Holler, and welcome. And finally, and not last but not least, to the gentleman of the hour, the Honorable Judge Vern Hajj.
Good morning.
And good morning. And I see joining us from the Legislative Conference Room on the Big Island, we have Justice Maria Cabret. A pleasant good morning. Let's do a microphone check for you. Oh, try again. Media, we're not hearing her over here in the chambers. Once again, try once more. Still not hearing. Try once more, Justice Cabret.
Good morning.
Oh, we hear you perfectly. We saw you, but now we can hear you clear as day. Thank you so kindly, and thank you all for being here. We will begin to receive the testimony, beginning with the Chief Justice, the Honorable Reese Hajj. Then we will go to the Big Island of St. Croix, and we will hear from Justice Maria Cabret. Then we will come right back over to the chambers, to the Honorable Deborah Watlington, presiding judge. Then we will go to retired Judge Brenda Holler, and then we will go to Ms. Alma Plaskett Christian, and And finally, we will round it off with Ms. Bridget Hajj. That's the order. Kindly proceed, Chief Justice, with reading your testimony into the record.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Senator Carla J. Joseph, honorable members of the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection, honorable members of the 35th Legislature present, legislative staff, ladies and gentlemen. I am Reese S. Hodge, Chief Justice of the Virgin Islands. It is my pleasure to accept your invitation to appear before this honorable committee on behalf of the Supreme Court and the judiciary to express our strong support for Bill number 35-0286, to honor one of the founding fathers of the Virgin Islands judiciary, the Honorable Vaughn A. Hajj, for his dedicated and unparalleled service to the people of the Virgin Islands. Judge Hajj devoted most of his adult life to serving the people of the Virgin Islands. Before becoming a lawyer, Judge Hajj graduated magna cum laude from Hampton University in 1956, and shortly thereafter served his country in the United States Army. After concluding his military service, Judge Hajj returned to the Virgin Islands to work in both the public and private sectors as an auditor, accountant, and personnel manager. Law, however, was Judge Hajj's calling. A decade after graduating from college, Judge Hajj enrolled in Howard University School of Law, from which he earned his Juris Doctorate degree in 1969. Later that same year, he was admitted to the Virgin Islands Bar Association and engaged in the private practice of law until 1973, when he became the Attorney General of the Virgin Islands under Governor Cyril E. King. That Governor King possessed the confidence to appoint Judge Hajj to this position just 4 years after earning his law degree is testament to his intellect, his ethic, work ethic, and overall excellence as an attorney and leader. The people of the Virgin Islands, however, will most remember Judge Hajj for his next role, presiding judge of the court then known as the Territorial Court and since renamed as the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands. As presiding judge, he served as the highest judicial officer of the only local court of the Virgin Islands, and thus was equivalent to a Chief Justice. In fact, at one point, he was the most senior member of the Conference of Chief Justices. In this role, Judge Hajj oversaw the greatest transformation of the Virgin Island legal system, the creation of the modern Superior Court. To understand the magnitude of Judge Hajj's service as presiding judge, I must provide some background. The Superior Court traces its origins from the police courts that were established under Section 17 of the 1921 Code, enacted shortly after the transfer of the Virgin Islands from Denmark to the United States. The police courts were not courts of record, with original non-exclusive jurisdiction only over civil cases where the amount in controversy did not exceed $20, as well as misdemeanors and other petty criminal offenses. Moreover, decisions of the police courts were appealable as of right to the District Court of the Virgin Islands, and the District Court decisions themselves appealable as of right to the Third Circuit Court of Appeals sitting in Philadelphia. Over the next several decades, the police courts were rechristened as the Municipal Court and later the Territorial Court, and received somewhat greater but still limited jurisdiction. It is the appointment of Judge Hajj as presiding judge of the newly christened Territorial Court in 1976 that, perhaps more than any other singular event in the history of the Virgin Islands, kick-started the transformation of that limited jurisdiction Territorial Court to the modern Superior Court it is today. Even in 1976, the territorial court only possessed exclusive jurisdiction over criminal matters where the maximum punishment did not exceed a $100 fine and 6 months imprisonment, and civil matters where the amount in controversy did not exceed $500, with the district court hearing cases that exceeded those limits. During Judge Hajj's tenure, civil jurisdiction gradually increased to $50,000 and later $200,000, and criminal jurisdiction also grew to encompass offenses punishable by up to 15 years imprisonment. The territorial court's civil and criminal jurisdiction became unlimited, and jurisdiction over the Virgin Islands Bar was transferred from the district court to the territorial court. Although these were all important milestones in the Virgin Islands history that are rightly celebrated, the work put into accomplishing these milestones often goes unsung. Unlimited civil and criminal jurisdiction in a territorial court is not something that simply happened, but as Judge Hajj is known for saying, nothing is so complicated that it cannot be simplified by hard work. Judge Hajj encountered many barriers to the expansion of the territorial court's jurisdiction, which he ultimately overcame through hard work. For instance, the expanded jurisdiction required jury trials, which necessitated physical space to conduct a jury trial, new court rules to govern jury trials, and a system for obtaining a jury pool and selecting jurors. During his tenure, Judge Hajj advised the legislature on how and when to expand the territorial court's jurisdiction. And through his advocacy, he ensured the territorial court received the funding and other resources needed to implement this expanded jurisdiction. But Judge Hajj encountered other barriers as well. Not everyone supported the transfer of jurisdiction from the federal district court to the territorial court. For instance, the district court continued to regulate the Virgin Islands Bar for years after the passage of the act had vested the territorial court with original jurisdiction over nearly all matters arising under territorial law. Under Judge Hajj's leadership, under the leadership of presiding Judge Hajj, the territorial court had to assert its authority over the bar through the promulgation of new rules and even issuing a judicial opinion rejecting the order of the district court that purported to suspend a Virgin Islands attorney from the practice of law in the territorial court. After successfully asserting this authority, presiding Judge Hajj streamlined and professionalized the admission of lawyers by creating a territorial court committee of bar examiners. I was fortunate to have been selected by presiding Judge Hajj to serve on that first committee. In addition to overseeing the transfer of jurisdiction from the federal district court to the territorial court, Judge Hajj excelled as an administrator. Judge Hajj revitalized court operations, creating the position of a court administrator to oversee the day-to-day administration of operations of the territorial court. In fact, Judge Hajj served as a founding member of the Warren E. Burger Society, whose mission is to improve the administration of justice in state, territorial, and local courts. Finally, no discussion of Judge Hajj's accomplishments as presiding judge could be complete without acknowledging his creation of the Rising Stars Steel Orchestra. Shortly after his tenure began, presiding Judge Hajj saw a problem: an increasing number of criminal offenses committed by young children who had dropped out of school. Presiding Judge Hajj did not believe the court system could remain in a silo and do nothing but simply process these cases. In 1981, presiding Judge Hajj established the Rising Stars as a crime prevention and diversion program aimed at preventing young children from dropping out of school and to guide them towards obtaining a high school diploma and otherwise planning for their future. The program has been a great success with a graduation rate of over 90%, with many going on to pursue their college education. Simply put, Judge Hajj built the modern-day Virgin Islands Superior Court, both literally and figuratively. He oversaw the planning, financing, and construction of the R.H. Amfet Leader Complex on St. Croix, the Alexander A. Farrelly Justice Center on St. Thomas, and established a court presence on St. John. He presided over the very first-degree murder trial, jury trial in the local judiciary, and instituted the first comprehensive amendments to the territorial court's rules of procedure. Perhaps most importantly, Judge Hajj implemented a central administrative structure for the management of the entire court and went out of his way to protect the best interests of all court employees. By the time of his retirement as presiding judge in 1999, he had left a lasting legacy and indelibly secured his place in the annals of Virgin Islands history. As a personal matter, I was privileged and honored to have been nominated by Governor Turnbull to fill the vacancy created by Judge Hajj's retirement, and also rather nervous giving the big shoes to fill. As anyone who knows him is aware, Judge Hajj is not a person who seeks out attention, and getting him to accept even a little recognition is difficult. More than a decade ago, when the Virgin Islands judiciary desired to commission a portrait of Judge Hajj, everyone I spoke to, including my colleagues on the Supreme Court, the presiding judge, the Virgin Islands Bar Association Board of Governors, and members of the Judicial Council, supported the idea. But there was a single dissenter, Judge Hajj himself. When I approached him with the idea, Judge Hajj made it clear that he did not need or desire any special recognition for his many years of service. He indicated that he simply did his job to the best of his ability and needed no special recognition. Fortunately, Judge Hajj ultimately softened his position, but it took a lot of work, including enlisting the aid of his children, who convinced him that he would be doing it not for himself, but for the community. Typically, judges are remembered by their words. During Judge Hajj's 23-plus years of active service as a judge, Judge Hajj wrote hundreds of opinions, which are published in the volumes of the Virgin Islands Report. And that's not counting any other publications or his work as the Attorney General. Even in retirement, Judge Hajj continues to contribute to the Virgin Islands jurisprudence. Even now, he is sitting on a panel as the designated justice of the Supreme Court of the Virgin Islands. But our community will remember Judge Hajj, not for his words, but for his actions. Those contributions should be memorialized for generations to come by placing his name on the building that houses the court he helped build. The judicial branch and myself personally wholeheartedly supports Bill number 35-0286. Thank you.
Thank you so kindly, Chief Justice Hajj. We will now move over to the Big Island in the Legislative Conference Room for Associate Justice Maria Cabret. Justice Cabret, you can kindly proceed with reading your testimony into the record.
Thank you. Good morning. Honorable Senator Carla J. Joseph, Chairperson of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, other senators of the 35th Legislature, Presiding Judge Vern Antonio Hajj, and testifiers and audience members. My name is Maria M. Cabret, and I am an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the Virgin Islands. It is extremely rare that a judicial officer can testify in support of any legislative bill. This is one of those very rare occasions, and I am happy to appear and enthusiastically support Bill number 35-0286, which seeks to honor and commend Presiding Judge Emeritus Vern Antonio Hajj for his years of dedicated service and his vast and varied contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands. Sometimes we refer to Presiding Judge Emeritus as Judge Hajj, but I have to point out that Judge Hajj was presiding judge throughout his entire judicial career. From 1976, when he was appointed by Governor Cyril E. King, until he retired on October the 31st, 1999. During those 23 years, he was an outstanding leader of the territorial court. He was the presiding judge when the R.H. Amphlett Leader building on St. Croix was built and then dedicated in 1984. And he was the presiding judge when the Alexander A. Farrelly Justice Center was built and then dedicated in 1994. He created the Rising Stars Youth Steel Orchestra. He managed the territorial court's expansion from very limited civil jurisdiction to unlimited civil jurisdiction and to original jurisdiction in all criminal actions. During this time, he also presided over thousands of cases and wrote many, many clear, concise, and well-reasoned opinions, his passion for the law and his brilliance being evident in every one of them. On occasion, he would also sit on the district court bench by designation. And at every step of the way, he made absolutely certain that the territorial court and its judges were given and shown the respect they were warranted. His achievements are too numerous to be discussed in one day, but I do want to shine a bright light on his love for this territory and our people. That love is deep and constant. It is that love that always made him look down the road, making sure that everything he did would benefit the Virgin Islands, not only now, but in the future. And it is that love that made him the outstanding leader he was and is. And it is that love that makes him an exceptional jurist. In 1993, after the Honorable Raymond L. Finch was appointed by President Bill Clinton to the District Court of the Virgin Islands, Presiding Judge Hajj designated me to succeed Judge Finch as the administrative judge for St. Croix. I was humbled and honored that he selected me. As the administrative judge, I got to work very closely with Presiding Judge, and my deep admiration for him grew with each passing day. I felt truly privileged to be under his tutelage, and I will be forever grateful to him for his guidance and sage counsel. Presiding Judge Hajj maintained close communication with not just the judges and court administration, but with all, and I mean all, the employees of the territorial court, not only knowing most of them by their names, but knowing their families and knowing when they were encountering difficulties. Presiding Judge Hajj showed them by his actions that he cared deeply about them. On St. Thomas, when he would visit St. Croix, he would always go to the clerk's office and say loudly, "Vern Hajj here," signaling to them that he was always available if they needed to see him about anything. He was a caring, compassionate leader, and he demonstrated this on a daily basis. Needless to say, the employees deeply appreciated him for this care and concern. And without any equivocation, Presiding Judge Hajj worked harder than any judge or employee of the court. He was often the first to enter the building and almost always the last to leave it. Just a few days before he retired, during one of our telephone calls, Judge Hajj's voice was so hoarse that I could barely understand what he was saying. He was hoarse because for days on end, he had been sitting on the bench hearing small claims cases from early morning till late at night. He wanted to clear his small claims calendar before he left. Every case was as important to him as it was to the litigants. And this is just one example of his deep love for the law and his dedication to service. Nothing is so complicated that it cannot be simplified by hard work, is the mantra of the Rising Stars. And those wise words the Rising Stars learned from Presiding Judge Hajj, who lived and lives the meaning of that mantra every single day. Presiding Judge Hajj continues to contribute even though he is retired. And even today, he sits on cases in the Supreme Court when the other justices recuse themselves and he is designated. I hope that when Presiding Judge Hajj's name is placed in the St. Thomas Superior Court building, those who see it will be motivated to study his life and to be inspired, as so very many judges and lawyers have been and continue to be inspired by his dedication, his integrity, his unwavering commitment to the court, to the law, and to the people of the Virgin Islands. Without a doubt, Presiding Judge Emeritus Hajj is one of our brightest stars. Thank you, Presiding Judge Hajj. I know that we can never do enough to thank you, I'm at a loss for words because I appreciate you so much. And I simply want to say that we appreciate you, we love you, and we can never do enough to thank you for your sacrifices and for your service. Congratulations on this extremely well-deserved honor. Again, Madam Chair and Senators, Bill number 350286 has my enthusiastic support. Thank you.
And thank you so kindly, Associate Justice Cabret, for that very involved testimony and inspiring testimony, giving us some background to the man who is going to be honored and proposed honoring today. Thank you so kindly. At this time, the chair would recognize Presiding Judge Deborah Smith Watlington to read into the record her testimony on this bill. Kindly proceed.
Good morning. The Honorable Senator Carla Joseph, Chair of the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection, the other honorable senators of this committee, and other senators, honorable senators of the 35th Legislature. Good morning also to other testifiers today, as well as to members of the listening and viewing audience, and especially to the honoree today, the Honorable Presiding Judge Emeritus, Judge Vern Antonio Hajj, his family, friends, and all of the retirees of the court that are present here today. I am Deborah Smith Watlington, current presiding judge of the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands. Thank you for the invitation to comment on Bill number 350286, which is intended to honor and commend the Honorable Judge Emeritus Vern Antonio Hajj for his dedicated service to the people of the Virgin Islands and his jurisprudence. I am humbled by this opportunity to lend my voice in absolute support of this bill. The bill is a fitting tribute to a man who is indeed a Virgin Islands jewel. I will not repeat Judge Hajj's numerous and valuable roles held during his professional life. The record speaks for itself, and others who preceded me are much more qualified and able to recount that history. Instead, I prefer to talk about the Honorable Judge Vern Hajj, the man that I and hundreds of others have learned from and come to know. I consider him to be one of the most impactful, influential, and brilliant individuals and leaders in the Virgin Islands. He is not only a proven and brilliant jurist for his courage and fairness, but also a strategist, an analyst, an advisor, the consummate politician, and simply an exceptional human being. The Honorable Vern Hajj, Judge Emeritus of the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, is the first and only person to carry such a designation, and for all the good reasons that you've heard already. He confidently blazed the trail to transform the territorial court as he acquired it, which is now the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands. He strongly believed that the Virgin Islands courts should handle all civil and criminal matters, which led to the expansion of the jurisdiction of the Superior Court to preside over all civil cases, regardless of their amount in controversy, and all criminal cases, including major felonies. In my opinion, this was one of the most profound achievements for the Virgin Islands judiciary, along with the establishment of the Virgin Islands Supreme Court. Judge Hajj masterfully defended the annual budget requests for the courts, and attempts to trip him up by members of this body were countered with eloquent responses, supported with documentation that quickly quieted any challenge and resulted in budget approvals. He acquired the capital funds to construct the very courthouse which this bill intends to name in his honor. In 1993, when it was completed, it was perhaps the most modern government facility in St. Thomas. It is significant that Judge Hajj insisted that local plumbers, electricians, and other local craftsmen worked on this project and others to get a piece of the pie. Judge Hajj assembled a talented staff of professionals, primarily from within this community. He created a work environment that attracted the best talent and made sure employees were paid their worth. Judge Hajj recruited and surrounded himself with other exceptional jurists who worked with him to administer justice, including the first female judge, the late Eileen R. Peterson, the late Ishmael A. Myers, the late Raymond L. Finch, for whom the Supreme Court building in Frederiksted, St. Croix is named. Other retired judges, Henry Fusick, Edgar D. Ross, Brenda Holler, Justice Maria Cabret and Justice Ives Swan, among others. His success was everyone else's success. He managed to maintain a loyal and dedicated team of talented professionals, which included a very competent and efficient clerk of court, an administrator in Mrs. Viola E. Smith, and many others. It was Mrs. Smith who was charged with the task of executing the many projects, some of which seemed insurmountable, but which Judge Hajj insisted must be done and which proved to be worthy. Judge Hajj has an exceptional ability to maintain relationships with everyone, but I speak of particularly with political aspirants, senators, and every governor, regardless of their political affiliation. He provided and continued to provide honest advice to all who asked and others who simply needed to know the full story. At the core of everything he does is his strong belief and confidence in the people of the Virgin Islands and Caribbean people in particular, in general, especially the underprivileged, along with his general belief in just doing good. Of all of Judge Hajj's achievements and accomplishments, I dare say, other than his family, his most cherished and dearest is the Superior Court's Rising Stars Youth Steel Orchestra, as others have already indicated. While this program was born out of concern for his own daughter's violations of her curfew, and I'll leave the rest for her to tell you. He was quickly attracted to the art of steel pan playing and inspired by its magnetism. He believed that the children of the Virgin Islands would be well served by investing in this program, their future, and thus the community's future. Judge Hajj conceived the Rising Stars program and directed me as coordinator of the pretrial intervention program to coordinate the first summer steel band program in 1981. He insisted that the program promote discipline, academics, and hard work, for which the program's motto was developed and by which all participants are guided. And you've heard it. Nothing is so complicated that it cannot be simplified by hard work. The Rising Stars program provided lifelong opportunities for its members who traveled as VI ambassadors and represented the Virgin Islands with distinction in Pasadena, California at the Tournament of Roses Parade, I believe in 1986, to Taiwan and to Japan, to name a few places. Hundreds of former members have become professionals and succeeded in their own right, locally and nationally. Due to its high demand, program instructors were loaned to schools to develop similar programs in public schools, which resulted in enough quality steel bands to have panoramas during St. Thomas carnivals. The program is still a huge success 43 years later, due to the continued support it receives from Chief Justice Hajj and the present administration at the court and this legislature. As such, I recommend that Bill 350286 include a provision regarding Judge Hajj's creation of the Rising Stars program to fully reflect his pride and joy. The constant theme in all that Judge Hajj has done is providing a fair opportunity for others to succeed when they prepare and work hard. I am a beneficiary of those opportunities, and he provided summer employment, the opportunity to become the first project coordinator of the pretrial intervention program when I graduated from college, to being his law clerk when he was presiding judge of the then territorial court, which helped me to prepare for the practice of law. Similarly, Judge Hajj has a trail of people and families who he helped with employment, financing for their college education, ensuring local businesses secured contracts, and simply helping the average person on the street, some of whom he knows and others remain unknown to him. To have his name prominently and permanently inscribed on the courthouse of the Superior Court building would be a living legacy and a well-earned tribute to the Honorable Judge Emeritus Vern A. Hajj, a man of distinction. Thank you.
And thank you so kindly, Presiding Judge Watlington, for that insightful testimony. At this time, the chair will recognize retired Judge Brenda Holler to read into the record your testimony for today. Kindly proceed.
Thank you. Protocol having been established, good morning to everyone. This is indeed the day that the Lord has made. Yes, the triumphant Tuesday, September 24th, 2024, has been very long in the making, and I can emphatically say that this auspicious occasion is pure joy unspeakable and an emotional day for me. I am also well aware that my sentiments are equally shared with the entire Hajj family, guests and dignitaries present, the 35th legislature, the judicial family, the executive branch, the territory of the Virgin Islands, the Caribbean, those located and residing on the mainland, and anyone who has ever had the privilege and opportunity to meet, work for, work or be associated with the man of the hour, Judge Vern Antonio Hajj, Chief Judge Emeritus of the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands. Because of the limited time allotted for my remarks this morning, I will attempt to briefly address just a few of the many reasons I know without a shadow of a doubt that Judge Hajj, whom I refer to as Chief, is more than qualified and undeniably deserving of the most prestigious tribute to be presented to him today. In my introduction, you may have heard me say, today has been a long time in the making. Well, I said that not because there hasn't been countless efforts and attempts by individuals, organizations, both public and private, to pay homage to this extraordinary jurist, trailblazer, humanitarian, visionary, leader, and friend, but rather the delay has been caused by Judge Hajj's genuine humility and aversion to public recognition. Ironically, it is just that attribute which makes him even more endearing, admired, respected, and loved. In the 50 years that I have had the honor and privilege of knowing Judge Hajj, I have never witnessed not even a hint of self-aggrandizement or self-pride on his behalf. Instead, I have always known him to be totally selfless, preoccupied and absorbed with helping the disenfranchised, the disadvantaged, the forgotten, those who were in need of a second chance in life, or those who were in need of someone to hold the door of opportunity open so dreams and aspirations could be realized or placed within their reach. This is where Judge Hajj's comfort zone, his heart, and his tireless efforts have always been placed. And so I can only imagine the pulling and the tugging, the cajoling, the coaxing, and maybe a little loving arm twisting exercised by his 3 children, grands, and great-grands, whom he absolutely adores, to finally persuade him that a grateful community and territory simply cannot wait, not even one more day, to express their overwhelming gratitude and appreciation to him by tangibly memorializing his unparalleled legacy in the form of renaming the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, St. Thomas and St. John District, the Judge Vern A. Hajj Superior Court of the Virgin Islands. While there is so much to be said about the overwhelming number of noteworthy projects and accomplishments initiated by and carried to fruition by Judge Hajj, there is so little time to go into detail. However, as been explained already, today's celebration would not be complete if mention were not made of the internationally acclaimed and celebrated rising star Steel Orchestra, his brainchild and his baby. As a visionary and leader, Judge Hajj was not only a phenomenal administrator, first in the then Department of Law as the Attorney General, and later as the presiding judge of the judicial branch, but he was and still is an outstanding jurist who cared deeply about the future of those entering into the criminal justice system, particularly the juveniles. So when the chief noted the increasing number and frequencies of the juveniles appearing before him for delinquency, he decided in 1981 to take a proactive approach guided by the adage, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. So in changing the course of those youth and any other youth who could be potentially at risk, a summer experimental steel drum program in the District of St. Thomas and St. John was initiated. The program was so promising, it later became a year-round, fully staffed program with instructors, tutors, rules and regulations, and many incentives for the youth to continue in school and do well. The guiding and inspirational motto that has been mentioned before was "Nothing is so complicated that it cannot be simplified by hard work." Because of its overwhelming success, it was later expanded to St. Croix in 2006, and the rest is history. In closing, I find it a daunting, if not an impossible task, to adequately express my personal gratitude to Judge Hajj for initially hiring me sight unseen in 1974 as one of his assistant attorney generals, for sending me to training so my legal skills could be sharpened, for mentoring me, for always being available to brainstorm with me whenever some legal conundrum would surface, despite his unending Herculean tasks and responsibilities, for encouraging me in all of my endeavors, for being my guiding and constant role model, for teaching me by example the adage, people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care, for helping me realize my dreams and career aspirations, for always believing in me, for being the big brother I never had, and for so much more. So suffice it to say that I thank God for every remembrance of my Judge Hajj, and may God continue to bless him and his family abundantly. Congratulations, Chief.
Thank you so kindly, retired Judge Brenda Holler, for that compelling testimony. The chair will now recognize Mrs. Alma Plaskett Christensen, Mrs. Alma Plaskett Christensen, let me get it right. You are now recognized to present and read into the record your testimony before the committee. Kindly proceed.
Good morning. Good morning, Honorable Carla J. Joseph, Chair of the Committee on Government Operations and Veterans Affairs and Consumer Protection, all committee members, non-committee members, all present, good morning. It is very difficult for me now to follow in all these footsteps. But I'll do my best. Huh? Right. Let me begin by saying I am not one for public speaking, so bear with me. My question first and foremost is, how do I attempt to testify on behalf of the Honorable Vaughn Antonio Hajj? Again, bear with me. Judge Hajj was nominated by Governor Cyril E. King in 1976 to the position of presiding judge. I would say he made an observation when he came to the court as to how he wanted the court to function. Judge Hajj met with the entire staff. Each and every employee had an opportunity to sit and speak with him, whether you were the person in charge or you were the person in maintenance. We were all treated respectfully and equally. Judge Hajj made some changes. In those days, employees did everything, whether you were filing cases or you were a courtroom deputy. You could fit in any situation. After he made his observation, he decided to set divisions in the court. So we had the family division, civil, accounting, maintenance, etc. Judge Hajj came to the court with a purpose, and the working environment changed. Judge Hajj would go to the Senate and testify for his working budget and made sure whether it was great or small. We all got an increase when he deemed it possible. If we didn't understand something, he would explain every step to us. He never made us feel as though we were less than. I think we had the best Christmas parties. Everyone wanted to attend. Many nights, courtroom personnel would work long hours until whatever case being heard was completed. We never complained. It was all in a day's work. To explain a little more of the person this judge is, when Hurricane Hugo hit the islands, St. Croix did not have electricity and the banks were closed. Judge Hajj collected our checks from the Department of Finance in St. Thomas, sent his marshal to St. Croix with our checks. had us sign them and return them back to St. Thomas to be cashed, and return back our monies to us. When some employees lost their roofs, once again, the judge made sure they were comfortable. As long as you did your work, you were okay. If you did not do what you were expected to do, he told you about it, but he was always kind and respectful to the employees. We were all one big family. In closing, I feel this honor should have been bestowed on the good judge years ago, but knowing him, he would not have it. I am happy beyond words for him. He is an honest and kind person. No one could walk in his shoes. So I applaud the authors of this bill for the honor that is being bestowed on him today. Congratulations, Judge Hajj.
And thank you so kindly, Mrs. Alma Plaskett Christensen. You know, for a person who is shy and doesn't like to come in front of people, you did an outstanding job and you gave us such an insightful testimony about the man we are honoring this morning. And so we are very grateful to you for overcoming your shyness. Wonderful. At this time, the chair will recognize Ms. Bridget Hodge. You are recognized to read your testimony into the record. Kindly proceed.
Thank you. Protocol already having been established, good morning to all. My name is Bridget Hajj, and I am the middle child of today's honoree. My older brother, Tony, we call him, his name is Vern Hajj Jr., is in the gallery, and my baby sister is in Florida watching the live stream. This morning, you are going to hear, or you heard, other testifiers speak about all the amazing things my dad has accomplished throughout his long and illustrious legal and judicial career. You have heard how he has motivated and mentored too many people to mention, many of whom sit among us today, who would freely and gladly share their interactions and experiences with us if given the chance. Please take the time and speak to any or all of them, and you will see that every one of them has a testimony that supports how well-deserving my dad is of this honor. As his daughter, I have the unique perspective to talk about what an honor, privilege, and blessing it has been to grow up under the guidance, tutelage, and love of this man. You see, with all that he has been to this community throughout his career, he was first and foremost a father. With Chief, there was no delineation between home and work. We, and later his grandchildren, were always welcome in his space. We got to see the inner workings of what Chief did and met many influential people in the process. It was understood, though, that if he were in a meeting and one of us needed him, especially the grandchildren, no matter how insignificant anybody else thought the reason was, he demanded to be notified so that he could pause his meeting to be there for us. Don't get it twisted. We knew our place in his work world, but he also made sure that we knew that there was no one or no thing that mattered more to him more than us. As a child, that was significant in molding our psyche and self-confidence. He did that for us, he did that for our friends and extended family, and he did that for many members of the Rising Stars Youth Steel Orchestra. All children mattered to him. Fatherhood matters to him still. He has been an inspiration to us all. That is why we are here today. Chief has never been a religious man. He still isn't. But let me tell you that he has been walking and working under the anointing of the Most High all his life. If you know him, You know his mother, affectionately known as Miss Dally? She was a praying woman. They were poor in money and material things, but she was a prayer warrior who kept the faith and made sure her children were rich in love, tenacity, determination, strength of mind, and a healthy sense of family, family by blood and family by choice. Armed with the example of his mother, Chief continued her legacy of love for family and community, excelling abundantly above and beyond anything she could have ever prayed for. She used to say, "The Lord will provide," and provide he did. That is why we are here today. Nothing is so complicated that it cannot be simplified by hard work. I wanted to sing it, but I can't sing, so I just... Nothing is so complicated that it cannot be simplified by hard work. Ooh. Okay. This philosophy is not only the Rising Stars motto. This was something instilled in us since we were children. We were taught that hard work was not to be shunned, but respected in every circumstance. Similarly, we were taught the importance of being smart by setting goals and putting in the hard work necessary to attain our goals. That meant getting an education, be it via an institution of higher learning, the military, a trade school, or the workforce. When all else fails, he said, educate yourself. Chief was from Savannah and Garden Street. He and my mom, who was from Polyborg, started from the bottom, very humble beginnings. By the grace of God, they got educated, worked hard, sacrificed, and built the foundation upon which we stand today. When you get a chance, read the bill put forth by Senator Gittins. You will see that as complicated as it had to have been, and despite all the challenges he had to have faced, Chief put in the work. To this day, I still regard and admire him as the smartest human being I have ever known. Equipped with street sense, book sense, and common sense, Chief applied his legal brilliance, quick wit, analytical skills, and keen sense of fairness across several disciplines, making him relatable to and respected by individuals of all ages from all walks of life. Chief, your entire life has been about service to the people of this community, and it has not gone unnoticed. That is why we are here today. Vern Hajj is a Virgin Islander, a Caribbean man, a man of the people for the people, a public servant. He's a lyricist, a lover of Kaiso, a comedian, a chess player, an author, a teacher, a humble human with a deep and abiding love for his people, his community, and his family. A fearless and staunch defender of civil rights and justice for all. That is why we are here today. We are thankful to Senator Kenny Gittins for spearheading this honor for our dad, and to the staff of Senator Carla Joseph's office, especially Ms. Berkeley, for guiding us through the logistics of this process. We are thankful to all of you who showed up today in person and via the live stream to show your love and support for Chief. We are thankful, Chief, that you finally agreed at almost 91 years old, his birthday is in November, to accept and appear in person to receive this esteemed accolade. We are most thankful, though, that you have been blessed to be here with us, alive and kicking. The Judge Vern A. Hajj, Superior Court of the Virgin Islands. I like the sound of that. You deserve this, Chief. We love you and are so very proud of you. Blessings to you all, and thank you.
And thank you so kindly, Ms. Bridget Hodge, for that very gripping and insightful presentation and testimony. At this time, the chair would recognize the Honorable Tregenza Roach, Esquire, Lieutenant Governor of the United States Virgin Islands, to present his testimony to the body and to read it into the record. Kindly proceed, Lieutenant Governor Roach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would like to say a special good morning to Senator Carla Joseph, the Chair of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, to Senator Javon James, the Vice Chair of the committee, to all the members of the committee, and I don't know the members, so I'm just going to call everybody by name, to Senators Blyden, DeGraff, Angel Bolkes, Senator Milton Potter, Senator Donifred Gregory, Senator Fonseca, and Senator Kenny Gittens. And Senator Carrion, and in St. Croix, Senate President Novell Francis. Good morning. I want to say a special good morning to the testifiers, to Chief Justice Judge Hajj, to Associate Justice Maria Cabret, to Presiding Judge of the Superior Court, Deborah Watlington, to Retired Judge Brenda Holler, to Ms. Christensen, Ms. Plaskett Christensen, and of course, the man of the hour, Presiding Judge Emeritus Vern Antonia Hajj, to all those in the chambers this morning, and to those in the listening and viewing audiences. I want to really take a moment to thank the sponsors of this bill, Senators Gittens and Senator at-large Bolkes, to bring us to this opportunity to get a chance to speak publicly, although so many of us speak publicly of him, but in this setting of the remarkable person that we're honoring today. 35 years ago, it was 1989, I finished law school and came home to clerk at the then Territorial Court of the Virgin Islands. Judge Hajj was the presiding judge, of course. Judges Swan and Judge the late Ishmael Alexander Myers were at the court. And I can't speak of the court in those days without calling some of the names of the people who have passed on, and some who are still with us, because the court was really like a family that welcomed us as young people as we were trying to form and frame and explore our own future. And persons like Mrs. Smith, Mrs. Powell, Ms. Alma Foy, Ms. Diaz, Ms. Wilma Phillip right there in the audience, Ms. Elsko Leibert, Ms. Wesselhoff, Ms. Beryl Farrington, and the marshals like Marshal Pickering, and Ms. Carell right over here. Daniel? I always don't remember her last name, Ms. Carell right there. And Maimie, I can't remember, Marshal Marsh, she was our marshal with Judge Myers. I was initially selected as the law clerk to Judge Myers. And Judge Myers was away at the time. And so I became the clerk to Judge Hajj for probably maybe about a month and a half. And it was at that time, of course, that we were all kind of facing this dreadful bar exam. And Judge Hajj knew that deep inside we all had that fear. And he encouraged us through it. And he made time for us to prepare for the bar. He gave us time. Of course, we had to do our work if we had to appear in court or whatever the case may be. But he said, take some time. You all study when you're here. And we formed a study group at the court. It was probably about 5 of us at the time. And he really stressed the importance of preparation. And he wanted us to pass the bar exam one time. You don't be coming back to be studying again, and then you fear that you're going to fail again, or whatever the case may be. And because of his investment in us, I think that contributed greatly to, I think 4 of the 5 of us passed the bar that year when we took it and was sworn into the bar subsequently. The court was also a place where if you as a Virgin Islander went away to law school, you pretty much knew that you could get a clerkship at the court when you returned. This was the ship that Judge Hajj led. And this is one of the ways we've heard about the rising stars, but this is also one of the ways in which he knew that he was investing in the future of the Virgin Islands by investing in the young people who were returning to practice and to become members of the bar. And when we clerked, he took care of us, and we took care of the people. Those were the days when if you came to the court, we could take a form and redact it, take out all the names and give you a form, give a person who couldn't afford an attorney, give them a guardianship petition, the entire package. And so you could represent your own self, just fill in the names where you see the lines are and bring it back to the court. And an uncontested divorce, we could give a person a form and say, fill it out and come back. You could represent yourself if you can, if you don't have the money to have people represent you. This was a kind of man who was leading us in this. He had one admonition. He said, you all are not no counselors. Don't tell people to stay married. They could always come back and get married again if they want to. But don't be telling people to stay married, right? So that was the one admonition. In that time, imagine, within months of us being at the court, Hurricane Hugo struck. And most of us know that that was a very, very devastating hurricane, particularly to the island of St. Croix. I mean, St. Croix, for a minute there, was totally cut off. We had no clue about what had happened to St. Croix, just that it had been hit the hardest. But there were also places in St. Thomas that were hit very badly as well. And the court suffered. We were then at Barbell Plaza in the front part and in the south. And I remember us trying to salvage the law library, trying to go through the various reporters and see what would dry and where we could put out in the sun, because we had to be prepared to practice and to entertain the cases that would be coming. And Judge Hajj led us through this period of time, coming through us sitting out there on tables and on the ground, in some cases just finding an open space to put a book that it could dry out. Judge Hajj was involved in every aspect of the court. I think he knew everybody in the court. He knew every issue affecting the court. I think the worst thing anybody could say about Judge Hajj is, Judge Hajj saying this court belonged to him. And maybe outside in the community, people might say that, right? And maybe somebody might say that and have a negative connotation if they could have any. But I have come to really appreciate the way he treated that court and the way he treated us as family. Because we need people like this in the modern time. People who believe that these Virgin Islands belong to them. Not just to wave a flag, but to be responsible for and to take care of. 2 of us were walking on the street one time and someone threw something on the ground. And the lady who I was walking with, she said, could you imagine where they live? Where they live must be like a pigsty. And I said, you might be surprised. You might be surprised that if you went to that person's home and it could be the most pristine place that you could probably eat off the floor. But the problem is, they don't think that that extends to this island, to taking care of this island, that this island in totality is as important as their quarter acre or half acre or apartment or condo or whatever they choose to call their own. So we benefited largely from a person who believed that the court was his, who acted like the court was his, and took care of it, and took care of each person affiliated with it, just as Miss Plaskett Christensen has said, and others have said, like former Judge Haller. And I can think of no more appropriate way to take Judge Hajj into the future by having generations of people being able to look at that building and see that name and be able to have this record of this remarkable legacy of a person who invested in the Virgin Islands, who invested in the people of the Virgin Islands, who invested in the future of the Virgin Islands. And as I said a couple weeks ago when we were naming a road in St. Croix, I think it's such a great honor that we have come to the place where we recognize the need to honor our local people, the way we have renamed schools from Alexander Hamilton and Jefferson and Lincoln, to recognize Virgin Islanders who are the fabric of this place. And I am so happy because everybody who said about him how he shuns this public attention, everybody's correct. But nonetheless, we have the responsibility to make sure that our landscape includes references to great and remarkable people like Judge Hajj, who will shape the future of this territory because of how he and others have impacted so many, many persons by their good acts, by their kindness, by their compassion. So I am particularly grateful to the sponsors of this bill because it gives me and others the opportunity to say what we say privately sometimes, that we honor this man and we are grateful that our lives intersected. And that as a result of that intersection, we had the opportunity to experience this person who has impacted this territory far beyond his contributions to the jurisprudence of the territory. But through the items like the Rising Stars, the future impact untold. So I want to close by thanking the sponsors again, because I look forward to riding past that building and pointing to it and pointing to the name and telling people, I walked with Judge Hajj once upon a time. I had the opportunity to come under his influence and to know the responsibility of the position, where each time you have that position, the responsibility to do good for the people of the Virgin Islands. Judge Hajj, I want to say that I thank you. I want to wish for you, just as I did, celebrated 90 years last year. The same day Mousy was buried, so I came from the funeral to the celebration. But I want to ask God to continue to bless you and to bless the members of your family who have shared you with us, because they had to make tremendous sacrifices, because you were always at the court. I mean, you were literally always at the court. So I know that you made tremendous sacrifices to make the impact that you have on the people and on this territory. And I want you to know that I am extremely grateful, and the territory as well, because all of your good works have been to our benefit. God bless you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And thank you so kindly, Lieutenant Governor Roach, for your riveting as well as personable testimony. Colleagues and testifiers, we have heard a lot. What I am going to do is just give us a little break. But before I do that, I would like to recognize the presence of Senator Donna Fred Gregory, non-committee member, and welcome you to the Committee on Government Operations Veterans Affairs and Consumer Protection. We're going to take a little break in consideration of the man of the hour and everyone, so we can come back and return for one round of 3 minutes of questioning by our colleagues. The committee stands in recess for 2 minutes. And we are back on the record. At this time, we will commence 1 3-minute round of questioning in the following order. Senator Potter, you're up to bat first. Then we have Senator Fonseca, followed by President Francis, then Committee Member Carrion in St. Croix, then Vice Chair Javon James Jr., then Senior, then we have Senator Bolkes, followed by Senator DeGraff, Committee Member Francis Heiliger, then we have non-committee member and Vice President Blyden, and rounding up all the questioning will be Senator Fred Gregory, then myself, and finally, we will have the bill sponsor. As such, Senator Milton E. Potter, you are recognized for your 3 minutes questioning. Kindly proceed.
Good afternoon. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Special good morning to our testifiers here today, our honorable testifiers, in particular, the Honorable Judge Hajj. I think in my 4 years, almost 4 years here, he's the only person who could actually fill the entire chambers and who can bring persons from every single branch of government here just for you. So kudos to you, Judge Hajj. Without question, I've always said that progressive communities honor and commend those among us who achieve excellence in their chosen area. Without question, those who make contributions to this territory, without question, Judge Hajj is one of those persons. He is a community icon, for sure, a Renaissance man, a trailblazer, a real force to be reckoned with in this community. Not just as far as expanded jurisdiction of the court, but just in terms of the development, the modernization, the growth and development of this territory of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I know he had 3 children, but he also birthed another child, the Rising Stars. We know many people in this room today who actually, because of the intervention of the Rising Stars, they achieved greatness in this community, without question. So I ain't gonna ramble too much, but I wanted to ask 2 questions, one to Judge Hajj and one to his daughter, Bridget. Starting with you, Bridget. Tell us one thing, everybody here, one thing about your dad that most of us in here may not know. One thing that you ain't gonna get in trouble in for when you go home.
Thank you. Hey, I ain't gonna get ready till they will. His life has been an open book, you know. I think it's actually, I think his sense of humor. He's a clown. This man, he is always laughing.
Okay.
When we go to his
30 minutes.
When we go to his doctor visits, I have to tell him, stop laughing. Your pressure going to read high. Stop laughing. He's always he has the best sense of humor.
Okay.
And I think in the we know him as Judge Hajj and him being cast up in all of that, the business of that we don't realize, like, he's a funny guy.
Yeah.
Awesome. You know, and that's awesome. I think the balance of that is really cool to see it. You know,
yes.
I think it's really cool.
Excellent, excellent. And Judge, what do you see as the biggest challenge facing the Virgin Islands today, as you see it?
Say it again.
One of the biggest challenges facing the U.S. Virgin Islands today, just based on your experience, you know, your contributions, your knowledge of the Virgin Islands, what do you see as the biggest challenge facing us as a territory today?
Well, I just feel that being a part of the United States, sometimes we have to act like it. We have to not act as if we're a little island in the Caribbean, but as a part of the United States. And therefore we have an obligation, our leadership, now we have an obligation. There is absolutely no reason, for example, why we should not be voting for the President of the United States.
Amen.
You know? Right now, as I said, I'm from Totola, my family's from Totola. And I work closely with the leadership in Totola. Lavatory Stout and these people related to my mother. I used to go up there quite a bit to rest and so. But would you believe that up to today, Totola does not elect its own governor? It's hard to believe, because we fought so long and so hard to get to elect our own governor. And now we take it for granted. As I spoke with Rose early this morning, I say, are you ready for a promotion? So we kind of take it for granted, you know? And I feel that one of the things we still have to fight for is the right to vote for President of the United States. And that's not just for us, for all the territories. But it requires a lot of work, and it requires a lot of coordination, and it requires dealing with all the members of the various states that in the House and the Senate. It's a tremendous responsibility, and it takes longevity and a long fight, and it's hard to do nowadays. You see? And we know the senators, there's some senators in this body who we want to be governor, but we want them to be governor so they could fight for these kind of things, you see? So that Senator Gregory over here, when you see Senator Rhodes, Senator Gregory, we have a lot of qualified people to lead this fight. Gotcha. So in 2 months, I'll be 91. So I'm about to check out. But you young folks, man, keep up the fight, man. That's what I could say. But I think that's one of the things we still have to do so we can really become a part of the United States. People write to me all the time for contributions. You know, I had to tell them in a lot of my notes, I cannot vote for the President of the United States. You know? So I'm going to send my money for you, for the President of the United States.
Yeah.
You know? I was the, what was I at it? Presiding judge at the time when we had Judge Finch from St. Croix. We had been fighting to get Judge Finch to become the chief judge of the Federal District Court. And for a long time, his name was up there pending, and he never could get a confirmation. When all of a sudden we got a name of a female that the president was appointing as our chief judge. So we objected. And I wrote a letter to Senator Biden, who was then the head of the Senate Judiciary Committee. And I wrote to him, I'm really objecting to them doing that to us. Well, we still have Judge Finch's name up there pending. And to my shock and surprise, I got a letter back in writing from Senator Biden agreeing with me. I couldn't believe it, right? I figured he would ignore this little black judge in the Caribbean, you know? But he didn't. And he wrote to me, agreeing with me and getting Senator Strom-Thurmond, that racist, to agree with him. And with both of them agreeing, boom, the name was withdrawn, and Judge Finch was made the chief judge of the federal court.
Most of us didn't know that piece of history, though. That's powerful.
But I'm telling you this because of what you asked.
Yes.
Because there's so much more fights to continue.
I got you.
With you young ones.
I got you. Thank you very much, Judge Hajj. They call him the Kingmaker, you know, so yeah, we have that. Thank you very much. It is really my honor to be a part of this. Thank you for all the contributions you've made on behalf of this territory. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so kindly. No, going forward, that the chair will continue to be lenient, and if we need to get additional time, but please, members, do not abuse it. We do have a very long agenda today. Now, the chair would like to take the opportunity to recognize Senator Ray Fonseca. You are recognized for your 3 minutes. Kindly proceed.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair, and pleasant good morning to all of the distinguished panels of testifiers, the audience, family and friends, those listening and viewing by media. Blessings, we give thanks and praises to the Most High. We ask Almighty Father to continue to bless our hero, Judge Hajj, with great health and happiness. Well, Sir Popa, you know, Judge, you mentioned that BVI, right, issue, right? And I agree with you 100% because I was reading the BVI Constitution, right? As a matter of fact, we attended the swearing in of the government of the BVI, and I was amazed that they have to swear and all kind of thing to the monarch and the monarch heirs and the family, and they had to swear twice. And in reading the Constitution of the BVI, because you know I'm a BVI lander like yourself, my family go back way to the 1800s. The governor that's appointed by the monarch can dispel those that are elected by the people. Can you imagine that? That's the BVI is still a colony. So you know that's interesting. I was reading that, and Judge, you know, I wanted to mention that. I want to ask Judge Hajj, I know it's Reese Hajj and Vern Hajj, is there any relation?
No, I'm an Anguilla Hajj and this is a Tatola Hajj, although there may be some connection.
We could check it. I'm sure there's a relation. But you know, I wanted to go back because in your testimony you mentioned about the police courts. They only had jurisdiction for $20. And then there was the municipal court, the territorial court, the superior court, and now, of course, the Supreme Court. Give the people of the Virgin Islands a history of how that transition, because it seems like we're now in a much better light judicially than we were.
Well, I actually had some of that in my
30
testimony.
minutes.
But I took it out because it was going to be too long, and I don't believe I can give an adequate answer within the time that I have. But we do now have the Supreme Court. I mentioned in my testimony that when Judge Hajj presided, he was in effect a Chief Justice because he was recognized by the Conference of Chief Justice as the highest judicial officer of a local court, which is the qualifications for being considered a Chief Justice. And now we have the Supreme Court, which elevated that, and we have a complete system. You know, it's the federalist system. You have a trial court, you have an appellate court, and now the Supreme Court is the court of last resort. And any decision from the Supreme Court of the Virgin Islands can only be reviewed as to not federal matters, non-local matters, by the Supreme Court of the United States. So the Supreme Court of the Virgin Islands is actually the highest court in the Virgin Islands.
Thank you. Madam Chair, can I just ask one question to the
You
honoree?
can kindly proceed to wrap up.
Yes. Thank you. Judge Vern Hajj, you know, you are a hero. You are a Virgin Island hero. You know, I remember I used to work for your brother Larry Hajj at the Housing Authority. He was my boss. So it's a whole posse of powerful folks. You know, as a matter of fact, your name used to come up for almost every governor, but you never actually declared. But I was in the construction field, and when you were building the Superior Court, I was amazed how quickly you got it built, and you got it built for such a cheap cost. Tell us what you did. What miracle you worked to get that building up so quick and so cheap?
It wasn't any miracle. we went through the same procedure. We did it through the bidding with the help of the property and procurement. And what we did, though, our secret was making sure you get local contractors. I call them my guys. You know, I told Sentex Rooney when they were building, I said, when you all leave and go back to the States, I got guys I could call 3 o'clock in the morning that could help take care of my building, you know? So guys like the air conditioning with the Vanderpool and the plumbing, the electrical with Ralph Sutton and his brothers who had his electrical outfit, Vanderpool and his air conditioning. They had a group, Mr. Webster, the contractor. They have a lot of our people that can do the work. And when the main winning contractors leave, we still have our guys around. And they help us all the time. Some of them were supposed to be here today. But when they said that we should invite our family and friends, I call all my boys.
Thank you.
My daughter got hold of my boys because they are part of the court family, you see?
Yes.
So that if something goes wrong, the guys are there. And you could call them anytime. I got a call last night from one of my guys that was supposed to be here today. He called to apologize for not being able to be here today. I said, no, you don't got to apologize, man. The key is for me not to forget to let you know. That's the key. Because as long as you know, then I'm happy, you see?
Thank you.
So the key, what I'm trying to say is, even if a contractor, a big money contractor from the States, win a bid, what happens after he leaves? You see? How do you maintain that building? How do you keep it up? Which is what we have to do. So I don't think it was a question of the guys that have the money that win these bids. You know, in the papers nowadays, there's a lot of talk about these
bids.
The investigations going on right now with all these millions of dollars in contracts. Well, all I can tell you is I'm not a contractor, I'm not a builder, but we got people here who can do all those things. So if you get your people involved, they're here with you even when the main contractors leave. You see? And that's all I can say. But it was no special speed objective or anything like that. You know?
Thank you, Judge Hajj, a man of family values, fairness, love, and justice. Blessings. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
And thank you so kindly, Senator Fonseca. The chair would now recognize the president of the 35th Legislature, Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. You are recognized, Senator Francis, for your 3 minutes. Kindly proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to all of the testifiers. Certainly good morning to all of those in the audience today, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. I am happy and delighted to be a non-committee member that certainly, again, for consideration of this resolution, honoring and commending the Honorable Vern Hajj, Jr., Vern Hajj, for his contribution to the people of the Virgin Islands. I think, and I would agree that everyone that said that, in fact, this is long overdue and very well deserved. Nothing is so complicated that it cannot be simplified by hard work. think I heard that from every single individual that have passed here. And we get beat up a lot of time here at the legislature for moving resolution, honoring and commending individuals. But I will go down and say that I believe that today's resolution is one of the most impactful resolution that we have seen here in this legislature, and I'm happy to be a part of this process. You know, every individual that have run for governor over the last several years had to ask Vern Hajj whether or not he was running before they decide to run for office. Every single one. Because again, they believe that if Vern Hajj put his hat in the ring, they would not win. He would have been a governor of the Virgin Islands. So again, we're happy to see his contribution. I want to say greetings, of course, to our Lieutenant Governor of the Virgin Islands, as well as the Chief Justice, Reese Hajj, Associate Justice, Maria Cabret, all of the other judges, presiding judges, that's there as well. And again, today is really a great day here in the Virgin Islands. I wanted to ask you, Judge Hajj, is there anything that you can consider that you have not been able to have done that you wanted to do in your time in government?
That's Reese Hajj or Vern Hajj?
Vern Hajj, Judge Vern Hajj. Today's your day.
With me? Okay. All right. Well, as I indicated earlier in my question to Senator Fonseca,
30 seconds.
The issues that I was mostly interested in recently have been the ones that would get us further into the membership in the United States of America. As it is right now, we're still not, and we are not really fighting for it. As I know, I don't know. Maybe there are things going on that I don't know, but that is one thing I think we should really concentrate on in conjunction with the people from Guam, American Samoa, all the various territories of the United States, so that we all should belong to the United States. We all should be citizens of the United States. We all should be voters of the presidency of the United States. And that way, we don't have this, how you call it? It's a feeling of still as if we are a bunch of little 2-cent nephews or something on the sideline, you know? And you don't really feel like you're a part of the United States when you have this kind of thing. You have this situation. I told you how wonderful it was for me in the way I was treated by Senator Biden some time back. When Biden declared he was running for president, I, of course, was going to support him because I see how he reacted at the time when he could have just ignored me. But it is something that should we just have to do something about this territorial status that bothers me a lot, but it requires your leadership, and we have as top leaders as anywhere else in the world. The leaders that we have in our legislature, in our governor, in all of our administrative entities are just as good as them anywhere else. And our leadership, and they have organizations set up with all of these various territories that we communicate with. There are federal agencies that exist, Department of Interior and some others that has responsibility in dealing with the territories. These federal agencies should be working with all those territories to deal with getting federal legislation changed, even if it requires constitutional amendments. You're not going to get a constitutional amendment without the support of many of the states through both the Senate and the House of Representatives. And it's got to start someplace.
Thank you very much, Judge Hajj. I wanted to get in one more question because my time had been called, but I think we haven't heard any discussion today in regards to the work that you have done in respect to the return of our gasoline excise tax here to the territory. And in fact, that you had won that case, and certainly it had been overturned over the years. But I just wanted for you to touch on that a little bit. I know that you talk about the other federal issues that we should be pushing hard on, but the work that you have done with the gasoline excise tax, can you just touch on that?
Oh, gasoline excise. That's my line, man. That's my line. See, the key is that goes right back to the point. Denmark owned the Virgin Islands. Germany believed they could take whatever it wanted from Denmark. Germany believed they could walk over Denmark at any time. United States realized that if Germany walks over Denmark, these islands, we all become Germans. We're no longer Danish, right? And so United States figure if they bought the United States from Denmark, Germany could take Denmark if it wants. Because now we would belong not to Germany, but to the United States. So the point I'm trying to make is that this issue is still unsettled. It is still unsettled. And we have the excise tax. Has Denmark owned the Virgin Islands? Denmark is foreign to the United States. Denmark imposes a tax on the products produced in the Virgin Islands and shipped out. Denmark keeps that money. When the United States buys the Virgin Islands, the products produced in the Virgin Islands going to be taxed by the U.S. as it was being taxed by Denmark, right? But what the United States going to do with that money now? How are you going to run this government you just bought? To run this government, you need money. Those taxes should come to the Virgin Islands to run the Virgin Islands government. But what the United States start doing? Keeping some of that money. Then we go and our people develop their gasoline, so you have a tax on gasoline. Why are you taxing them? What are you doing with that money? The federal government looking to keep it, or keep some of it. Recently, the newspaper had a headline last week showing you where the excise tax on rum or gasoline, we were not getting all of it back to run our government. Why not? If we belong to Denmark or some other country, U.S. wouldn't get none of it. But now U.S. now want to keep it. So I developed a brochure and I wrote a long brief outlining to this legislature what we have to do in order to keep that money to run the Virgin Islands. And my nephew, Stedman Hart Jr., I gave him all those documents, all that stuff to work on this issue, so he could fight as one of our senators to get this done. But nothing happened. But I get a call one day, and what did the call say? Uncle Vern, my chief of staff and I are going up to Florida to the, what you call that conference visit? Where the Sea Trade. The Sea Trade Conference in Florida. Yeah, my chief of staff and I going to the Sea Trade Conference, right, in Florida, and we would like you to go with us as our expert on excise taxes. I said, steady, this morning I just speaking to you know. I'm not interested in no free government trip any place. I want you to be the expert. Yeah. So when I read last week about us still being denied that money, I said, oh my God, steady right now is not in the Senate. So we need, so you see what I'm saying? We need our senators to be our experts. So you see, and this gave you good meat to fight for, man. You know, this is where we come in. So you see what I'm getting at? It's a lot of juicy things out there, man, for us to fight for. You know, my daughter, she gets mad at me sometimes because I do volunteer work for Reese and the other cause. Whatever they need, I will help. But my daughter tells me, be careful, I'm going to get a heart attack. I said, what you say? He said, Daddy, you get too excited. I said, but that's my line, man. In other words, I enjoy it, you see? I enjoy it. She said, my blood pressure go too high up. So anyway, the question came from, I think, the commissioner.
President Nobel Francis. President.
Yeah, but he in the commission. Oh,
he's the president.
Oh, he used to be the commissioner. He's now the senator, the Senate president. Sorry, President Francis.
Thank you, Madam
Anyway,
Clerk, for
answer the question.
I just want to, it's getting a little jovial, but I have to look up for a stenographer because remember, this is a part of a record and she is diligently recording the proceedings. So again, as our Sergeant of Armed caution the audience, please keep it to a minimum. Thank you so kindly. Mr. President, you wanted to wrap up with any other question?
No, I just want again to commend the bill sponsor, our sponsors, and this piece of legislation. Again, I believe is extremely impactful and goes a long way, and is well deserved. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
And thank you so kindly, Mr. President. Senator Carrion, committee member, you are recognized for your 3 minutes. Kindly proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to all our distinguished testifiers and guests that are joining us in this afternoon and participating in this process. Their presence here is clearly very, very important, and it's a great day. It's a great day for the Virgin Islands. It's a great day for us here in the Senate, and I am so honored to be part of this, and I'm filled with pride as a Virgin Islander to be part of this process. I want to commend the sponsor of this measure and state that I also will be joining in along with this measure. I would like to have a few questions. One, I think I would like to ask the Honorable Chief, as he's been called, what are you most proud of?
You ask you, what are you most proud of?
Excuse me, wait,
Carry on.
Okay, I'm okay now? Well, Senator Carrion, all I could say is that I'm very proud of having had the opportunity to help build the court up so that the court could become an independent court that it is in the various states. We have become members of the National Judicial College, and all our judges go to these schools when they get appointed. We try to make sure that we meet all of the standards met by any court and any the federal government or the state government, and so that we are members of their organizations as well. And so annually, we go to the conferences, and we are members, our judges and our attorneys are members of the various organizations. And so the courts in the Virgin Islands are well
30
respected.
seconds.
Huh? They are respected as any other state court, and I'm very, very proud of that.
And we thank you for that. We thank you for your service. And as a former employee of the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, I heard so much about you. I didn't have the honor to work when you were there, of course, but through the halls and the chambers, the Superior Court, your name has always been mentioned. So it's such an honor today to be sitting here and being part of this and being able to vote favorably in this honor bestowed to you. Lastly, I would like to ask you, many younger legal professionals look up to you, and what advice would you offer to the next generation of judges and lawyers?
I would recommend, number one, that the endowment program be continued. The Academic and Cultural Awards Endowment is a fund created by our legislature that helps our students get beyond the first degree. You know, sometimes our families and our kids struggle to get through, to get a BS degree. After that, it's very difficult. When you start getting children, you have a lot of expenses. But the endowment provides special funds for law, medicine, and engineering. And in the old days when all our doctors or lawyers were not from here, we now have a lot of us coming in now because of the funding through the endowment. And this endowment, I don't know what the status of it is right now. I think right now it's under the UVI, isn't it? I think it's under the UVI now. But it gives you a good opportunity to help your children get this advanced degree so that when it comes to law, medicine, engineering, and other advanced courses, we can help develop our population.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. And thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing the leniency. And clearly, this is a great day for the Virgin Islands, and we're all honored to be part of it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you so kindly, Senator Carrion. Now the chair will recognize Vice Chairman of the committee, Senator Javon James Sr. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. You don't have to guess my vote today. I'm definitely going to vote in the affirmative for Bill number 35-0286, an act honoring and commending Vern Antonio Hajj for his years of dedicated service to the people of the Virgin Islands and his jurisprudence by renaming the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, St. Thomas, St. John, the Judge Vern A. Hajj, Judge Vern A. Hajj, Superior Court of the Virgin Islands. I just want to say welcome back home, Lieutenant Governor Roach. This is your first home, not your second home. As far as your body of work, it is very impressive. It would take a very long time for me to name all of them, but I'm going to name a few. And that's working as an internal auditor, a public accountant, business manager, personal director with the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works, established a private practice in law in the Virgin Islands, became the Attorney General of the Virgin Islands, served as the presiding judge of the Territorial Court of the Virgin Islands, as a member of the Virgin Islands Board of Elections, member of the Virgin Islands Bar, and you served in the United States Army and received an award of merit for the 9th Infantry Division, and I just want to say thank you for your service to this country. But I just wanted to speak a bit into when you were the Attorney General. What advice would you give the current Attorney General and even future Attorney Generals of the U.S. Virgin Islands?
Well, the Attorney General is just a member of the administration, and I don't know if there's any special advice I could give him other than to follow the law. The AG is in a very sometimes in an awkward position because of the fact that he is working as a part of the administration for the governor. And you know the governor is in politics. You have to respect that. And recently we've had a turnover of attorney generals. We had about 3 or 4 attorney generals in no time. And that disturbed me because it means that the attorney general is probably having a conflict with political issues versus legal issues. And that bothers me a lot, and I don't know what to tell you to do about that unless an attorney general going to do the bidding of a governor, and then he's not going to be much of an attorney general. He's got to legally guide the governor and follow the law. And so the situation we're in right now, we don't know how long our AG is going to last before there's another change, but it doesn't send a good message for the Virgin Islands when we do that. So that Attorney General is the key to protecting the governor, and the governor, when he acts, he knows that his AG is following the legal advice of his Attorney General, because the Attorney General now has to go and defend the actions of the governor when the governor follows his advice. Otherwise, the AG going to have to leave.
And I just want to thank you for placing that on the record. And lastly, what made you pursue a Jewish doctor degree?
What
made you just place that on the record? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
What made you pursue that?
Because I just could not deal with politicians or like that. I had to get myself in a position where I could tell anybody to go to hell. So to do that, you have to educate yourself so you could act on your own. That's why I'm saying the AG got to be in a position to say the same thing to the governor, if the governor trying to get him into politics. But the point that I only mention that because that's why I end up going to law school. I couldn't take some of the political, and I love my politics. That's the thing about I love my politics. But at times, you got to put yourself in a position so that you could fight it off. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator James. Senior, at this time, the chair will recognize at-large Senator Angel Bolquez Jr. for your 3 minutes. Kindly proceed, Senator Bolquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. Good afternoon to everyone here in the chambers with us today. And of course, our esteemed former and current members of the judiciary, good afternoon. And of course, good afternoon to the Honorable Judge Emeritus Judge Hajj. It's a pleasure to have you here with us today.
Thank you.
And today is a special day, and we're here not just to pass a bill, but to honor someone who has dedicated their life to the people of the Virgin Islands. And this honor, though it may be small, it is a powerful way of saying thank you for all that you have done for the people of the Virgin Islands. And Judge Hajj's commitment goes far beyond the courtroom. He's not just a legal giant, he's a caring father, he's a mentor, and an inspiring example for each and every one of us. We are blessed that you are still here with us today for this honor in your namesake, and it is our privilege to recognize you today. I wanted to start off by asking a question to your daughter, Ms. Bridget Hajj. And I just wanted to know
Ms. Hajj. I'm sure that being his daughter, you must have so much insight into his character and who he is more than some people who may just know him, based on his position or the past bios, if I can call it that. We have a lot of friends and family, but how did he balance the demanding career that he was a part of and still be a devoted father? How did he balance that? Because from the testimonies that I heard, he was in the courtroom for many expanded amounts of time. So share with us some of the moments so that we could learn a little bit more about Judge Hajj.
Okay, so I don't know if I want to share some of the moments, but I kind of alluded to it during my testimony. He welcomed us in his space, right? So we weren't sitting down at home wondering where he was. We were in his, after school, we were in his space. During the weekend, we were in his space. The living room was his office. So we were in that. We were always in his space.
30
so we
seconds.
never had the opportunity really to miss him, because either we were there or he was with us.
And he always found a way to make it work, make it balance.
Always. Yeah. The only thing he didn't come to of mine was my taekwondo exhibitions. That was it. Because he said he couldn't stand the thought of watching me fighting somebody.
I'm hoping you used to win.
I used to win. I used
Okay,
to tell
good,
him this. But he just couldn't stand that. That was too much for him. But he was there. Okay? And those of you who know the history of the Rising Stars know he was always there. That story, for me, is a testament to being an involved parent. Okay? Because with all that he had going on, he had the time to check on me.
And create a whole program just for you.
A whole program. A whole program.
And Madam Chair, may I just have one closing question, please?
Certainly.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I wanted to shift over to Chief Justice Hajj really quickly. And Chief Justice, you spoke about Judge Hajj's work in transforming the judiciary. Could you share a little bit about how his vision helped shape what the court is today?
Well, he actually laid the foundation and built the court into what it is, actually. And it was pretty easy when the Supreme Court came along to just build on that foundation. And, without a doubt, I mean, I could have given numerous examples. I've tried cases before Judge Hajj when, I was afraid to let my client speak because, it was a simple case. It was a divorce case. And to my surprise, I had instructed my client to just answer the question. Judge Hajj doesn't have a lot of time on the bench, so he's pretty strict. And Judge Hajj stopped me. He actually said, Haji, let the client speak. And that's all that the client wanted. He was going to accept the divorce after 50 plus years of marriage, but he wanted to get a lot of stuff off his chest, and the judge just sit back and let him speak. And I was just so grateful for that. But I was happy that I think I tried 3 jury trials before him, which was pretty amazing because there weren't very many jury trials in the court. And in every one, Judge Hajj was just fair and considerate of all the parties. One case involved a scoutmaster who had taken some kids over to one of the islands, and they had a little inflatable boat, and they took it out, and it sunk, it got punctured, and 3 or 4 of the kids drowned. And they prosecuted the scoutmaster for being negligent by not having life vests on this boat. And I tried that case before Judge Hajj, and he was absolutely amazing. So I've seen his work up front. I was shocked when Governor Turnbull told me that Judge Hajj is the one who recommended that he appoint me to fill his shoes. And I didn't know that, But the governor confided that was one of the main reasons that he actually asked me to consider being a judge. So, there's a lot that I'm grateful for. I've seen all his work. Trust me, everything that you have heard from all of the testifiers today, it is just scratching the surface when it comes to Judge Hajj.
Thank you so much for your responses, and thank you, Judge Vern Hajj, for your transformative leadership throughout the decades for the people of the Virgin Islands. And of course, thank you to the primary bill sponsor for bringing this measure forward. And Madam Chair, thank you so much for the additional time.
Thank you so kindly, Senator Bolkes. At this time, the chair will recognize Minority Leader, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator Graff, you are recognized for your 3 minutes. Kindly proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, Lieutenant Governor. Good afternoon, Honorable Judge Hajj, Watlington, Maria Cabret, retired Judge Holler, Judge Emeritus Vern Hajj, your daughter, Miss Plaskett Christensen. And I start off with that because, again, this is a rare occasion that you brought 3 branches of government together here for this historic occasion. As a fellow Savanero, since I is the only Savanero in here, who in the Senate, I got to make sure, you know why? Because I'm so proud of being a Virgin Islander, but who from Savan? And you have that, so I'm following in the right footsteps. And I just realized that I always tell you a Democrat, but I realize you're independent. You just want to be able to say, hey, I represent the people, so everything else will go to hell, period. So I'm with you on that. You're known by the company you keep. That's why all these people here, you could take a turn around and see all these people here, they're here for you. They're here because they love you. So all of that, the way it is, I don't want my name and this, I don't want recognition, nonsense. I'm so happy to be in a position, Bill, to tell you this, because when I was a police officer, came before you, we couldn't talk to the judge. So I get a chance now to let you know that we think you're special, and thank you. One thing I'd like to find out really is that we've spoken about your history in the military service. I'm a veteran too. Thank you for your service. Above, what was that boy growing up that directed you, that guided you in this direction to become the man that you are? What was it, if there was a changing point or whatever, that boy growing up? What type of boy were you? Were you that type of, all your friends out partying and you were inside studying, the nerd? I hear you were a fighter, so, what was that boy?
No, I was just one of the guys. I mean, growing up, I grew up with my brothers, with 5 of us, and everybody knows Jerry, my older
30
brother.
seconds.
And then you have myself and Larry Stedman and Arthur. And my 2 brothers used to bother my mother, Larry and Stedman. Because whenever they go out, she never know whether she's going to get a call from the police or a call from the hospital.
Wow.
So, and as to me, she used to say, I never worry about him. He's always in a corner reading a book. So, but I've never been a problem for my mother. In fact, I used to worry about my mother because she was a fighter. For a lady with no kind of formal education, nothing going to stop my mother from going to high school or wherever I am if she believed they were doing something to me. Okay. You see? And I used to tell her, I said, Mommy, don't worry about it. Don't worry. I became salutatorian of the Charlotte Marley High School class of 52. My mother was upset. She said I should have been the ball. And she figured they were taking advantage of her son because he didn't have a father. You see?
That's the drive.
And do you know, I told my mother, Mommy, don't worry about it, man. We go to Hampton after that. When I graduated from Hampton 4 years later, Elmo Roebuck, who had been the Val head that she was complaining about. Elmo graduated from Hampton cum laude. I graduated magna cum laude. My mother is around saying, you see? I don't even know when my mother know what those words mean. But she made me stay with her point that I should have been the Val, you know? So I had just my own attitude. Mommy, you don't worry too much, man. Elmo and I are good friends. Don't worry about us. You see? So that's how I grew up. And never a problem. When I graduated from law school, my mother was saying she's ready to die now. She said, because I know you could do it.
Right.
You know? What a wonderful woman she was.
That's what makes the difference.
I must be really lucky to have a mother like that.
Blessed.
You know?
And in closing, Madam Chair, I just like to say, you know, I had the opportunity to name things as a senator. I named the road after Judy Gomez because of the great person she is, the road after Addie Ottley, the road after Brungy, and the Sport and Fitness Center after Elridge Blake. So Dale Gregory back there, he's named after, my colleague named him after, you know, the airport parking area. And I say that because for me, I would name everything in the Virgin Islands after Virgin Islanders. Because one statement I like to close with for you is, I heard where it was said that you were one of the brilliant minds of the Virgin Islands. And I don't ever think small, I think global, act local. You're one of the brilliant minds of the world.
Amen.
And that's how I look at Virgin Islanders. We are brilliant amongst world leaders, nothing less. So thank you for all you have done. And again, the people who you have inspired to be here, thank you for that. And Savanero to Savanero, good thing. Good to see you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so kindly, Senator DeGraff. At this time, we will recognize Senator Frances Heiliger for her 3 minutes. Kindly proceed, Senator Frances Heiliger.
Good day to my colleagues, to the people of the territory. Good day to the testifiers and the honoree, Judge Hajj. You know, sometimes in our lifetime, there are individuals that have the ability to change the landscape of our territory. And it is my belief that you are such a person that was able to help this territory project forward in a positive way. And for me, I want to say thank you for that. I was so determined to make it here this morning because I don't even think y'all fully understand. I woke up, my car wouldn't start. I jumped out, I put on the little cables my husband bought because he said he didn't want me stranded no place. So I got the car to start. I jump in the car, went to push gas, the gas cable break. And I'm sitting there like, how am I going to get here? And I went from being upset to saying thank you, God, because clearly God did not want me driving that car today. And I said, how do I get to a resolution to get here? Because I was not missing this. And I called transportation, I made it, and I'm happy to be here, to be part of, with my colleagues, to really honor you today. One of the things you spoke about, one of my colleagues asked about, had to do with the Attorney General. That was my second question. And we heard everything you had to say, because for me, that has been a personal battle here with me within the institution, because I have a piece of legislation to petition Congress to elect our Attorney General. And that was for every single thing you said here today. And for me, that was confirmation for me to continue that fight. So thank you for those words. But what I want to ask you, how are you enjoying retirement? Because I think a lot of times with all the body of work that we have sat here and heard that you've done, I was like, he used to work public works. And I was like, let me ask a little bit about that too, because
sometimes I think how we function as a territory back in the day is so much better than what we're dealing with now. And I always want to pick the minds of people that was there, that helped build those
30
agencies
seconds.
and help push us to where we are. Because I don't know if we have to leave more information so people could read, or so they could better understand how to fix this territory, how to propel it, because you guys did a good job back then. And it's like, part of me is like, how do we get back to that place of that ambition, that drive, that wanting to see a great Virgin Islands? And when I get a chance to speak to individuals such as yourself that participated in those things, even being a former Attorney General, I get excited to know. Share with me a little bit of what do you think, just even participating in some of those different government agencies allowed you to help craft this Virgin Islands into what it is today? Because I'm very, very happy to be here to really hear what you have to say. Go ahead.
Well, it's on, right? Yeah. Well, you know, I am enjoying retirement, number one. I find that in 2 months I'll be 91 years old.
Wow.
And I find that when you get this age, you want to live a stress-free life.
Yes.
So you want to get into things you love to do. See? So for me to have to answer a call from Justice Hajj to help with a case, that is positive to me. But my daughter, as I said, if she's concerned because she's afraid I might get a heart attack. I get so involved in some cases. She see me get all excited.
Yeah.
And I have to explain to her, that is my line. I love it, you know? So you try to avoid overstressing yourself once you're in retirement. My brother and I make sure we take my sister, who's the oldest, she's 3 years old I am. My brother and I make sure we take her out to lunch every now and then. If we go out for 2 or 3 hours having lunch, that's 2 or 3 hours of stress-free time. We have so much fun together, you see?
Good.
So, but it doesn't mean that I'm not excited about the work, but it's work that I like to do.
To do, exactly.
It's not something that's forced on me, you see? So, at my age, helping out is, to me, a very positive thing when I can help out, you see? So retirement to me is been very, very positive, and I don't think I'm overworked, even though some people might think so, you know? And, but I think she's more concerned about my health,
Your health.
and don't want me to overdo it, you know? Because I do get carried away sometimes, but it's my own excitement when you get into some issues that you like to dig into, and you don't want to run from it, you see?
Mm-hmm.
But basically, the judges don't overwork me, you know? And I feel very, very comfortable as I am. And as long as I am not stressed out with anything, I feel very, very happy in my retirement, you know?
Best way to be.
And I lost a lot of my guys. Many of my boys are all gone. And I don't know if you know, but I used to write calypsos for Start Over. Yeah, I used to write calypsos for Start Over. My brother Stedman used to sing. We had to get a trio to back up Start Over. And that trio included my brother Stedman, Wilma, she's here right now, and one other female singer. Those are the Start Overers, right? So when we write our calypsos, the Start Over would sing them, And of course, he would never remember the words, so we, so we would lose money every year. So I've taken too much of your time, but one year we took the words, right, and we put them on an easel and put it in the wings of the stage and get a couple of the Rising Stars kids to flip the page whenever stanza is finished. So he could have the words there, because when he could see the words. Well, that over goes through, gets through the first stanza without busting. Crowd went crazy, man, right? But now he wants to act as if he's a real calypsonian. So he goes prancing all over the stage, between the stanzas, right? He goes prancing all over the stage. Well, by the time the second stanza come up, he's out of position. He can't see the words. So he busts again. and we lose our money.
Oh my God.
As a part of retirement, right, Chum Calypso?
Well, you're definitely enjoying your retirement. I guess that's why you were named Stato. But thank you so much. I really, really had a wonderful time listening to this testimony today. Because, as much as people talk about we're always doing resolutions, I look at resolutions as a part of our history, documenting the very people that helped build this territory. So thank you for being here and giving us the opportunity to honor you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And thank you so kindly, Senator Francis Heiliger. At this time, the chair will recognize the vice president of this body, Senator Marvin Blyden. Senator Blyden, you may proceed with your 3 minutes of questioning.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues, the listening, viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Good afternoon, Lieutenant Governor Roach. Good afternoon to the Honorary Judge Hajj and all other honorable judges in the chambers, and also good afternoon to all of the folks in the chambers. I'm sorry, all honorable honors in the well, and thank you so much for your testimonies. I must say though, I'm a little nervous because honestly, I do not know Judge Hajj personally, but I've heard a lot, I've seen a lot, and based on my research, I'm very humbled. That's why I signed on also as a sponsor of this impactful piece of legislation. I must say, it is evident there in the chambers the impact that he had made on many lives here in the territory, many family members, colleagues, friends. And we have different levels of public accolades and acclaim. I must say though that you have heroes, you have myths, you have legends, and you have czars. And in the Virgin Islands, there is only but one. And his name is Vern Hajj, the man who shaped the judicial system of the Virgin Islands. It must be clear that Vern Hajj was destined for greatness from a young age. Before he became a judge, he was a member of a young cadre of activists who helped to transform the political landscape of the Virgin Islands in the historic Victory 6-6.
Yes.
And as a young attorney, he was involved in some of the biggest cases to that point in Virgin Islands history, such as the case that arose from the tragic Carib gas explosion in 1970, and the effort, as we heard earlier, in respect to excise taxes for the government of the Virgin Islands. And little did we realize that his path was just beginning. As the judge and later Chief Justice, Vern Hajj was both a transformational figure and a source of stability.
30 seconds.
Through his guidance and leadership, our court system had evolved from a minor appendage of district court to a fully functioning judicial system that operates on the same level as the Supreme Court throughout the United States. I must say, though, that I can relate to what Judge Hajj has done in respect to the court, and that court being his baby, because he spoke to assuring that when they were building the court, he insisted on having local plumbers, electricians, craftsmen, etc. And as I worked for the Housing Authority, and we were going through our faith at that time also, and my colleague to my left can speak to this, as the individual overseeing the property, I assured that we also hired all local contractors and additionally made sure we hired the tenants that had the skill set to do the work. And it made such an impact on their lives. It made such an impact on the community as a whole. And it changed the dynamic. And I believe that happened, Senator, in 2000, I think, 2003 or 2005. And to this day, nothing has been done to that community. You know, but it left a impactful impression on those individuals and the tenants alike. So let me ask you briefly, before, I know my time was called, but it's important. Let me ask you briefly, in respect to your mindset at that time as to why it was important at that time to assure that you looked out for those individuals in terms of local contractors, etc. And what was your mindset in terms of why you needed to do that moving forward in terms of continued maintenance, routine maintenance, etc. Can you speak to that, please?
The whole purpose was to make sure that whenever these big money contractors leave your island, you're not left alone. And once you have qualified people, as we do, many qualified, our people do the work for these very rich contractors too. And like I said, they became my friends too. So that's why we make sure when my daughter was invited to this hearing, our boys got invited through my daughter, you see? And they're our boys. And anything happen with the courts, you know, we know. And Judge Hajj now knows who to call. Our guys are there to help us, whether they're working for us right then or not. So that if we have trouble, we're one of the first agencies to have emergency generators at the court. And if we have any problem, everybody will pick up the phone, call Ralph. Ralph will be there to help us out. And the same thing happens with all our units and all our key people like Mr. Vanderpool when it comes to air conditioning, Ralph when it comes to electricity, and Webster and the other guys when it comes to construction. So it's only done in as a self-defense measure to make sure that we don't have to find these guys wherever they might be in the States, but we have our own skilled workers who live here and who are permanently here. And so it makes you feel very, very comfortable. But you don't just call them when you need them. They are part of your family now. So you have to keep in touch throughout, you see?
Very well, and thank you again for your responses. It's a form of resiliency also, and it's about relationships also, and you can call them by the first name. Again, thank you so much. Thank you for your responses, and Madam Chair, thank you so much for the time. Thank you.
And thank you so kindly, Mr. Vice President. At this time, the chair will recognize non-committee member Donna Fred Gregory. You are recognized for your 3 minutes of questioning.
Good afternoon to my colleagues, and good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands, and most definitely good afternoon to those that's in front of us and to those in the well. You know, as I listen to the man himself, and he talked about the Calypso, I didn't realize that you wrote Calypso, and I sat and I thought about it. I said, did you write the people in charge is still at large? So that's white. And then steady say, rap to me, start over. Rap to me, that's you? I remember. But today is a real historical day. It is. It's a historical day. And I'll tell you why. As I sat here, I'm not a member of this committee, and actually, I have been so deep down in the 2025 budget that I didn't know this was happening today. So Araputam is on the best, but this is what I got today. It's a historical day because usually, normally, all the time, the judiciary only comes before the legislature to defend their budget. So when I saw all the vehicles, I said, what, they come for we for this budget, my son? They come for us today. So then I asked my chief of staff what was happening, and she said, you know, this is what's happening. We are honoring the Honorable Judge Emeritus Hajj. And I did some research very quickly, because I was like, there is no way that the legislature did not recognize this fine gentleman before. And I happened to find resolution number 1601 that was brought, 1601. I'm always corrected by my colleague, Senator Gittins. We don't say, oh, it's 01 that was brought by the then Senator Judy M. Gomez in December of 1999. And it says that the legislature honors and commends and bestows the Virgin Islands Medal of Honor on Judge Vern Antonio Hajj for his many dedicated years of service to the government of the Virgin Islands. But I also understand
30
that
seconds.
he didn't come for it. So I'm not certain if he picked it up. I later learned today, because I did some quick research, that his son was the one that picked it up. So we want it back because we want to give it to you officially. We want it back so we could give it to you officially because it's very deserving. But I heard I listened to you very intently today, and I listened to those that spoke about you. And there were so many adjectives. May I continue? They spoke about excellence, humility, strategist, analyst, political advisor, forward-thinking, outstanding jurist, man of distinction, visionary, humanitarian. But one thing we didn't say, son of the soil. We didn't say son of the soil. And I'm proud to have met this one of our son of the soil who have contributed so much to the people of the Virgin Islands. One that loves the territory. And, you know, it's very deep and constant in your leadership. And just so focus on any and all things that benefit the Virgin Islands. And, you know, you give your nephew a little jab today, but I will say that in the 24th legislature and the 33rd legislature, there was legislation that was brought forward, the resolution to, in fact, for us to fight for the fuel tax. But we didn't see the fight. But we must continue that fight. I have to concur with you because it is due to the people of the Virgin Islands. And as I work on the budget and look at all of our responsibilities, we must seek new revenues in this territory. And these funds are due to us. So I have to concur with you that we must continue this fight. But as I also sat here, you know, I thought about our civics classes in the territory, and I have to ask my colleagues, you know, I really believe that this day and this conversation that we've had with Judge Hajj and his family and his colleagues, that we need to make this a documentary. We need to pull out the little pieces of it and make it a documentary because your responses were so revealing. There are things that I didn't know. It was just an amazing, this has just been such an amazing experience. Who would have thought that a young boy who's a Savanero would have been, or would be, someone that would become such a polarizing figure in the U.S. Virgin Islands. I've just come from humble beginnings, a polarizing figure in the world, literally. My colleague, my Savanero colleague spoke about it, from U.S. Army to accountant. I didn't know that. I didn't know these things. To a personnel manager. I knew that you were Attorney General, and of course, rising to judgeship and presiding judge and El Jefe. You are El Jefe. You are El Jefe. So I just want to say that I am privileged to sit here today and to have been able to witness this moment as we honor and commend you as Virgin Islands leaders. And I want to thank my colleagues who, sometimes you sit here and when things are great, you say, why didn't I think of that? So I sat here and I said that. But you know what's good about this process? I can sign my name on. So I will be signing my name on. I've already sent it down to legal counsel as a sponsor of this legislation. So I'm just going to close by saying, I wanted to ask a question, but there were so many questions that I didn't want to belabor, the discussion. But I wanted to ask Bridget, your daughter, you talked about all the great things, but just share with us a little bit of the sacrifices, because they had to be sacrifices that were made as your dad did all this excellent work in ensuring that we see a judicial system that is second to none in the Virgin Islands. Family sacrifices.
It seems unbelievable, right?
Yes.
That he could not have done both, but he did. He really, really did. And by operating the way he did / does, we had the blessing of being exposed to so many things that other people may not have had. And he brought us along. I have some classmates here with me. He brought them along. My siblings' friends, he brought all of them along. I would go, remember the power jams?
Yes.
I would go to the power jams. I didn't worry because I know when I came out, he was parked up under the tree reading his Sangwang Star. Anybody else need a ride home? Let's go. He really did it. I cannot think of anything in my childhood that was sacrificed because my father is who he is.
Awesome.
It is because he is who he is why I am who I am.
Awesome.
You understand?
Absolutely.
So yeah, I have nothing to squabble about. I don't have any qualms about missing out on anything.
Awesome. Well, thank you. Thank you for your response. And I'm just going to close by saying that your dad is a legend in his own right. And he's also a Virgin Islands legend. And I want to wish you God's richest blessings, Godspeed, and don't give up on us yet. We will continue to fight. We promise. The Girl Scout, on my honor, I will try. We will continue the fight. Right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you so kindly, Senator Fred Gregory. Madam Clerk, kindly place 3 minutes on the clock for me. I will endeavor to keep within that, but I can't promise. We have heard a number of accolades and words attributed to the man of the hour, Judge Emeritus Vern Hajj. But I want to say, I never met him or knew him. But your legacy, your descendant, I know him well. And he was my classmate. I'm talking about Tony. He was my classmate attending the University of the Virgin Islands. So whatever you taught him at home, he was able to transfer it right into that class. I recall vividly we were in a psychology class and I was not doing well. I gained a C and I'm not very happy with those kind of grades. And we had a study group similar to what the Honorable Tregenza Roach indicated. Study groups. He formulated a study group so we could all work together to prepare for this final exam. And I was able to pass, not with a B, but still with a C, but I was thankful because this class was beating me up, left and right. And no, at that time, I had a young child taken care of, and I was working full-time also here in the legislature, so it was a lot. But I was always thankful, and I had hoped one day he would say, "Hey, Carla, can we go for lunch or dinner?" Because I always used to be giving him a Bible. And I would have probably have been your daughter-in-law. That's a little joke. But he was a very good classmate. Very respectful. And that's something I really admired about him. He was always respectful and very much a highly intelligent person and always joking around. And what's something, and I'm sure this is part of your legacy, and that's why I'm speaking about him, because that's your child, that's your son, he's named after you. What really I had keen in my mind is that he was very uplifting to all of us who were students at that time. So that was something that I found very telling of the parent and the home that he was raised in. But I do have a question, and it's for the ladies who are here. You know, we have some majority of them who are here sitting beside you, Judge Hajj, are female. We have the Associate Judge Justice in St. Croix. We have a presiding judge here sitting. We have a retired judge. We also have a retired court administrator, and we have your daughter. So my question is for these ladies, because sometimes behind, and we know it, behind a powerful man stands an even powerful woman or women. And so my question is derived from one of the testifiers' comments in her testimony. A fair opportunity for others to succeed when they prepare and they work hard. How has the judge, and I saw that he elevated a lot of women, how do you believe that was demonstrated? How did he see your work that you were doing time in and time out, even when you had to juggle family and work? Because for us as women, sometimes it's a bit difficult, challenging, even if you're a single parent, to do that juggle. But tell us, and I will start with Associate Justice, the Honorable Maria Cabret. Kindly tell us one thing that you knew that he saw and he realized your hard work and you were grateful for that realization. Oh, media, we are not hearing the Honorable Judge. Justice. Kindly proceed, Justice Cabret.
Yes.
We can hear you
the
now.
One that Judge Hajj was never, ever stingy with was recognition. He would recognize every employee's hard work. He would recognize anybody's hard work. And in my case, he was extremely encouraging. Whenever he thought that the Superior Court was having a challenging moment, was experiencing a challenging moment, he would call and offer some guidance, offer some very wise advice. But that's the kind of man that Judge Hajj is. And that's why we all appreciate him and love him so much. And that's why you heard all the testifiers saying different words, very much the same thing, that not only is he an accomplished individual, he is also just a very wonderful human being. He cares. He truly, truly, truly cares. And I think I was blessed to meet not only Judge Hajj, but many times to conclude, many times I sat with Miss Dolly when she was visiting him in chambers, and what a delightful woman. What a strong woman. Strong, funny, encouraging, inspiring. So he was cut from that cloth. And I can't say enough good things about Judge Hajj, just like I don't think that any of us can say enough good things about him. This is indeed a wonderful day, and I really thank this legislature for bestowing him with the honor that it has bestowed upon him today.
Thank you, Justice Cabaret. Presiding Judge Smith-Watlington, do I need to repeat the question? Thank you. Kindly respond.
You know, I worked with Judge Hajj as a summer student, as I said earlier. And when I went on to college and graduated, he provided me an opportunity, as he did with a lot of others. And the work I did as pretrial intervention coordinator was, one, to help individuals who committed crimes for the first time or first-time offenders. And that was a program also initiated under Judge Hajj, because he saw that the benefits of helping individuals who, through various circumstances, committed crimes, most misdemeanor offenses, and the benefit of helping them to get a second chance. You know, he always sees the good in people. And he's gender neutral. You know, his mother was his mentor, and she did everything, you know. And so when I worked with him, it didn't matter that I was a female. You know, I was sent out to look for property where the Rising Stars could start their summer program, whether it be at the old bamboo Miss Dolly's property, where's now T's restaurant area. And before the GRS building was built, that was a site that we were looking at also. It was an old rum factory, as I recall. And I was dispatched like anybody else to hit the road and look and run and find something. When I worked as a law clerk, you know, he challenged me. You know, he pushed us to work hard and to be the best at whatever we do. So it doesn't matter whether you're male or female. He just wanted us to work hard and to produce for the good of the people of the Virgin Islands, as he had been working all his life to do. And he passed that message on, and he treated us all as family. You know, I gave birth to my first child when I was working as his law clerk in 1986. And he was compassionate, but I still had to work, you know, and I worked, you know, and it didn't matter. And I enjoyed working for him, even though at times I would get some real harsh comments on the work that I did, or like, that's amateurish, or that's foolish, or need some more research, but it was for my benefit, and it made us stronger, So he was gender neutral. It didn't matter, who your gender, and it was a real pleasure and benefit to work with him. I, at that time, did not know I would rise to be presiding judge of the Superior Court now. And I thank him for his role in my life professionally, and he has remained a friend and a very dear friend to me, and is always available to bounce things off of, and he's just a very precious jewel. And yes, he is a son of the soil that we should all cherish and remember, and I'm so thankful and grateful for this opportunity today to honor him. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I will ask retired Judge Brenda Holler the same question, especially given that you're a woman and he was there guiding you and the like.
There's just so much to say. When I first was hired, as I said, it was hired sight unseen. And I had been a new attorney from New York and D.C. And I was being blocked, essentially, from, doing what I wanted to do. I wanted to be a litigator. And he sent Mr. Boughton, Assistant Attorney Boughton, to recruit in D.C. And, it was almost as if I had gotten the job even before he returned. He said, I'm looking at your resume and, I know Judge Hajj is going to approve of you. Well, then as Attorney General. But what I value most of all, and I have to say, because you said you were also a graduate of a historical Black college, and I was also, and so was Judge Hajj. I didn't even know he was in the third year of law school when I was in the first year. And and I went to Howard undergrad. I have to thank Howard University for training Black people to have the courage of their convictions. But you can be stymied if you don't have someone who has your back. And so when I became an assistant attorney general, I had things that I wanted to challenge. But if you didn't have an attorney general that was going to back you up, it would be lost. And I remember I was in the criminal division, and at that time, it was a municipal court. We had a limited amount of jurisdiction. In fact, it was only misdemeanors. And I was so offended by the way they treated immigrants from specifically Down Island, and what they were doing in the immigration office and things of that nature. And one lady, it was a kind of I think I can say it without getting in too much trouble because it's in the reporters. She was elderly, I guess in her 40s or 50s, I guess they would. She fell in love with a younger young man. She was from the Virgin Islands. He was from, I think, one of the other islands. And she married him. And she had to go through so much in order to try to get him documented. And the people at the immigration offices treated her so terribly. And they attacked at her and said that, an old woman like you shouldn't be, looking for a young woman like this or whatever it is. And I was so upset with the injustice that was being done. And I wanted to use a statute that they said hardly ever was used. It was, I think, criminal slander against a federal immigration officer. And it was unheard of, a municipal court, you know, a municipality trying to prosecute a federal officer for going beyond their bounds and accusing a woman, you know, of things he had no proof of. And I remember my immediate supervisor told me, you can't do that. You know, he's a federal officer or whatever it is. And I worked with his brother, who was also Stedman Hajj, a wonderful friend of mine. And he said, go up and see my brother. Ask him whether you can prosecute him. And of course, his doors were always open. And as Bridget said, I don't know, Terry, his youngest daughter, she was ready to go to a brownie meeting, and he was, I think, the den father, about to go there, but he stopped, and I told him what I wanted to do, and I was told that I had to dismiss the case. And he sat there, and he listened to all of what I had to say, and I had said that no one needs to be disrespected in this manner, and he said, you go forward. And I think there was so much that was done to block it. The first thing that was done was to remove the case out of the local courts into the federal courts, where a federal judge would be protecting the federal officer. The next thing that had to be done was they said that because of the limited jurisdiction at that time, that an assistant attorney general could not prosecute a person in the district court. And I said, therefore, you know, you're blocking, you know, some kind of relief for the person that was the victim. And I don't know how they did it, but they changed and said, well, you go ahead and, you know, you can act in the behalf of a United States attorney and proceed. Making a long story short, the victory, of course, was not that I won, because the judge sat there and listened and, of course, dismissed it. But the victory was it could be done. And this has happened a second time, even while I was a judge with respect to a federal officer. And I think that Judge Hajj was a judge at that time, and it was also very highly publicized that you can't do this. And they kept saying, no, federal sovereignty has never done it. And again, I think we had a victory, not because it wasn't ultimately dismissed, but we were a little territory, and yet we were able to prosecute a federal officer, and it was having to do with a homicide. And it was only done because he had my back. You know, and we talk about how certain things can't be done because they're politicized. But when you have a man of his integrity, he took the flack. And I would have to say that all of the governors would dare challenge his decision with respect to what he would allow his assistant attorneys generals to do, because he, of course, was going to back the law. So I would say that, you know, he would allow me to have the courage of my convictions, especially when justice was weighing in the balance.
And thank you so much for painting that very riveting story and sharing it with us to see how important it is for any person to be our supervisor, to really stand with us. Because sometimes you're out there by yourself, going through whatever, but when you know that you have the back of a person of that caliber and integrity, it gives you that level of inspiration and invigorates you to know that you can do a lot. Miss Mrs. Alma Plaskett Christian. I know you're a shy lady, but Christensen. But just share with us what you would term as one of the opportunities, fair opportunities he gave to you through your hard work to be promoted or recognized.
Well,
kindly lean forward and speak into the mic, Mrs. Plaskett Christensen.
When Judge Hajj came on board, I was there a few years before he came. Excuse me. But it was easy to speak with him and questions and certain things you didn't understand about the law and stuff like that. And he was always willing to assist. And when he came, like I said before, everyone did everything. There were no divisions, no sections, nothing. And he wanted to change that. And sometimes you're reluctant. You feel like maybe some of the responsibilities that you had were being taken away. But it was all for the betterment, because then you could focus directly on your section that you was working in. And when the Attorney General brought cases in, before the Attorney General started filing the cases, we actually filed the cases in the court. So in the beginning, you have the case, you number it, it go through a whole series of areas before it gets to court. So sometimes the judge will be at home, he never sleep. So he called me at night and he said it might be 10 o'clock, it might be whatever time it was. And he'll say, oh gosh, Alma, you sleeping? I say, yeah, what happened? He said, well, I have this case number and I can't remember who the defendant is. You remember it? I said, what's the number? He gave me the number right away, because we handle the same case so often, you know who he was exactly speaking about. And I would say, okay, that's so-and-so. And he said, okay, I need to get a file. And the type of person that Judge Hajj was and is, you never said no to him, because if he asks you for something at a certain time, it's because he needed it. He wasn't just using power or anything like that. He needed it. And I would say to him, you want me to run up to the court and get a file? And he said, you'll do it? I said, yeah, I'm going to go up there and call you from up there. And I would do it. And when I get up there and I call, I give him the information and I jump in the car and I go back home. You know? And he could work on whatever it is, he could continue working on whatever it is he wanted, to find out about. And he was easy, or he still is, easy to get along with, to work with. I would say he's the best boss I ever had. And I don't know, he just was there for you. If you were sick, if your parent died, he was always there. He was your friend, your brother, your father. He was everything for us. And if I had to do it all over again, I would.
Thank you so much. The reasons why I ask this question is because it gives you a well-rounded sense and view of how he worked, who he worked with, and what they encountered and how he uplifted them. And so I'm really thankful for all of you for being here. At this time, the chair would recognize Majority Leader Kenneth L. Gittins for your 3 minutes. of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm in a bad place right now between these good folks and their lunch. But to God be the glory.
Great things he has done.
Indeed. Thank you, at-large Senator Balkes and Vice President Blyden for signing on, and I encourage all other colleagues to sign on. Again, I know that you all gotta be hungry by now, so I will try to do this as quickly as possible, and I won't have questions, but mostly statements. You know, it wasn't easy getting the Honorable Vern Antonio Hajj here today. But I want to say a big thank you to his daughter, Bridget, and his granddaughter, Alea, sitting in the back there, quiet. Let me put a handle on her name, Attorney Alea Felix, in the back there. Thank you all so much. And like my colleague to my left would say, well, sir, Papa. History you continue to make indeed. You even got the Lieutenant Governor to come down here today and be here with us for so many hours. And guess what? Ain't no State of the Territory address going on. But you got him to come down. Justice Cabret, I was looking for you, by the way, at the seaplane this morning, but I see why I didn't see you. You started out so well this morning, and it is so true that this is a rare moment to have judicial officers testify here before this body on a bill, whether in support or not in support. And I, too, want to correct the record, because when I introduced the measure this morning, I said a resolution, but it's actually a bill because there is an enactment clause, which will be the actual naming of the courthouse building across the street. If it was a resolution, then you will have be it resolved clause. Two different things. So just a little civics there. Presiding Judge Watlington, before I go to Presiding Judge, I was trying to just write some notes. I did say to Justice Cabret that you started out so well, and at the end, you almost made me melt. You don't do things like that. I'm a Bali, though I stand 6'3". But I thank you so much for your sentiments this morning. Presiding Judge Watlington, if I could only get you to answer my phone calls when I call you. 30 seconds, where you going to hold that time clock, please, Madam Timekeeper. But Presiding Judge Watlington, you're absolutely correct in your description of Presiding Judge Hajj being a brilliant jurist. You're also correct that his record speaks for itself, but today's proceedings will make sure that the record is heard, seen, and understood. Retired Judge Haller, thank you so much. You accepted from the first call, and you almost didn't let me come off the phone. I'm sorry I had to hustle. I was doing something, but it was good talking to you. It's been a minute. This is indeed the day that the Lord has made, like you said, and we all shall rejoice and be glad in it. Making the record straight again, we're not renaming the building over there. We're actually naming the building for the first time. Ms. Plaskett, how are you?
I'm
So,
fine.
I man talking the mic, man. I'm well glad to get you to talk today, because calling her as well, she said, "Who, me?" But the good judge could tell you, me don't talk. But she is present and accounted for, because she said for him, I will. And I'm happy to see you here. So thank you for speaking up today. And you're absolutely correct. From what I could remember, the courts had one of the best Christmas parties. I used to make sure I come to St. Thomas to go to the one in St. Thomas. As a matter of fact, that's how Bridget and all the rest of them and I get so good. And then working together under the Turnbull administration. And we're going to get to Governor Turnbull quickly in a minute. But Bridget, nothing beats a trial but a failure. You see how you say you couldn't do it and you sing them words there today? I want to hear you sing again. All right? Sing. Yes, you sure sung it. And it was good. Lieutenant Governor Roach, you know, you're an eloquent speaker. And after you speak, I used to always say, I will not be trying to talk after you, even when you've been here in the legislature. But thank you for your comments here today. We thought along the same lines as driving by the courthouse building there. And I thought of driving by there and not only being able to say I worked in that complex and walked the halls of that courthouse, but also that my colleagues and I are the ones responsible for naming that courthouse after the Honorable Judge Hajj. Presiding Judge Vern Antonio Hajj, you know, you have truly did it your way. And I'm not going to sing it, but you understand. You are indeed a legend. You heard it here many times today. As a matter of fact, you and I had something, or have something in common. Whereas you had the opportunity to write to then Senator Joe Biden, and he responded to you in agreement. I had the opportunity of speaking with then Vice President Joe Biden at a White House Christmas party. That year I went to the Christmas party to the court. I went to the White House one. And I was there with the Honorable Delegate to Congress, Donna Christensen. And I said to her, I said, why every time the Vice President comes to the Virgin Islands, he just go to St. Thomas and St. John alone or Water Island. That's it. He got St. Croix too. And she said, well, just tell him. I said, me? She said, he's a down-to-earth person. Just have a conversation. And I went over and I had a conversation with the gentleman for real. And after I got comfortable, I said, Vice President, there's 3 virgins. You only go to 2. What happened to the bigger virgin? And the conversation got in, and he assured me, he said, coming from your field, at the time I was head of protection for Governor Turnbull, and he said, a person in your field would know that if I were to change the logistics at this moment in time, the Secret Service will have me. So I am giving you my word that next year we'll visit St. Croix. Well, ladies and gentlemen, he has been visiting St. Croix from then to now. And not that he's forgotten about St. Thomas, St. John, and Water Island, but he's been coming. The only thing that stopped him was the hurricanes and the pandemic. But thank you, because when you said you wrote to him and how he responded, I thought about my instance with him. And I had to practice a little bit, closing out here, I had to practice a little bit on what I will say to the Honorable to get him here. But after communication, again, with his daughter, Bridget, who is also a trip, by the way, but that's my girl to the ground, I just decided that I will put my foot down. And when I call him, I told him straight up, he could tell you right there, I am not calling you to ask you anything. This is one time I just want you to follow. and I am going to tell you what will happen. Now, I am saying this, but a novice, or no, because it's presiding Judge Hajj I'm talking to. I knew of him when I was a cop. I really got to know him when I was Governor Turnbull's chief of security. And I get choked up every time I talk about Governor Turnbull because he too was a good man. I saw he didn't just utter words. When he spoke and he did things, he did it from the heart. And that's what I got out of you here today. Doing things from the heart for the people that you have surrounded yourself with, which is the entire community. And that's why you were able to touch so many lives. Governor Turnbull was the same. And I realized the closeness that you all had. But the one question I wanted to ask you, weren't you the judge that had him locked up when he was Commissioner of Education? Answer in the mic. Answer in the mic. They can't hear you.
That's right. And you know, he's a member of the CAHS class of 52.
Right. So you not only lock up the Commissioner of Education, you lock up your own classmate. Well, I could tell you, in all his good deeds, one thing I know for sure that he always told his cabinet members, he ain't going to jail for a soul. And I quickly realized it was because you had locked him up. Former AG and former Senate President Ivor Stradarian asked me to give you his regards and tell you he's looking at these proceedings and he congratulates you. And I just want to say thank you for all you have done for all of us, not just for your children, but for all of us as a Virgin Islands community. I don't see myself as a Crucian, I see myself as a Virgin Islander. And any one of our Virgin Islanders that have walked the streets and did the things that you have done, I am saying whether anybody believe that we honoring and commending too much, they will say whatever they want, but I will ensure that once you are alive, that you will get your roses while you can feel them, smell them. Having no further business before this honorable body, you will be excused shortly. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so kindly. Kindly recognize the mic of Majority Leader.
I humbly apologize, and that's what I get for putting the pad over my little note. Listen, again, I started out by saying, talking about all the honorable people sitting out there. But I wanted to point out the presiding judges, Chief Marshal Pico, sitting out there. Chief Marshal, what is it? Leal. I could have never pronounced that, but I ain't had no business calling you by your first name. I used to call him Chief Marshal. But good to see you here. I tried to get him to talk, and he refused. I don't know what kind of marshal that is, because when he gave orders, we all marched to the orders. And I see, listen, the guy was so sharp out there, I ain't even recognize him. And this is somebody that does say, he'd call me his son. And I couldn't believe I didn't recognize him. And I had on these glasses, I wouldn't even say how much they cost. And I couldn't believe that this is who I was seeing. But I want you to stand up a second back there, Mr. Wendell Walker. Y'all see how, look at how he dressed. Mr. Walker, please stand. Chef Walker. I tell him I was going to call him out, but he didn't want that. You see the 32-piece suit he got. Look at that. Listen, I want a suit just like that. So, thank you, Madam Chair, for the extra time. Thank you. Thank you all again.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Majority Leader. We have exhausted, and more than exhausted all the time that I've allotted for today for this. We have a very extensive agenda. We have 3 more bills on the agenda today, and we have spent, I would say, about 2 additional hours for this bill, which I think is because it was worth it. It was worth it because you are here. So at this time, I will entertain a motion on the bill. Senator Kenneth Gittins, you are recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I move that Bill number 35-0286, an act honoring and commending Vern Antonio Hajj for his years of dedicated service to the people of the Virgin Islands and its jurisprudence by naming the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands Courthouse Building in St. Thomas in the St. Thomas St. John District, the Vern A. Hajj Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, be voted upon favorably here in this committee and be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further vetting and consideration. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 35-0286 has been properly moved by Senator Kenneth Gittins and seconded by Senator Milton Potter, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Francis Heiliger, Senator Javon James, and Senator Samuel Carrion. Roll call on Bill number 35-0286.
Senator Samuel Carrion,
Yes.
Senator Samuel Carrion, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Ray Fonseca, yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins,
Yes.
Senator L. Gittins, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.,
Yes.
Senator Javon E. James Sr., yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph,
Yes.
Senator Carla J. Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter,
Yes.
Senator Milton E. Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 7 yeas.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0286, an act honoring and commending Vern Antonio Hajj for his years of dedicated service to the people of the Virgin Islands and its jurisprudence by naming the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, St. Thomas/St. John, the Judge Vern A. Hajj Superior Court of the Virgin Islands has been favorably approved in the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further action and consideration. At this time, we will ask all of the testifiers to present a 30-second closing remarks. 30 seconds, just keep it brief. Just keep it brief. 30-second closing remarks, and then we will dismiss you. We will begin with Chief Justice Hajj. Kindly proceed.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I just want to thank the sponsors of this bill. I think it was well-deserved and long overdue, and I can say nothing other than thank you for approving it, and I wish the good judge all the best, a long, long, prosperous life. All right.
Thank you so kindly, Chief Justice Hajj. Associate Justice Cabaret, you may proceed with your 30 seconds closing remarks.
Yes, I want to thank this legislature for passing this bill and for bringing this bill forward and honoring Judge Hajj. And I want to thank Judge Hajj. Judge Hajj, we love you. We appreciate you. You're a man of vision, a man of integrity, and I hope that you live many, many more health years in very, very good health.
All right.
Thank you so kindly, Associate Justice Cabret. Now we'll recognize Judge Deborah Smith-Watlington, presiding judge of the Superior Court, for your 30-second closing remarks.
Good afternoon again. I too express my gratitude for the opportunity to be here today. I missed the 90th birthday party, unfortunately. But it is indeed a pleasure to be here, an honor, a privilege to be here to see and hear all that's been bestowed upon Judge Hajj. He has worked his entire life and is so very deserving of all the honor and the praise that he has earned and is being presented with today. So I too wish him well and wish him many, 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 many more happy years with us, and thank him for all that he has done for all of us in the Virgin Islands.
Thank you so kindly, Presiding Judge Watlington. Retired Judge Brenda Holler, you're recognized for your 30 seconds closing remarks.
Yes, I just want to again thank Judge Hajj for all that he's done. And I can only summarize it by saying he's been the wind beneath my wings, as well as the wind beneath many other wings of people. So thank you so much, Judge.
Okay. Thank you so kindly, Judge Holler. Now we will hear from Mrs. Alma Plaskett Christensen. You are recognized for your 30 seconds closing remarks.
I would just like to say thanks to the authors of the bill, and thanks to Judge Hajj for all he has done over the years. He's been like a father, a friend, an uncle, whatever it is, give it to him, and I congratulate him.
Thank you so kindly for those words. Now we go to the lady to his right, his daughter, Ms. Bridget Hodge. You are recognized for your 30 seconds closing remark.
Thank you so much. I just want to thank this body for approving this bill. I want to thank everyone who came out today in support of Chief. And I have to give God all the glory and praise for blessing us as a community and his family with such an amazing human being.
Thank you so kindly. And last but definitely not least, the man of the hour.
I didn't hear those, please.
The man of the hour, Judge Emeritus. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Emeritus, Judge Emeritus Hajj. You are recognized for your 30 seconds closing remarks.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to say thank you to the 35th Legislature, to Kenny, for giving me a call. We had a nice little call, and I think he won me over. Because many years ago, Senator Judy Gomez was trying to honor me as, and I objected. I felt that I was too young at the time, and we had guys like Mary Christian, Alex Farley around, and I just didn't want to. And but now, in 2 months, I'll be 91. So I think that's old enough. So I give thanks to all of you guys, and ladies, by the way. And I feel that as long as I'm around and I can help, I'll be willing to help. And as I say to the court many times when they call, at no charge. But I thank you all very much, and I really appreciate your efforts. And I do that on behalf of myself and my family, who has had to put up with me on a daily basis. Thank you very much.
And thank you. And I totally, he's sitting so quietly on my left. I neglected, and so kindly forgive me, my good friend. Lieutenant Governor Tregenza Roach, you are recognized for your 30-second closing remarks as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No offense taken. I would like to congratulate the Committee on Government Operations and Veterans Affairs and Consumer Protection for taking the affirmative action on the bill. I again want to thank the sponsors, and I'm thankful to you, Bridget, and to the members of the body for inviting me here today to be a part of history. I want to congratulate Judge Hajj on a well-deserved honor. And we know that you have been reluctant to be honored like this in the past, but I am so happy to be a part of this moment. And again, may God just continue to bless you richly as you have blessed our lives by your presence and by your many contributions to the life of this territory. God bless you.
Thank you so kindly. We now will invite all the testifiers to depart from your release from your testimony before the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection. The committee did you? Senator Gittins, you are recognized for your point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator,
I understand it's an option. I understand.
You should be seated at this time, Senator.
I want to say congratulations to the honoree, his family, and the Superior Court family. I also want to say thank you to my colleagues for signing on to this measure today. And I'll be remiss if I didn't also recognize the former administrator, who is your very good friend, Mr. Levron Paps Sarro. Thank you for being here with us. And I just want you to know we don't expect a veto on this bill today, as we have the Lieutenant Governor here being one of the testifiers. Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Typically, senators are seated in a committee, and when in the legislative session, they are standing. The committee, and we are going to release all of the testifiers, and we want to thank you all for being here and the audience for being here for this portion of the proceedings today. The Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection stands in recess for 15 minutes. The Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection meeting for today is back on the record. Madam Clerk, kindly read into the record Block 2 of today's agenda.
Block 2, 11:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. The committee will receive testimony concerning Bill number 35-0251, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 16, Section 274, relating to the changing of the number of the Virgin Islands Taxicab Commission to the Virgin Islands Taxicab and Limousine Commission, and giving oversight authority to the Virgin Islands Taxicab and Limousine Commission over limousine services, operators, and for other related purposes. This bill will be sponsored by Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Invited testifiers, Ms. Vernice Gums, Honorable H. Nathalie Hajj, Mr. Chris Watson, Mr. Willis Pinney, Mr. Kerry Harrigan, Mr. Dehoney Lalane, Mr. Lawrence Ramdenson, Ms. Elizabeth Hanson-Watley, Mr. Christopher Eleze, Mr. Francis Arthur Eliz, Mr. Francis Arthur, Mr. Perry Tratman, Mr. Marvin Smith, and Mr. Sean Claxton. Mr. Pascal Simeon. This ends the reading of Block 2, Madam Chair.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Clerk. You're doing a very good job. I want to commend you on the record for this being your first committee meeting that you're clerking. We are here in the chambers. I want to just make just a brief housekeeping comment. We are in Block 2, but we had a very long Block 1. So we're running a little bit, that's maybe an understatement, behind. But nonetheless, we are here to get the people's work done. And at this time, I will ask who speaks on the behalf of Bill number 35-0251.
I do, Madam Chair.
Vice President Marvin A. Blyden, you are recognized.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, good afternoon to all. Madam Chair, Bill number 35-0251, an act amending Title III Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 16, Section 274, relating to the changing of the name of the Virgin Islands Taxicab Commission to the Virgin Islands Taxicab and Limousine Commission, and giving oversight authority to the Virgin Islands Taxicab and Limousine Commission over limousine services, operators, and for other related purposes. It has now been a couple of years since I was informed by the members of the taxi industry that something needed to be done about the fact that the limousine industry is, for all intents and purposes, unregulated. Some of the complaints that I heard were the following. There is no limitation on the number of vehicles that a limousine operator can have in operation, thus creating an oversupply. The lack of proper standards have created a situation in which vehicles are licensed and limousines without having the amenities that are standard in the limousine industry nationwide, thus eroding the quality of the territory's tourism product. There are no standards for limousine chauffeurs, thus creating a situation where so-called limousine drivers are picking up passengers in T-shirts and shorts, with no standards or enforcement mechanisms to govern the behavior of drivers. Persons licensed as limousine operators are operating in violation of law and effectively functioning as taxi operators, but without the oversight and standards attached to the taxi industry. As a result, many taxi operators are choosing to operate as limousines instead, since they can operate as they please without proper oversight. We simply cannot allow a lawless situation to continue as it refers to the operation of limousines. What background check or examination must a limousine chauffeur pass? Who enforces requirement that limousines must be regulated? What are the disciplinary procedures for chauffeurs or companies who violate the rules? What is the appeal process? Who inspects limousines to ensure that they are equipped and operating in accordance with the requirements? The taxi industry is and has been the only part of the tourism industry in which locals have a significant ownership stake, and we must preserve the health of this vital economic activity for our people. Without proper regulation of limousines as part of a comprehensive passenger for hire industry, we create unnecessary conflicts between these two complementary aspects of the transportation industry. This bill seeks to address that issue. There needs to be one entity, that regulates transportation for hire. As such, we are not increasing red tape and administrative burdens, but simply simplifying them. This bill provides for the Commission with an additional revenue source to support and improve its operations. This bill deliberately refrains from establishing specific requirements for vehicles and drivers because the industry is constantly changing, as we know. A review of statutes in states that have attempted this shows that it is unrealistic to expect legislation to keep pace with the changes in technology and in the industry. As a result, we have states and localities that are still requiring limousines to have CD players, believe it or not. Requirements for vehicles have changed rapidly, whereas stretch limousines once represented a universal standard. Current market conditions are such that luxury sedans, luxury SUVs, sprinter limousines, and party buses are all part of the limousine market. As such, we must give regulatory agencies the authority and flexibility to adopt new standards to meet the rapid changes of the marketplace. Both the members of the Taxi Cab Commission and the limousine industry chauffeur, and this also suffer from some misunderstanding of the language of the bill and how regulations work. The language of the bill is clear. Until specific regulations or legislation is adopted regarding the operation of limousines, the operators shall continue to operate under the current framework, but under the supervision of the Taxi Commission. In other words, the same rules will apply, but the fees will be paid to the Taxi and Limousine Commission, who will administer and enforce the rules. When the Taxi Cab Commission adopts regulations, or if the legislature enacts more specific legislative regulating the industry, then those regulations or laws will apply. The point of this is to set the stage for adoption of new regulations without disrupting the industry. The further point is that it is the responsibility of the Taxi Cab Commission to develop and promulgate regulations on a regular and timely basis. Taking over full regulation of the limousine industry will not depend on the legislative action, but on the Commission doing its job. It is the failure on the part of both the Taxi Cab Commission and the LCA that has contributed to our current mess. What we want through this bill is that if the Commission finds that there are additional changes or requirements which they cannot address through their authority or issue rules and regulation, that they come back to this body with recommendations for further legislative changes. In this way, we empower the subject matter experts, and we give them a chance to make recommendations based on actual experience in dealing with this industry. Regardless of what entity functions as the regulatory body, the timely adoption of regulations is essential for both industries, the taxi industry and the limousine industry. We must clearly articulate the rules of the road that anyone can access and examine. That is why the law insists that rules and regulations be published in the Code of Rules and Regulations, and that notice be published in newspapers or general circulation. The lack of published regulations is crippling. So based on that, I am forced to agree with Ms. Gumbs, suggesting based on the testimony, suggesting that DLCA must require to turn over all policies, rules, or regulations and records regarding the regulatory framework of limousines to the Taxi Cab Commission within 30 days of enactment. In any normal circumstantial situation, DLCA would have promulgated regulations which would be freely available in a VI code of rules and regulation. But again, DLCA, like the Taxi Cab Commission, has consistently failed to develop the promulgate regulations that have official force and standing. And as such, we are left without no option but to require DLCA to turn over whatever they have. So again, I ask for my colleagues to consider this piece of legislation in respect to our taxi industry, which is the first set of individuals that people meet when they come to the island and when they leave the island, and we must find a way to make this industry work on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands. And again, thank you so much for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Vice President Blyden. At this time, what I will do is do a microphone check with everyone. Please speak your name into the record and your position or who you're representing so we could assure that we are hearing everyone and all the microphones are operable. We will begin with you, Assistant Commissioner of Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection, Mr. Horace Graham, Jr.
Yes, mic check. Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
And thank you kindly. Then we will move to your right, my left. Ms. Gums.
Vernice M. Gums, Executive Director of the Taxi Cab Commission.
Then the fine gentleman to your right.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Pascal Simeon Jr., representing Best Taxi, Drunk Supervisor.
Thank you so kindly. And then next fine gentleman to your right.
Kerry Harrigan, Manager, Best Taxi.
Thank you so kindly. Then we'll move on to Attorney Williams.
Good afternoon, Pedro Williams on behalf of Chris Limousine, LLC.
Thank you so kindly. And then the next gentleman to your left.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Watson, the Chief Executive Officer of the Tropical Adventure Group.
I'm sorry, could you say the last piece of what you are representing?
The CEO of the Tropical Adventure Group.
Tropical Adventure Group. Thank you so much. And finally, on this end.
Mervyn Smith, Eastern Taxi President.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us in the chambers here in St. Thomas. And then we want to go to the conference room in the St. Croix district. We have one testifier I see there. We'd like to check your mic and to assure that it's operable.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And you are?
Yes, this is the acting chair of the Taxi Commission Board, Elizabeth Hanson-Watley.
Wonderful. And thank you for taking time, Ms. Hanson-Watley, to join us today. Thank you so kindly for doing that. We will now proceed with receiving testimony. We will begin with you, Assistant Commissioner Griffith.
Graham.
Graham, I'm sorry.
No problem. All right, good day, Honorable Senator Carla Joseph, Committee Chair, Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Committee senators present, non-committee senators present, and the listening and viewing audience. My name is Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Thank you for providing the DLCA with the opportunity to testify before the 35th Legislature on Bill number 350251, an act amending Title III Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 16, Section 274, relating to the change in the name of the Virgin Islands Taxicab Commission to the Virgin Islands Taxicab and Limousine Commission, and given oversight authority to the Virgin Islands Taxicab and Limousine Commission over limousine services operators and for other related purposes. I want to say this morning, this afternoon, that while the legislation is well intended, the DLCA has concerns regarding the proposed changes to rename the Virgin Islands Taxicab Commission, VITCC, and expand its oversight to include limousine services for the following reasons. The reality is that the transportation industry is rapidly evolving. And limousine service providers fill a niche that traditional taxi operators do not. These high-end transportation providers or services are crucial for both residents and visitors seeking luxury or business travel options, often contractually arranged in advance. Presently, there are 65, I repeat, 65 licensed limousine service providers in the United States Virgin Islands. There are about 54 on the island of St. Thomas, certainly has the majority. There are approximately 8 on the island of St. Croix, and I believe 2 or 3 on the island of St. John. Compared to the vast array of taxi service providers, this is just essentially a drop in the bucket of transportation providers. The primary concern is that the current capacity of the VITCC. The Commission is already facing significant operational challenges that could hinder the effective implementation of the proposed legislation. Specifically, there are limitations with staffing, operates with few employees across the territory, one on St. John, I'm understanding, none of whom are located on St. John. And this already limited staff struggles to meet the current needs, and expanding the scope to regulate limousine services would exacerbate these challenges. VITC is not, as per their testimony, not automated, leading to inefficiencies such as slow data processing, higher error rates, and a lack of timely response to public inquiries. With the addition of oversight responsibilities for limousine services, these inefficiencies would only worsen. And then an observation with the legislation medallion requirement. So under the current laws, 20 VIC, section 407, all vehicles for hire must obtain a medallion. And the proposed bill introduces ambiguity as it does not address the medallion requirement for limousines, which could create regulatory inconsistencies. The Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs currently oversees limousine services and ensures compliance with existing laws. As noted, in the DLCA's rather limited guidelines, limousines are classified as luxury vehicles, including sedans. We have included SUVs and conversion vans that must adhere to specific standards, including being luxury class vehicles. Each limousine is inspected to ensure that safety and quality of the service to be used in the service is guaranteed. Furthermore, we regularly update the recommendations to include the latest luxury editions of well-known brands, which ensures that the vehicles in operation remain high quality and appropriate for the intended clientele. We are confident that under the current licensing practices, limousine service operators are and will be compliant with applicable laws. DLCA continues to work on rulemaking to strengthen industry standards without overburdening operators with unnecessary regulatory burdens. Specific to the bit of legislation, Section J of the proposed bill introduces additional requirements such as dress code and periodic drug testing for limousine operators. While drug testing is a prudent measure to ensure public safety, it is important to highlight that similar requirements are not in place for taxi operators. Imposing this on limousine operators alone seems inequitable and could place an undue burden on a sector that has consistently maintained high standards of service. Furthermore, existing DLCA vehicle regulations are already stringent enough to ensure safety and luxury without the need for additional oversight from VITCC. Competition is an ever-changing transportation landscape in an ever-changing transportation landscape is inevitable. The typical clientele for those engaging in limousine service, I apologize. Please accept my apology.
Do we need to take a break? It sometimes happens. Assistant Commissioner Graham, you may continue
My
to read your
sincerest
testimony.
apology.
And your microphone muff just fell off as well. We're going to take a 1-minute break so we could gather ourselves. The committee stands in recess for 1 minute. And we are back on the record. Continue with your testimony, Assistant Commissioner Graham.
Thank you. Appreciate that consideration. Competition in this ever-changing transportation landscape is inevitable. The typical clientele for those engaging in limousine service operations are different from daily commuter and the casual traveler. We believe that limousine, in its current configuration under DLCA, does not pose any significant harm or threat to the operations of the Taxicab Commission. Adding this element to the Taxicab Commission, however, will create additional regulatory burdens that may distract from the intended focus of the Commission on providing ubiquitous and affordable transportation to the people of the Virgin Islands. A greater regulatory challenge at this time is at the door. Legislative consideration must immediately be given to the ride-share economy. This area of transportation is in need of immediate attention. If there is an area poised to transform the transportation landscape of the Virgin Islands and impact the Taxi Commission it is not the limousine service operations, it is the rideshare economy. Many of our citizens have grown accustomed to this form of pervasive transportation service when they are abroad. We must give immediate consideration for the inclusion of this transportation modality, and we must get ahead of the curve and provide urgent leadership and regulatory shaping for this aspect of the new Virgin Islands transportation economy. Failure to do so will inevitably be injurious to the present taxi regime. In conclusion, the DLCA supports the intent of the legislation to ensure quality and safety in the transportation sector. We believe that the current challenges facing the Virgin Islands Taxicab Commission, including staffing shortages, lack of automation, and operational inefficiencies, make it inadvisable to expand its responsibilities at this time. DLCA is well equipped and has the mechanisms in place to continue regulating limousine services efficiently. Therefore, we recommend that the responsibility for limousine oversight remains within the DLCA while we continue to enhance our regulatory framework. Thank you for the opportunity to present our testimony, and we are prepared to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so kindly, Assistant Commissioner Graham, for your testimony. I neglected to initially state the order, so let me go ahead and do that right now. The next individual will be Mrs. Elizabeth Hanson Watley, who is the interim chair of the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission Board. Then, following her, will be Ms. Vernice Gums, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission. And we will have, following her, we will then have Attorney Pedro Williams, followed by Mr. Christopher, Mr. Watson, Christopher Watson, and then we will have Mr. Pascal Simeon, and he will be followed by Mr. Kerry Harrigan, and rounding up everyone will be Mr. Smith. Everyone has that order? Very good. So kindly proceed with reading your testimony into the record, Mrs. Elizabeth Hanson Watley.
Greetings, Honorable Senator Carla Joseph, Chairwoman of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, all senators and legislative staff, as well as the present viewing and listening audience. I am Elizabeth Hanson Watley, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Tourism, and Acting Chair of the Taxi Cab Commission Board. Thank you for extending an invitation to me as Vice Chair or Acting Chair of the Taxi Cab Commission Board to contribute to the dialogue surrounding Bill number 35-0251, an act amending Title III Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 16, Section 274, relating to the changing of the name of the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission to the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab and Limousine Commission, and giving oversight authority to the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab and Limousine Commission over limousine services, operators, and for other related purposes, as proposed by Senator Marvin Blyden. It is my pleasure to lend some insight based on ongoing research into the stipulations within Bill number 35-2051 on behalf of the Taxi Cab Commission Board. As it pertains to the changing of the Taxi Cab Commission's name to the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab and Limousine Commission, it is the board's collective opinion that this name is very specific, while we are moving into an age where we are now seeing other types of transit that may fall under the umbrella of Taxi Cab Commission. We suggest that the name be more inclusive. Our suggestion falls along the lines of the Virgin Islands Vehicle for Hire Commission. I think it is first important to properly clarify the designation of limousines for all parties concerned, to be clear that a limousine is designated as a passenger for hire vehicle and not an automobile for hire vehicle. A passenger for hire vehicle is contractually arranged and settled in advance. See below reference, VIC Title 20, Chapter 31, subsection 101. And I put the section in there, but we're going to go to the highlighted portion that I'm referencing. And it says, passengers for hire means occupants of a motor vehicle, one, who pay a fixed rate or fee for transportation in a motor vehicle operated on the highways of the Virgin Islands, or two, whose transportation in a motor vehicle operated on the highways of the Virgin Islands is furnished as incidental to the use or as part of the cost for the use of any hotel, motel, guest house, or other tourist-oriented facility, nor limousines which, for purpose of this title, are defined as any large, luxurious sedan driven by a chauffeur and for which the principal terms of service are contractually arranged and settled in advance. With that said, The consensus of the Taxi Cab Commission Board is that there is definitely a need for uniformity and cohesiveness in the way we conduct business within the transportation industry within our territory. And with some collaboration with all the key players, we see great improvement in closing the gaps that stand to hamper progress and growth in the industry. Applauding Senator Marvin Blyden's attempt at addressing concerns pertaining to limousine services in the territory in Bill number 35-0251. The discussion needs to be had about the lack of funding that Taxi Cab Commission has been experiencing in addition to the cost of operations that this legislation will require moving forward. In addition to this, TCCB has some concerns with this legislation that we believe could be rectified with the implementation of suggested amendments as follows. Set a clear funding source and budget that will allow for the stability of the Taxi Cab Commission operations, as well as additional funding for recruitment and hiring of additional officers, inspectors, and support staff. Power of oversight and regulation should fall under the jurisdiction of the Taxi Cab Commission Board if transfer occurs, giving the same authority over limousines as is given over taxis and other vehicles for hire. As the bill is written, limousines will function as it does under the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, DLCA, until such time as legislation is implemented to change it. The board believes that this does not, let me see here, allow for proper regulation or oversight by the Commission Board, and has no clear date of any changes, as there is no guarantee that legislation will be passed to allow for regulation or management concerns, though the bill stipulates that upon effective date of this bill, the Taxi Cab Commission has 180 days to come up with recommendations to be submitted to this committee's chair and the office of the president. Create a category of operations under the newly named commission that is curtailed to deal with the rules and regulations specific to passenger for hire vehicles that would include limousines and rideshare services. Mandate the collaboration of DLCA, Taxi Cab Commission, and the Bureau of Motor Vehicles to come up with the best possible method of operations in preparation for a transfer of operations from DLCA to TCC within a year of passing the amended bill. Once again, I would like to thank you all for my inclusion on behalf of the Taxi Cab Commission Board and stand ready to assist in the improvement of our transportation industry. Thank you.
Thank you so kindly, Interim Chair Mrs. Elizabeth Hanson Watley. At this time, the Chair would now recognize Ms. Vernice Gums, Executive Director for the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission.
Good afternoon. Vernice Gums, Executive Director of the Taxi Cab Commission. Good afternoon, Honorable Carla Joseph, Chairperson of the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection. Members and non-members of the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection, the viewing and listening audience. My name is Vernice M. Gums, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today on Bill number 35-0251, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 16, Section 274, relating to the changing of the name of the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission to the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab and Limousine Commission, and giving oversight authority to the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab and Limousine Commission over limousine services, operators, and for other related purposes. Section 1 proposes amending Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 16, Section 274's heading to read, Virgin Islands Taxi Cab and Limousine Commission. However, given the evolving landscape of for-hire transportation, the agency's name should be more inclusive of all types of for-hire vehicles. I recommend renaming the agency to the Virgin Islands Vehicle for Hire Regulatory Commission. A well-managed transportation system would not only encourage residents and tourists to move efficiently throughout our towns, but it would also provide a comprehensive platform for access to jobs, education, shopping, medical appointments, reduced traffic congestion, and more. Regarding the new Section J, which currently states, the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab and Limousine Service may issue permits to operating a limousine service. This language should be revised. The Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission does not issue permits. Rather, it issues business licenses. These licenses are essential for operators to secure loans from financial institutions or obtain a firearm license from the Virgin Islands Police Department. Additionally, to ensure clarity, the law should specify that all for-hire vehicle operators, including taxis, tour operators, and limousines, must have a Class C operator endorsement on their driver's license. Operators who do not currently have the endorsement, especially those operating limousines, should be given a clear deadline, whether 90 to 120 days, to obtain it. Achieving a Class C endorsement would require attendance at the taxi and tour certification class. Furthermore, the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs must provide the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission with the current rules, regulations, policies, and procedures. This information would allow the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission Board to review, update, and incorporate these materials into a newly updated Vehicle for Hire handbook. Classes offered at the University of the Virgin Islands should also be required to include comprehensive instructions on the rules and regulations governing the for-hire vehicle industry. I recommend that Section 3 be amended to require that DLCA provides the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission with the written rules and regulations governing the licensing and operation of limousines in the territory by the enactment of Bill number 35-0251. This will ensure clarity between limousine operators and VITCC, facilitating a smooth transition. Section 4 should be added to amend Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Section 101, by replacing the term automobile for hire with vehicle for hire and adding the phrase ride sharing or before conducting tours. This amendment is crucial to ensure that all entities in the industry are covered and to avoid misunderstandings within both the industry and the broader community. In conclusion, public transportation benefits every sector of the Virgin Islands society, individuals, families, communities, and businesses alike. It is a vital lifeline for many Virgin Islands, connecting them to the essential services and opportunities. Public transportation also fosters strong communities, creates jobs, reduces traffic congestion, and supports environmental sustainability. Investment in this sector spurs economic growth at both the local and national levels. This concludes my testimony.
Thank you so kindly, Executive Director Gums for your testimony. At this time, the chair would recognize Attorney Pedro Williams representing Chris Limousine. Kindly proceed with reading your testimony into the record.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair Carla Joseph, other members of the 35th Legislature, and the listening public. My name is Pedro K. Williams. I'm an attorney licensed in the Virgin Islands and appear here today on behalf of my client, Chris Limousine, LLC. The managing member for Chris Limousine, LLC, Chris Elisi, is unable to attend today due to medical issues and has asked me to appear and testify on his behalf. By letter dated August 28, 2024, Mr. Elisi was asked to testify on Bill number 35-0251, an act amending Title III Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 16, Section 274, relating to the changing of the name of the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission to the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab and Limousine Commission, and giving oversight authority to the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab and Limousine Commission over limousine services operators and for other related purposes. I previously conveyed to you, Madam Chair, Mr. Elisi's status, and you indicated that it was permissible for me to appear and testify on his behalf. We have reviewed the above referenced bill and offer the following comments. First, the bill attempts to transfer regulatory authority over limousine services to the current Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission. Of course, it begs the question as to why we would want to add additional regulatory authority to a body that by most account appears to be dysfunctional. Unless and until the Taxi Cab Commission is properly functioning, we question whether additional duties and responsibilities should be given to that entity. Second, while at first blush it might appear that limousine services and taxi cab should be regulated by the same entity, we do not believe the facts support that position. Current and past practices have shown that members of the taxi community and limousine services are generally at odds, and from the taxi's perspective, are viewed as competitors. As such, we question the wisdom of having an entity that has historically regulated taxi operations with commissioners who are familiar with that industry to regulate operators who may be viewed as competitors. Third, limousine services are currently regulated by the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, the same department that some have suggested should assume the responsibilities of the Taxi Cab Commission. While the current regulatory scheme has not been without its challenges, we believe the regulation of limousine services should remain as is. We are aware that for some time the LCA has been preparing rules and regulations for limousine services, and although we have not seen any of the draft proposals, we are sure that the limousine operator community would have input before any proposed regulation is in fact adopted. Fourth, as relates to the draft bill, I'm not sure that the bill accomplishes its purposes by simply changing the name of the commission. It appears to me that more substantive changes must be made to the code to effectuate the purposes of the bill. For example, various sections of the VI Code addresses automobiles for hire and utilizes that term to determine qualifications for the commission. However, it should be abundantly clear that limousines operate much differently than the traditional automobiles for hire. In this industry, limousine services are prearranged. The service is a full-service operation. It involves not only transportation from point A to point B, but tours, excursions, and other services. Those services generally involve the movement of large groups of individuals. The users of those services require a certain level of service that is uniform and consistent. not hired on the spot. Again, much more than the name, that a change in the name or name in the title must be changed or amended in order to effectuate the bill's purposes. As drafted, the bill does not provide for any limousine operators to serve on the commission, as the law currently provides for taxi operators to serve on the taxi commission. There are no provisions to hire limousine inspectors similar to taxi inspectors as provided in Title III VI Code, Section 274F11. We recommend that wherever the term automobiles for hire is used throughout the code, the term limousine operators should be added. There needs to be corresponding changes and amendments to Title 20 of the Virgin Islands Code, Section 401, Chapter 37 et al., as well as other provisions of the code that address the Taxi Cab Commission in order to make the applicable provisions consistent. Automobiles for hire are subject to taxi tariffs, whereas limousines are governed by the contractual relationship between the various parties. Automobiles for hire require a medallion pursuant to Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Section 407, whereas limousine operators do not currently require medallions. Section 3 of the proposed bill is confusing and unclear. It is unclear what, quote, until such time that legislation has been enacted actually means. Would the adoption of this bill trigger that provision? Also, what does, quote, under the supervision of the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission mean? Would the Taxi Cab Commission have all of the powers and authority as the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs? And should a semi-autonomous agency like the VI Taxi Cab Commission have all of the powers of a central government agency? And if so, what is the difference between that agency being a government agency and it being a semi-autonomous government entity? These and other questions need to be addressed. Further, subsection B of Section 3 of the proposed bill calls for recommendations for legislation to regulate the limousine services industry. Again, the bill as drafted is not clear, as it seems to me legislation would need to be enacted first, and then the Commission would issue rules and regulations under its general rulemaking authority. I'm not sure the legislature wants to be in the business of drafting rules and regulations for any industry. Madam Chair, we welcome the opportunity to provide these limited comments to Bill number 350251, and we're available to respond to any questions that you and other members of the committee might have. Thank you.
Thank you so kindly, Attorney Williams. Next, we will hear from Mr. Chris Watson, CEO of Tropical Adventure Group. Mr. Watson, you may kindly proceed with reading your testimony into the record.
Thank you.
Media, can you please place on Mr. Watson mic? Try once again, Mr. Watson.
Good afternoon. There we go. Good afternoon.
There we go. Continue.
We're working now. Good afternoon, Chairperson Carla Joseph, members of the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection, esteemed senators, legislative staff, and those watching and listening. My name is Chris Watson, the Chief Executive Officer of the Tropical Adventure Group based in St. Thomas. Our company specializes in water sports and transportation, operating from 2 locations with a strong focus on providing limousine service to our visitors. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today regarding the proposed amendments to Title III of the Virgin Islands Code. I'm not only here on behalf of the Tropical Adventure Group, but also to represent other limousine operators who share concerns about the potential impact of Bill 35-0251. These operators have asked me to convey their apprehensions, which align closely with our own. The necessity of this bill is unclear to us, as current regulations seem to be functioning sufficiently. Although there is a major overabundance of operators in St. Thomas, many of whom do not actually operate as a limousine service, along with some individuals who misuse limousine business licenses to bypass certain regulations, such as those governing tinted windows, we believe that further government oversight is unnecessary. While we support some aspects of the bill, such as the proposed dress code for drivers, we strongly oppose subsection J, which suggests amending the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission to include limousine operators. From my own research, I believe this proposal is largely opposed by the overwhelming majority of limousine operators. Regarding the proposed adoption of a dress code, while we understand its intent, we anticipate challenges in its enforcement. Many operators, including ourselves, find that guests and hotels prefer a more relaxed yet professional attire rather than a full suit and bow tie. This preference aligns with comfort in our tropical climate and the nature of the driver's job, which often involves extended periods of sitting and handling luggage. Additionally, it aligns with the theme that many of our resorts wish to convey or project, as in some cases we work exclusively for major properties who offer a barefoot luxury experience. On the topic of vehicle specifications, we urge careful consideration of technological advancements. Current guidelines based on verbal information rather than the lack of official documentation that I have repeatedly asked for requires limousines to have amenities like televisions or refrigerators. With modern vehicles now equipped with mobile devices instead of fixed screens and the growing popularity of larger SUV models, it seems unreasonable to exclude certain luxury vehicles that aren't SUVs. Countless operators use Chevrolet Suburbans, Cadillac Escalades, and it is imperative that a business has a unique selling point beyond the price difference of its competitors. With such restrictions on vehicle choices, especially when considering our island terrain, vehicle types must be considered very carefully and not solely based on their interior amenities. Current pricing to purchase a new compliant vehicle ranges from $80,000 to well over $100,000. We are fully supportive of routine drug testing and already conduct random tests to ensure compliance with company policy. However, we must express our significant reservations about entrusting the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission with oversight of limousine operations, given its long-standing issues and current workload. We are extremely concerned that this move could disrupt our business operations, and we do not support a bill that places our industry under an agency already struggling with its existing responsibilities. A direct quote from a senator stated, "The Taxi Cab Commission needs an Inspector General audit. This is a complete mess. It's a mess, and it's not good business." As a business owner, I cannot have my business moved under a commission that is spoken about in that manner from a senator in this body. To be blunt, this is a terrible idea. Operating costs within the territory are already extremely high, and moving us under the Taxi Commission under the threat of having to potentially purchase an expensive medallion or to have rates set by the government will greatly impact our ability to do business in the territory and provide good paying jobs in the community. Instead, I encourage you to limit the amount of business licenses and conduct enforcement activities on unrecognized vehicles pretending to be limousines. In conclusion, limousines are fundamentally different from taxi cabs, and regulating them under the Taxi Cab Commission seems gravely misplaced. I can see absolutely no justification in spending money from the public purse to implement a bill which has absolutely no benefit to the taxpayers of this territory. The Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs has handled the limousine industry well for many years. It should be left alone. If limousine operators are to be regulated in this manner, I look forward to attending hearings about regulating boat charters through a ferry boat commission or short-term rentals through the VI Department of Airbnbs. To add, it is my understanding it is proposed the VI Taxi Commission is intending to implement a change that operators must have a Class C driver's license. And while we don't necessarily oppose this requirement, in order to obtain this license, an operator must first attend the taxi and tour certification class. This class has not been offered in approximately 5 years, and the wait list is around 3,000 people long. This was confirmed by the Taxi Commission just last week. This bill will create immense harm and a loss of business for limousine operators and their staff. I thank you for your time. I'm happy to address any questions.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Watson, for your testimony. At this time, I will recognize Mr. Pascal Simeon Jr. You're recognized to present your testimony.
Yes, Madam Chair, good afternoon. My name is Pascal Simeon Jr. On behalf of Best Taxi, ground supervisor, and the other committee members and abroad, good afternoon. I'm not going to say much because Mr. Harrigan next to me is going to say most of what I'm going to say. But I'm here to support the bill number 35-0251, putting Virgin Islands Taxi and Limousine Commission under one. One thing I would say, and it's in law, anybody or business or for hire getting paid for transportation should be under the Taxi Commission. They ought to be regulated and make sure their business license, taxes, and etc. is in order. Being in the business from father generation to me in all of these years, it's gotten very bad. There are too much people going to the States, buying SUVs, coming here, putting up their website, not going through Taxi Commission or through DLC, licensing. And I've seen it where they come, they pick up people to the airport, pick up to the cruise ship. When they're done, they come back, whether they collect it money up front or they collect it by PayPal, credit card, whatsoever. We taxi drivers pay business license once a year. Every 5 years, you have to renew your taxi license. And it's not fair that they are coming just to pick up a car, buy a car in the States, run a business, and don't pay nothing. I listened to the Assistant Commissioner of says you have about 54 limos in St. Thomas, but 8 in St. Croix, 8 in St. John. You know, it's crazy. Because if we have to pay these business license once a year, taxi medallions, the government collects a certain amount of money every year, once a year, for medallion business license. If this continues where you can put something under DLC, or you continue to allow others that, because I know for sure there's many limousine people that operate limousine here that ain't under this, or nobody don't know. And we need law enforcement officers for taxi, commission, and DLC if it's going to stay that way. But I'm for it under one, and it needs to be under taxi commission, because from the way I was raised, from back in my father days, everything's under taxi commission. When you have 4 or 5 different branches in one thing, it's not going to work. It needs to come under one. So I support that. I'm not going to talk too much. I'm going to leave Mr. Harrigan, my other representatives, talk the rest. Thank you, Madam Chair, and the rest of the senators.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Simeon. At this time, the chair will recognize Mr. Kerry Harrigan, President of Best Taxi. Media, kindly recognize the mic. Try again. There we go. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair Carla Joseph, other members of the 35th Legislature, and listening public. My name is Kerry Harrigan, a manager of Best Taxi. My testimony is in support of Bill number 35-0251, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 16, subsection 274. I stand before you to express my support in Bill number 35-0251, which proposes significant amendments to the current structure and oversight of the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission. The rebranding of the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission and Limousine Commission and the expansion of its oversight authority to include limousine service operators a timely and necessary evolution for our transportation industry. As we all know, the tourism sector is a vital part of our economy, and providing reliable, safe, and high-quality transportation services is essential to enhancing the visitor's experience. By formally incorporating limousine services into the Commission's purview, we can ensure that all forms of passenger transport within our territory adhere to the same high standards of safety and service that we expect from our taxi operators. This bill, sponsored by Senator Marvin A. Blyden, addresses several essential aspects that will benefit both operators and passengers. Standardization of regulations, establishing a unified regulatory body to oversee both taxi cabs and limousines will enable us to implement consistent standards that foster professionalism and accountability across all transportation services. Ms. Gomes, however, is currently overwhelmed and understaffed, highlighting the need for additional staffing and support to ensure a smooth transition that works effectively for everyone involved. Additionally, the Department of Motor Vehicles should assist in inspecting any vehicle for hire to ensure compliance with highway standards. Enhance consumer protection. Expand the Commission's authority will better protect customers from potential abuses, ensuring fair pricing, safety, and quality service, regardless of the type of vehicles they choose. To achieve this, there needs to be improved impartiality and enforcement, necessitating the hiring of more officers. 3, support for local businesses. This bill will create a framework that encourages local limousine operators to function within a regulated environment, promoting fair competition and supporting local entrepreneurship. It is crucial to address the infiltration of hotels and other businesses that receive Economic Development Commission EDC benefits, and as they are unfairly competing with local small business owners. Economic growth. By enhancing the regulatory framework within the transportation sector, we can improve our tourism product, ultimately contributing to job creation and economic development in the Virgin Islands. Given the constantly evolving transportation needs of our islands, it is essential limousine services are regulated fairly and effectively. In conclusion, I wholeheartedly support Bill number 35-0251. It is a progressive step towards modernizing our transportation industry, ensuring that it meets the needs of both residents and visitors while promoting a safe and reliable service. I urge the committee to favorably consider this bill and commend Senator Blyden for his vision and commitment to improving our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Harrigan, for presenting your testimony on the record. At this time, I would like to recognize Mr. Mervyn Smith, President of East End Taxi Cab Association. Mr. Smith, you're recognized to read into the record your testimony. Kindly proceed.
Testing. Okay, greetings to all senators, committee senators, testifiers, and the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. My name is Mervyn Smith, President of the Eastern Taxi Association. I am in support of Bill number 35.0251, and the reason for me doing this is because it is not only the right thing to do, but it is a start to correcting the wrong that was done to the taxi industry in 2012, when the legislature of the Virgin Islands was giving out taxi organizations their franchise agreement. An amendment was inserted to remove the limousines from under the Taxi Cab Commission and have then been placed under the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, and also have the limousines be labeled as not being vehicles for hire. See Act number 7451, Section 2. This was an utter disrespect for all the taxi operators and medallion owners of the Virgin Islands. As of recent, no rules or regulation have been brought by this body or the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs to regulate the limousine service. In amending this bill, this will begin the process of correcting the wrong that was done to the taxi industry. Currently, limousines are allowed to do whatever they are pleased to do, with no oversight or rules to govern them. Although we do support this bill, we would like to see additional amendments coming from this body that will not only strengthen this bill in regards to other entities, but would also stop the infringement on the taxi industry. Gypsy taxis, illegal business operating, Jeep tours, black car service, digital apps, VI Hail, and shuttle bus service. I am requesting for you, the senators, who is also the lawmakers of the U.S. Virgin Islands, to provide me and the rest of the taxi industry the provisions in the law that speaks to these entities for them to operate. The Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs are providing limousine license to individuals, and they are not following the laws in accordance to the Virgin Islands Code Book under Title 20 VIC Section 101. The definition of the definitions for automobiles for hire / passengers for hire, 20 VIC Section 401. These laws definitely have been violated and ignored for too long. Limousines are conducting shuttle service for hotels, which clearly a violation, and these operators do not possess a chauffeur license. There is nothing in the law that speaks to shuttle bus service, but it do speak to courtesy rides for rental car service, which once a fee is charged, those are for hire and must be transported by vehicle for hire with a medallion. The law of the Virgin Islands were created for order. Please follow. The renaming of the commission is welcome. However, in my opinion, the name should be the Virgin Islands Vehicle for Hire Commission, and place all vehicles for hire under that commission. Once this bill is passed and becomes law, a supplemental budget can be implemented and assist with the additional duties added to the commission. and a commission board member needs to be, the commission board needs to be aligned. Why is the taxi industry not giving notice of the board meetings? If we were given notice, members from various taxi cab association can attend, and isn't there a sunshine law in effect? The monies collected from the taxi operators do pay their salary. In closing, I would like for all the senators of the 35th legislature to stand with the people of these Virgin Islands to keep the one and only business in the hands of the people. Our ancestors have already set the blueprint for this industry, for entrepreneurship, and not to allow corporations to take it away from us and make us employees for them. I look forward for any questions you may have, and I thank you for allowing me to state my case.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Smith. Colleagues, we have received the testimony of all 8 individuals here concerning bill before us. I believe Senator Blyden has a point of information that he wanted to point out. Senator Blyden, you are recognized for your point of information.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. My point of information is for DLCA, Assistant Commissioner Graham. In your testimony, you spoke to visitors seeking luxury or business travel option often contractually arranged in advance. And you said there are 65 licensed limousine service providers in the Virgin Islands. Of those 65 licensed limousine operators, how many vehicle operators are under these licenses? How many vehicles are operated under the 65 licenses? That's my point of information.
Testing. Yeah. Currently, we are doing the tabulation on that. I don't have that information presently in hand, but I certainly, we recently had, I'll tell you what transpired. We were faced with a bit of a challenge, and that challenge, it's pretty straightforward. We were faced with a bit of a challenge, and that challenge was that we were faced with a lawsuit in how we were implementing that those provisions. It's intended to be per vehicle. And so as we were doing that, we were faced with that challenge. What we are now, or what we're working on is making sure that we provide the regulations, which are taking quite a bit of time, but more time than we anticipated, but we have them under legal review. And so presently, once those regulations come forward, we would then be able to resume the per vehicle process. Let me suggest then, let me add to that, that it is individuals who may have brought in vehicles outside of that, but each vehicle is vetted and verified before it's put into service. We are constantly in the process of making sure that that occurs. So our enforcement team verifies, checks any vehicle for once they begin that process of being a limousine service, and we ensure that that vehicle meets that original standard.
Well, thank you, Assistant Commissioner Graham, for your transparency, for being transparent. But based on what you said, if they do that check and balance, they should know the number. I guarantee it's over 300 vehicles. Hence,
sorry, how many?
That's 300. Hence.
One speaker at the time, please.
I didn't hear it.
Yes, please respect the senator. Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hence, that's where the confusion comes in, and that's why we must do what we need to do today. Thank you so much for your response. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Blyden. Senator Bulkes, you have a point of information.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Kindly proceed.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we had a number of indications concerning changing the name of the commission, but I needed to go through the chair to legal counsel because based on what my interpretation or understanding of the current code in Title 3 VIC 274, and well knowing that a limousine is considered to be an automobile for hire, the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission has mandates set by law. And particularly, I'm looking at 274F numbers 3 and 4, and I will read them for the record. The Taxi Cab Commission, obviously, but it starts with 3. Recommend the adoption, amendment, or revocation of rules and regulations not inconsistent with the law for the regulation and control of the automobile for hire industry in the Virgin Islands. 4, make recommendations for the establishment, improvement, and enhancement of tourist attractions in the Virgin Islands, particularly related to the automobile for hire industry. And I read these sections of Title 3, 274F, 3 and 4 through the chair to legal counsel for their interpretation of what that section of the law means.
Legal counsel, are you prepared to answer Senator Bolke's inquiry? Media, kindly recognize legal counsel's mic. Try once again, legal counsel. One moment, you're not recognized. You have to turn on the switch, legal counsel. Thank you so kindly.
Through the chair to Senator Bolkes, could you please rephrase your question? I was assisting Senator Fonseca with something. You were talking about Section 274, Title 3?
Yes, Madam Legal Counsel, I'll be happy to do so. Madam Chair, I'll read it back into the record.
Okay, go forward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair to Legal Counsel, Title 3, Section 274F, 3 and 4, recommended the adoption, amendment, and revocation of rules and regulations not inconsistent with the law for the regulation and control of the automobile for hire industry in the Virgin Islands. 4, make recommendations for the establishment, improvement, and enhancement of tourist attractions in the Virgin Islands, particularly related to the automobile for hire industry.
And so therefore, Senator, your question is, what do these two sections mean?
Yes, what do they mean, and does that give the Taxi Cab Commission, currently as is, full jurisdiction, reign, and control over what is considered to be the automobile for hire industry of the Virgin Islands?
Through the chair to Senator Bolkes, based on Title 3, Section 274, and the two sections that you just stated, it does give the Taxi Cab Commission the ability, and it charges them with the authority to be able to make those recommendations and to ask for regulations for the entire automobile for hire. But you also have to look at, it's also under Title 20 when it defines what is actually an automobile for hire. And under that definition, it states that an automobile for hire means a sorry or a motor vehicle operated for the purpose of transporting passengers for hire in the Virgin Islands, and shall include motor vehicles operated for the purpose of conducting tours, whether or not on fixed routes or on established schedules, but shall not include motor vehicles owned by the government of the Virgin Islands or by the government of the United States, nor drive yourself motor vehicles or lease or courtesy rights from drive yourself motor vehicle operators with current lease agreements with the Port Authority to their customers to or from their rental facility. So based on this definition, any automobile for hire is considered regulated. No, any automobile for hire is considered to be regulated under the Taxi Cab Commission.
Thank you so much,
based on this definition.
Thank you so much, Madam Legal Counsel. Hence, there is no particular need to change the name to the automobile for hire industry, or what was said earlier. In addition to unknowingly knowing so, the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs has been usurping the full authority of the Taxi Cab Commission based on that statute. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
And thank you so kindly, Senator Volquez, for bringing that to our attention. This committee, beginning last year, June 23rd, then we had town hall meetings regarding the same industry, the taxi cab industry. We started in St. John on June 23rd. Then we moved to St. Thomas on September 29th. And finally, we rounded it up on March 8th in St. Croix. And the reason why we did all of this deep dive is because we want to, as a body, bring attention to a critical industry, which is the front line of our tourism industry, which brings us money into our coffers. It's very important. And this is one of the few industries, if not the only industry, that is headed and controlled by local Virgin Islanders. And in addition, we just had Mr. Pascal Simeon Jr. state, you are able to inherit and pass on a taxi medallion to your next generation. So it's very vital that we look at how we can collectively secure and keep this industry thriving. And so I'm happy that Senator Volquez brought this to our attention, even though most of us here was aware, and that we were able to place it on the record, because this is very important that we know. I don't know if Assistant Commissioner Graham was aware that limousine, based on the code, is a automobile for hire. See, sometimes we have some of those issues where I don't know what causes it. People overstep their lane. So we're going to try our very best to keep things in its perspective. Legal counsel, you wanted to state something?
Chair, I needed to also clarify something, because there is some, I should say, contradiction in the code, because then you also have, under this same title, you have the section here with definitions that has passengers for hire. And that section excludes limousines. And I believe therein lies a confusion. So this here says passengers for hire means occupants of a motor vehicle or a sorry, one who pay a fixed rate for fee for transportation in a motor vehicle operated on the highways of the Virgin Islands, or two whose transportation in a motor vehicle operated on the highways of the Virgin Islands is furnished as incidental to the use or as part of the cost for the use of any hotel, motel, guest house, or other tourist-oriented facility, nor limousines, which for the purposes of this title are defined as any large, luxurious sedan driven by a chauffeur and for which the principal terms of service are contractually arranged and settled in advance.
Okay, so we do have some conflicting definitions, yes. And that's why we as legislators are taking the time today, and we have taken significant time from last year to try to clean this legislation up so that there's no conflicts going forward, given some of the issues that our men and women in the taxi cab industry have cited. Senator Volquez, you have a point of information. You're recognized.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And colleagues, our legal counsel is correct, and that's why, in fact, Bill number 35-0251 in section 2 strikes or repeals that section in order to correct the inconsistency of law. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
And thank you so kindly, Senator Bolkes, for bringing that about. I don't know if some of the testifiers were aware of that, but nonetheless, colleagues, we are going to go through one round of 5 minutes on this bill, and if we need to go to additional time, we can do so as well. Mrs. Elizabeth Hanson Watley, you needed to be recognized?
Yes.
Yes.
I just wanted to interject there. There's not, in my opinion, a conflict in definition. It's clearly defined that limousine is not a vehicle for hire. And that's why I placed that in my testimony. What I think and what I would suggest of the legislature is that you clearly define how you want to regulate vehicles that are passenger for hire vehicles, which would include limousine. Despite of where you want to have the jurisdiction of oversight, you need to clearly define how you want passenger for hire vehicles to be regulated, because that is also inclusive of ride shares. We speak about Uber and all of these things that are now coming into the territory, and we're not really addressing those, which would include limousine. So if you wanted to specify the regulation of vehicles, passenger vehicles for hire, which includes limousines, I think that would target addressing those regulatory issues.
Thank you so kindly for your commentary. This body is going to make a decision on how we need to move forward on this item. Our taxi men and women have been waiting a very long time for some type of resolution to this matter. We know some of the challenges, and we respect the limousine operators and limousine owners with the work that you do as well. I just want to be clear on it. However, we want to be able to put things aright and see how we could best get to a middle ground relative to this critical industry. Like I mentioned, and that was the catalyst of a lot of these legislation coming forward. We had in this committee a legislation sponsored by another senator regarding the taxi cab commission, and now today we are vetting this piece of legislation regarding the taxi cab commission. And I want to really commend Senator Blyden for his courage to bring forward this piece of legislation. I know he's been working on it for a number of years, but sometimes we all need to be able to support each other and to get to that middle ground where we can see things happening positively for our people. Senator Milton Potter, you are recognized for your 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, and a special good afternoon to the testifiers who are before us today. I think a statement that Mr. Smith made earlier seemed very casual, but it was deeply moving to me, and I wanted to have Ms. Elizabeth Hanson Watley comment on it. Mr. Smith indicated that notice is seldom, if ever, given about the commission's meetings, so affected stakeholders, the taxi men and women or taxi leaders are unaware of meetings that the Taxi Cab Commission was planning to hold or held. So I wanted to get your feedback on that, Ms. Hanson, as to the statement that Mr. Smith made.
Good afternoon again. Acting Chair of the Taxi Commission Board. I am in total agreement with the statement made. The meetings need to be publicized. As you guys know, I am just newly acting chair for just a few months, and we are working towards improving the communication between the board and the community. And we do hopefully see publicizing this and having the assistance of, the government in getting the word out when there's meetings. However, at the moment, what we are doing in the interim is we're having all meetings and correspondences recorded so that they can be pulled at any time. As you know, in the past, we weren't able to provide records of meetings. Now we can. And like I said, we're working towards it. And I hope within my tenure, we see that come to fruition.
Thank you for that. I mean, it's just very surprising to me because the very reason this commission exists is to support and regulate the taxi industry. So if taxi drivers, people who make their living doing this, are unaware of meetings, it just seems very, very shocking, very unacceptable. I'm not going to blame you because, as you indicated, you are the new kid on the block with respect to serving as the interim person. But I really want to ask you, as the new head of the commission, to prioritize, in whatever way you can, getting the word out about your meetings. So I appreciate that. When you look at the bill that is before us today, it seems like at a first glance that it would make sense to place both taxis and limos under one regulatory body, just to lead to more consistent oversight of the transportation industry. It seems like that would make logical sense to me, and I wanted to get a sense from the subject matter experts here today. Isn't that how it is done in other jurisdictions? Or are we unique in the sense that we have DLCA and governing one or overseeing one entity, and the Taxi Cab Commission governing another?
Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. In the past, the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs were generally agnostic when it came to where the responsibility for regulating the industry would lie.
1 minute.
The issue that we faced, however, is that at this juncture, we recognize that the significant limitations that this body has identified and addressed would potentially make that a very onerous task. What we're hoping to do is, yes, to complete the fulfillment of that request for formal regulations. And we have the mechanism whereby it's not a matter of delaying getting the licenses. Individuals can receive those licenses and can be monitored. And so that's the process that we currently have in place, and we want to be able to sustain that. If this body seems to its wisdom, as they had in the past, identifying the fact that limousines were not vehicles for hire for purposes of the legislation or under the law, the DLC as an agency that then enforces that law, we certainly comply. And so our attempt was to make sure that those individuals continue to be consistently in business. And we believe, generally speaking, that occurs. A majority of limousine service operators operate in compliance.
Is there, if I may, Madam Chair?
You may proceed with wrap up.
Is there validity to the concerns that the Taxi Cab Commission right now is ill-equipped to handle this brand new administer the regulatory controls over this brand new entity when it is struggling right now to regulate the VI taxi industry as it stands? It's hard to argue that there is validity to that point. So I wanted to ask, the the taxi drivers here today, the taxi leaders here today, whether or not are we doing you a favor placing the commission, placing the limousines under the authority of the Taxi Cab Commission when we are struggling right now for this entity to regulate your industry right now? Isn't that just an additional burden being placed on this already struggling entity? So I want to have the presidents of the organizations respond.
Marvin Smith, Eastern Taxi President. I would say no. What the burden is that with how it was taken out from under the Taxi Cab Commission, it's actually taken away from the Taxi Cab Commission, which is a semi-autonomous agency which needs the revenues to come back to it to help to fund it so it can solve the whole industry well. Because what is happening is that most of the limousine drivers are taxi men and women. But they see a way, instead of using the medallion, getting out of it and using that venue to do the same work, because most of them operate with a per person rate. In my view, a limousine should be on an hourly rate. A limousine shouldn't be competing with taxi and doing shuttle bus service. So bringing them back under, that will bring more revenues to the Taxi Cab Commission.
Thank you so kindly, Senator Potter. Senator Blyden, you have a point of information?
Well, Madam Chair, I wanted the other two taxi presidents to respond to the question.
Okay, let's hold Senator Blyden on your point of information, and you would like the two gentlemen from Best Taxi to also respond. Mr. Pascal Simeon, you may respond.
Yes, my name is Mr. Pascal Simeon Jr. Senator, I'm going to say this quick and formal quick. It needs to stay under Taxi Commission, because I opposed when they moved it out years ago. When you have an industry that brings in, I would say 85% of our industry is tourism, and you are having part of it under one and part of it under one, it's going to lead to total confusion. I feel that in the past, Taxi Commission, even when Ms. Judy Whitley was there, the legislature needs to help the Taxi Commission a little more with helping with funding. If you put the limousine in a next like licensing, you're taking away from the funding that comes in to her to hire taxi staff or the officers that we need, or they drastically. And I'm going to be saying, most of these limousines out here right now prohibit that the limousines were in license. Getting an accident today with passengers. We in trouble. It going to fall back, and we who got legal taxis. You have Traffic Tours was here once and wasn't running under, nobody who was driving for Traffic Tours had a taxi license. Traffic Tours buses was not running with a medallion. And like Mr. Morv say, I love him, he got all the rules from before. And afterwards, this same body make every Traffic Tour driver get a taxi license, and no Traffic Tour bus could have run from the airport or wherever else to the hotel unless they had a medallion. So you know what I meant? Traffic Tours was paying revenue to Taxi Commission, which was coming to the government of the Virgin Islands. It needs to be under one. yes, there's problems in the taxi commission, it can be fixed. But they're not getting a chance because they don't have enough budget or funding to make it where it's supposed to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Harrigan, you may proceed with answering the same question.
Kerry Harrigan, Best Taxi. In response to Senator Potter's question, the limousines are already out there existing, running free and rampant, not contributing. So I don't see it hampering. I just see it as bringing more revenue into the Taxi Cab Commission, being regulated, having them being accountable. We have other testifiers there saying things in a smart, condescending way when bringing prices and comparing vehicles. And when you look at it, Cadillac, Suburban, Tahoe, GMC Denali, they're all Fisher bodies, all same engine, same drivetrain. They're no different, just the name you're paying for. That's, in my opinion, a way of trying to force out. A Suburban costs $20,000, a Cadillac costs $100,000, same vehicle. So it's trying to say that the customer want the Cadillacs because, once again, the small man can't afford it. That's a small way of forcing them out. And when you look at the two that are opposed to the legislation, or most, I'm not speaking about Mr. Graham, opposed to legislation, if my memory serves me correct, they were once working together. But one outsmart the other now and force them out. So now they're trying to take control of it. So we need to regulate it and let it be regulated. Ms. Gomes can tell you, we don't see eye to eye. But I guarantee you, if she's in control of it, not much going to slip through the cracks. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Thank you so kindly. Now we will recognize you, Senator Blyden, for your point of information. Kindly proceed.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Assistant Commissioner Graham,
yes, sir.
In respect to the limousines, how many citations have been given out within the last 2 years for that industry in terms of limousine drivers? Do you know?
Within the last 2 years, there have been, I would have to get that information back to you, Senator. We do keep track of citations that are issued for limousines, but not just limousines. It's general citations. That's the process that we use. The limousine services that are operating, what we've been given, we've been told, okay, well, these individuals are operating at locations where they're not arranged for. And you know what? When we investigate that, we're finding that indeed what they had was a prearranged agreement. They weren't sitting there waiting, soliciting clients at the source. And so there are times when we hear complaints, and when we investigate those complaints, they may not hold out to what the arguments are.
If I may, Madam Chair, is that information digitized, whereas someone from the office can send that information? And if not, through the chair, I would like to have that information and also the amount of vehicles that under those 65 licenses. Through the
Certainly will do.
Thank you so much, Madam.
Point of information.
Thank you so kindly. Senator Potter, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask Mr. Graham whether or not we had established rules and regulations governing the limousine industry, because if you're issuing citations and sanctioning individuals who are working in the industry, it must be based on something. So do you have established policies and procedures, rules and regs?
Yes, Senator, we do have some very limited guidelines that we use for that purpose. And basically what it was is that we have a listing of the types of vehicles. We know that the law specifies that it has to be prearranged. We never established a dress code or anything of that nature. But we have been crafting since we faced the challenge to trying to make sure that those vehicles were compliant. We've been crafting that. So that is something that's forthcoming in terms of the regulation for that particular industry. Yes.
You said forthcoming, but then it's conflicting with what you're stating, Assistant Commissioner, because you're saying you have regulations, and then you say it's forthcoming.
No.
So do you have regulations? Because I listened keenly to your presentation. Do you have current regulations that govern the operation of the limousines?
So as it is, and I'm going to restate it very clearly, the DLCA has not promulgated any regulations. But we have basic guidelines that allows us to identify. We use the law as it is, and we have basic guidelines. We were in the process and are in the process of crafting and regulations that would be put forward or promulgated. But currently, the DLCA has not completed that process.
Okay, so I would like you to send me the guidelines that you're using, because those guidelines are what you're using to give citations, are they not?
Right, so,
Okay,
yes.
so that's to go further to what Senator Potter was inquiring about. Kindly forward us the guidelines that you're using to enforce regulations within the limousine. Okay, whatever guidelines you have. Thank you so kindly. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Kenneth Gittens for your 5 minutes. Senator Gittens, kindly proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all. Listen, you know what happened? Sometimes we act like we are just a rogue community. Nobody wants to get regulated. Limousines pick up people and drive them to a destination. They get paid. They're in a vehicle for hire? What nonsense are we talking about? Why are we here having this run around like a dog chasing a tail? Total nonsense. It's years now I asking for this thing to come. Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for bringing the bill. It's years we asking for this thing to change. I submitted legislation as well, but was preempted to formally rename the commission to the VI Taxi and Limousine Commission, identify and define each class of automobile for hire, namely limos, safaris, etc., to include gypsy taxi. It's games we're playing with people's lives out there, you know. We need to even address the insurance, requiring mandatory liability insurance on all these automobiles for hire. Reclassifying the inspectors to enforcement officers, and preserving the commission members for transparent grievance process. The taxi commission just needs some help. It needs to revamp. It don't need to go under DLCA. It was there, it failed. DLCA, I must say today, you got an F. No, nothing here brought forward with data. Nothing. Years these limousines under DLCA to date, nothing in writing? No. And then we can't even tell how many citations were issued. We got to get serious. We got to get serious. Mr. Smith, you seem to be on point, on the ball, with what you're stating here today. And I hope that we're listening. I want to be able to support this measure, but I also want for us to amend it and include some of the things that I've spoken about, to include a mandatory liability insurance. We're transporting people. We see how much Safari already tumble over with people on it. We continue to want to amend to appease and make everything comfortable, but some of these vehicles a little too wide for me. Being on the street and being a former traffic accident investigator who was actually certified through the Institute of Police Technology and Management, so I ain't just telling you nonsense. We got to get serious. Is when somebody, God forbid, get a debt, then we're going to want to run scrambling all over the place and put this in place and put that in place. Let's get serious. Anybody could get a car and say it's taxi. How many? I am so sorry that the Bureau of Motor Vehicles ain't here today either, because they should have been here to testify on this, to tell us in here how many limousines registered or cars registered to one person that have limousine. I think I see some limousine company here from limo 1 all the way up to limo almost 30 for real. But as I did my research, I'm realizing that you have I believe is Chris Limo.
1 minute.
Some 18 cars. From limo 1 to limo 18. You get another Elite, you got some Ala Salim or wherever it is with a whole bunch of them again. People, they need to be regulated. They should also be required to have a medallion. They're all vehicles for hire. And make sure that the taxi drivers are not disenfranchised either. They should be able to have 3 to 5 vehicles under one medallion too. But why should this one entity see a way out the door and could have up to 30, like is being stated in the gallery there, up to 30 vehicles and operating rogue? No regulation whatsoever. I am firm and big on regulation, on enforcement. And we have to do what we have to do. At the appropriate time, you said time? Thank you. At the appropriate time, I'm hopeful that we have some amendments to this, but it is high time for us to have a Virgin Islands Taxi and Limousine Commission. Limousine is a vehicle for hire. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Majority Leader. I wanted to ask a question of you, Assistant Commissioner Graham. I got information that there is a company that is online that is operating for passenger for hire. It's VI Hail. Do you have any information relative to that company being registered business in the Virgin Islands? Are you familiar with what I'm
heard, I've seen the advertisements. I've certainly heard and sought to address that. The individual or the entity in that name has attempted to apply for some sort of initial license to explore that type of mode. However, they do not, Senator, they do not have any license with the DLC.
So what is your department doing to curtail them operating in St. Croix? We don't have any St. Croix taxi cab members here, operators here. But I recall when we had the meeting in St. Croix, they were talking about these type of taxis, these type of automobile or passenger for hire operating. You have enforcement officers?
Yes, we do.
So you know the person who is attempting, correct? And you
Yes.
know so what have your department done to curtail this?
So basically what we have done, it's not just VI Hail. There's a slew of individuals. I'm using the... Sorry, go ahead.
Just be succinct. We don't have too much time. We have 2 other bills on this agenda. What is
Correct.
your department doing?
So if we do identify people as operating outside the scope of the license, basically if they don't have a license to operate in a particular area, and we identify them as doing that, we issue them citations for operating outside of the scope of the license. We do believe, though, that if someone is conducting business as a vehicle for hire, that entity, if they are not licensed, then that is the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission's role and responsibility for addressing that issue, that individual or that entity that's operating outside this, that's a vehicle for hire operating without a license.
So that's
And we have been clear to anyone seeking to do the, and I think we're talking about this whole rideshare thing that's seeming to blow up. We've been clear to anyone that unless they are operating with taxis or they're operating with limousines, duly licensed to operate in the Virgin Islands, that they cannot hold themselves out for rendering those services. Many of the individuals that are trying to do these rideshare operations have been reaching out to taxi operators to be able to bring them on board and participate in creating a service that would allow communities, individuals, to get rides directly to their homes, etc. So we've had conversations with senators trying to see if we could promote and push to make sure that that comes to fruition, because we realize that there's a real a need for individuals getting clear, and I use the word as ubiquitous transportation, need to get transportation, not just at the hotels, not just at the cruise ship ports. I have an employee, Senator, who sits down every single day and has to be receive a ride from her counterparts because when she goes by the roadside, either the taxis wave her on or she's not able to get that. And so that my whole push here is that this is, and I said it in my statement, that this is something that's coming. We don't have to wait until the disruptors come. That's what they did when they broke the industry in New York. We can get ahead of it and make sure that it is regulated appropriately. And that's what I'm saying.
Thank you, because I do know that there is a need for other operators to provide services. I do. It's a common knowledge. I mean, I grew up in Bovoni housing community, and I would come to the airport. I would arrive from a conference or what have you, and I would need a ride from the airport back home to Bovoni housing community. And I'll tell you, I had a very difficult time getting a taxi to drive me there. And don't talk if it was around a 7 o'clock flight PM. That wasn't happening. I used to have to call people who I don't, family members, to make sure they come and pick me up. So that is a need that you just identified.
Senator, if I may, I know it's taking time, but if I could clarify something
Certainly.
for you. Senator, this approach and what the gap that the limousine service is filling, and I think my co-testifiers here today have made some very salient points. But the gap that the limousine service have been providing has not been on the push of the DLCA. Many taxi operators have been asking for the opportunity to provide a more luxurious service. But the impact is the Taxi Cab Commission have said, across the board, no, they can't do it. They have to put on dome lights if they're operating. They have to put on. So basically what they have come to us and says, hey, guys, can we obtain this? And it's not that they have given up. I know many taxi operators that continue to have their taxi operations, but have come to us for a limousine license so that they can do that in conjunction with. So now I can't say that, I have no knowledge, Senator, of the taxi walking away, leaving their medallions aside. All I know is that if you own a medallion, the law says that you shall cause to operate in the U.S. Virgin Islands a vehicle for hire, so that you can't have a medallion and have it sit there and not cause that to happen.
Thank you so much, Assistant Commissioner Graham. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Fonseca for your 5 minutes. Senator Fonseca, kindly proceed with your line of questioning.
Yes, thank you. And pleasant good afternoon to the distinguished panel of testifiers. Okay, quick question. Miss Watley, Hanson Watley, how long have you been acting in St. Croix? Can you hear me?
Yes. Good afternoon again. I believe it's about 4 months.
4 months. Okay. Question, Ms. Gomes. Okay, so what have your collections for the taxi medallions been to date? What is the number? Do you have that number?
Okay, to date, and this is just as of a rough estimate as of August 31st, $334,526.50. And collectively, again, through the Treasury, what we have deposited to date is $407,957.17. Of course, we still have receipts that have to be posted to the account through finance in order for it to hit.
Okay. See, you came before this committee on July 12th, and you told me your collections was $345,651.17. Now you're telling me it's $334,000. So now you got me lost because one of the numbers them is wrong. Okay, either way, you have 1,964 medallions?
Right, so...
No. Just a yes or no?
Yes.
Good. And the fee is $130, right?
Correct.
So if you multiply 1,964 by 130, your collection should only be 255,320. So if you collect 130 from all your medallions used to collect 255, you're telling me now that you collect 334,000. So the numbers don't add up.
So that's a collective total. So for the business licenses that you're referring to, and you have to understand, it's not all the medallions out there that are current with paying their annual business
So
license.
some of them is for prior years. Some of that collection is for people that was a year old or 2 years old. You're only supposed to collect 255,000.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I know you ain't gonna have that number. Let me. How about your vacancies? Have you filled your vacancies? Last time you came here, you told us you couldn't do this, you couldn't do that because you had vacancies. What's the status of your vacancies?
So we still cannot, we still don't have, we have vacancies and are unable to fill those vacancies because
No, excuse me. I didn't ask you why. I just asked you if you have vacancies. That's a yes.
Yes, Senator.
Okay. See, that's part of the problem I have with this, right? The Taxi Cab Commission can't even manage what they have right now. And the limousine, even though I do agree that the limousine have to be regulated, et cetera, I have a concern putting them under the taxi cab, which right now you ain't even got the taxis in good order. And your collections, I don't really know, your numbers. So the other thing here, right? I want to ask a quick question here, right?
1 minute.
Okay. I want to ask you, Mr. Chris Watson, right? You mentioned that you didn't agree with the dress code for the limousine services and you had a barefoot some type in. Explain some more detail. You're saying that the limousine service should not be in a tie and a suit. Casual, what do you plan? What did you mean by that?
Thank you, Senator. Chris Watson, Tropical
30 seconds.
We're not against that. There's certain clients that we have a contract with, as an example, where they offer a barefoot luxury experience. That's a buzzword for luxury in a tropical setting, I guess, these days. So we're not saying that we're against a dress code. A lot of our drivers wear a suit and tie, but some of them also prefer, maybe they want to wear a blazer with more of a Hawaiian shirt underneath.
Okay, see, I think it should be standardized and have some more consistency. You see, I agree that, and then of course, Mr. Williams, Attorney Williams, you made some good points, that it seems like there are other areas that we need to put into the legislation so that we could have, a proper bill here. And so it needs some more work. I think it needs some more work. That's my opinion. I agree that the limousine is, infringing somewhat on the taxi drivers, but I'm not sure that the taxi commission is able to manage it because, you've come here, I'm a freshman senator, and for a whole half year, your voice, I couldn't even speak to you, so I couldn't even get the numbers. And now you're giving me the numbers that your collections is more than you can statutorily collect. You can only collect 255,000, but you tell me you collect 335,000, and you cannot give me the difference. So you see the numbers don't add up. You have vacancies. Your board chair is acting for over 4 months. So I'm not seeing where the Taxi Cab Commission is putting together where they can operate effectively. So you can answer on the Madam's Chair time, but I have some concerns that even though it needs to go there, I'm not sure that the current Taxi Commission is able to effectively manage this.
Thank you so kindly, Senator Fonseca. Ms. Gums, Executive Director, would you like to respond?
Yes, Senator, thank you.
Kindly proceed.
Okay, so Senator Fonseca, when I came here in July 12th, and I gave a 5-year summary, the 304 that you referenced is for FY 2022. As of FY 24, which was presented from October 1, 23 to January 31st, 2024, it stated 113,492. And you also have to be mindful of the fact that there are other fees that the Taxi Cab Commission is collecting outside of business licenses, hence the differences. So to date, as of collections, which encompasses commercial business licenses, the leases, transfers, co-ownership badge, and the like, penalties and fines, license plate replacements, and motor vehicle. To date, as of August 31st, we have collected $334,526.50.
Point of information. Madam Chair, I only asked you for your medallions. I didn't ask you for all of that. So by you giving me that number, you would have given me information I didn't ask you for. I asked you based on the 1,964 medallions, what was your collections? But anyway, I've stated my opinion. I think we need to go there, but I don't think the Taxi Cab Commission is right now able to handle it. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so kindly, Senator Fonseca. I know, Assistant Commissioner, you indicate that you have to catch a plane. What time is your flight?
I believe we changed it to 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock is now 5:01. Colleagues, we're going to proceed. We just have a few, so you need to leave in about 5 minutes or now. Were you catching your flight from the airport?
Airport.
Yeah. Okay, so we are going to need to have a continued conversation. Are you going to join us in St. Croix?
Are you continuing this until that time? Certainly.
Well, you should make your route to St. Croix to the Legislative Conference Room should my colleagues have some further questions.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. So we're going to just release you from your attendance here in the chambers, and we anticipate your safe arrival in St. Croix and reporting to the Legislative Conference Room in St. Croix. You have questions for him, Senator Bolkes? Well, he could stay about 5 minutes, but do not extend it further than that. And so, AC Commissioner, be succinct. Senator Bolkes, you are recognized. Kindly recognize Senator Bolkes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Initially, I wanted to drill down on DLCA because they have most of the pushback, but more so, there are a number of things that were mentioned by DLCA, whether it was the ambiguity surrounding the medallion requirement process for the limousines, pertinent. I wanted to ask, wouldn't it be more prudent for us to work together, work with the legislature to work on trying to figure out what that looks like along with the Taxi Cab Commission? There was also a question that I wanted to ask concerning the efforts to regulate luxury vehicles like limousines based on, well, you have guidelines but not rules and regulations. However, what is your position on just transferring it over to the Taxi Cab Commission? I know you said no in the testimony, but with proper coordination and support, we should have a unified approach to this, because based on Title 3, Title 3, Section 274, it looks as if the law is already stating that the Taxi Cab Commission has what is considered to be regulation and full control over the vehicle for hire, whilst Title 20 states that a limousine is not a vehicle for hire, which I don't know where else that would even say that, because if you look up limousine, it's clearly defined as a vehicle for hire. So, you know, we have a... Go ahead.
Well, certainly, Senator, as you would agree that that setting or that setup was not DLCA's setup, that we actually are responding to a legislative mandate, right? So that saying that they are not vehicles for hire is the directive that we received from the legislature. So I've said in my comments, not in the testimony, but in my comments, that we are agnostic when it relates to who will regulate. What we're saying currently, so that businesses are not stymied in their operation. We believe that the majority of limousine service operators are operating in accordance with law. They are doing so. That's what we believe.
Well, hence, that's why the bill is striking the Section 401H to clarify or change that issue that is now putting DLCA against the Taxi Cab Commission concerning who, in fact, has jurisdiction over limousines in the Virgin Islands. But I don't have enough time, and I know you have a plane to catch, but there was other questions I would have liked to ask. And you can go ahead and leave, I guess, but if I can, before you go, what is the cost for a license for a limousine? And then to Taxi Cab Commission, what is the cost for a taxi driver concerning licensures?
Licensing for a limousine license or a limousine service license is $130.
Okay, and for the Taxi Cab Commission, what is the licensure for a taxi driver?
$130, Senator.
So right across the board,
Correct.
same $130. Okay, very well.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes, but also Executive Director Gums, isn't there a cost also associated with purchasing a medallion or getting a medallion? What is the cost for a medallion? Because you would need the medallion to operate a taxi as well, correct?
So the Taxi Commission only facilitates the sales of medallions from the general public. So that is negotiated between the buyer and the seller.
So tell us the average cost for a medallion.
So on the island of St. John, you go from between 45 to 60, of which I sold 2 on the island of St. John for
45 to 60 what?
$1,000.
So $45,000 to $60,000 compared to a license for operator at $130.
That is correct.
Okay, and then you have an additional cost of $130 too, on top of the medallion, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so there is that's why the limousine would prefer not to get a medallion, because they have to pay that additional cost. That's a sizable and profound number. Okay, thank you, Assistant Commissioner Graham. We look forward to, no. He has to go, and we want to respect that. The gentleman said he will join us on the big island of St. Croix. Kindly hold your questioning for him at that time. You're released, and we anticipate that you'll be there. Do we have, you wanted to add something?
No, what I was saying here when you were doing the comparison as the $130 in addition, that is only if an individual wishes to purchase a medallion. However, you don't have to own a medallion to be a taxi driver. And I think one of the things that should be considered, if the limos are placed back on the Taxi Cab Commission, is also to have those limo operators or drivers, if they wish to purchase whether you call it a medallion or certificate, whatever name you want to give it. You start so that if they wish to sell their business to someone else, just like medallion owners, if they no longer wish to have their medallion, they sell it to someone else who's interested in purchasing it. So that's one of the things we also need to take into consideration.
Okay. Thank you so kindly. Senator Bolkes, were you completed with all of your questioning? I know I interjected a bit to get some clarity.
I believe so, Madam Chair. Yes, most of my questions were for DLCA, but I appreciated the clarification by the director concerning the rental and the purchase of what is considered to be the medallion. But I think the overarching concern, more so on the side of the limousine drivers, is that they may not want to be, and I think that's where the pushback is, they may not want to be subjugated to what is considered to be the medallion system. So I can see why there's a pushback. But nevertheless, I mean, right is right and wrong is wrong. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I don't think it's that, but I think they want to go over that. Mr. Watson, you wanted to comment also on this line of questioning on this topic?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Chris Washington, Charcoal Venture. I think I speak on behalf of the majority, if not all, limousine operators. It's not that we don't want to purchase or have a medallion. It's operating under an entity which is in disarray. And throughout this hearing today, I'm scared to go to the office, if I'm honest with you, because it sounds like the Wild West out there. I think there's some cowboys in our parking lot right now driving our limousines. It's just not like that at all. There's been a lot of things said in this hearing today which are factually incorrect. And I think it's important to provide a point of clarification in that respect. Limousine operators, we're not against getting medallions. We're against being placed under an entity which is experiencing growing pains, shall we say.
Okay, and that's duly noted, your position. At this time, I would like to recognize Minority Leader, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. You are recognized for your 5 minutes, Senator DeGraff. Media, kindly recognize Senator DeGraff's mic.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. So let me just try to address some facts, if we can. The limousine entity was under the taxi medallion, under the taxi commission, and regulated by the taxi commission at one point. Correct. Fact. It was removed. Does anyone know why it was removed? No? Anyone? Okay, so do you know why it was removed from under the taxi commission?
My understanding is budgetary purposes.
Okay, so
Let's clarify, please.
yeah, 'cause I'm trying to get facts. only.
I'm not sure.
One moment. Please be kind to say your name before you speak, because we do have our stenographers working remotely. They're not in here in the chambers with us. Okay, kindly proceed, Attorney Williams.
I'm not sure limousines were ever under the jurisdiction of the Taxi Commission. I believe somebody referenced Pedro Williams, Act 7451, where limousines were basically excluded from the definition of automobile for hire, and they are considered passengers for hire. So I don't know that it's you wanted facts. I don't know that it's factually correct to say that they were removed from there. My position is they were never placed under the jurisdiction of the Taxi Cab Commission. I don't know, again, whether just changing the name to say taxi and limousine solved the problem that I believe this body is trying to address.
Again, we gone far. I'm just trying to put things into perspective for me. The bottom line is, when I was a police, I knew the limousine used to be under the taxi commission. So I just wanted to know if that was factual. You are saying no?
That is not my understanding.
Okay, and the director, you are saying?
So It was under taxi, but taxi was
I'm sorry. Yes,
Vernice
again,
M. Gums,
thank you so
Executive
kindly.
Director of the Taxi Cab Commission. They were placed under the Taxi Cab Commission while the Taxi Cab Commission was a division under DLCA. Now,
Okay.
I also know that I think it may have had to do with regulatory purposes and some taxi
No, but I'm just
drivers.
saying, excuse me, if you don't know, I'm not sure. I'm just trying to get what the facts are. That's how I like to do things. We address the facts. We're going to add in all our opinions. To me, it's a losing situation to have us here back and forth over an issue where we're trying to solve. And I'm saying, so it doesn't get to where it's disrespect thrown out from the limousine side to the taxi side and vice versa. That's not how I operate. You know, I think as a governing body, the first branch of government, we are trying to fix something. Now, going forward, sir, I didn't get your name.
Chris Watson.
Okay, Mr. Watson. So, fact is, the only problem you have with, based on what I heard you say, again, you could correct me, fact is, you don't have a problem going under the taxi commission if it was operating how it's supposed to operate.
Chris Watson, Tropical Venture. To an extent, yeah, you're correct.
Okay.
There's obviously more layers to that one.
Right. And so, again, like I say, factual. Now, we look at the law, and we are the governing body. The legislature is the governing body, the body that makes the laws. Any law in the VI code, we can change. So let us don't get caught up on, well, this is saying this and this is saying that. We, by law, fact, can change any one of them. That's a fact. So again, I like to just try, we stay in the facts. So the limousine, based on what you're saying, and there are certain ones, like you said, everything can be speculated and cleared up and things, but it is a fact that the taxi commission has its problems.
Correct, yes.
And it is a fact that we need to fix it.
Correct.
Correct. And that's what I say. I think in terms of facts, that's something we can address. But there is a fact that this bill is trying to put the limousine service under the Taxi Cab Commission for regulation. It's a fact. Now, Executive Director, is it your understanding that once limousines are put under the Taxi Cab Commission, that going forward they have to have medallions and everything that the taxi entity has, or is it just the regulation end of we are governing you based on our rules and regulations that we created?
So it's not my understanding of them specifically having a medallion to conflict with taxis requiring to have a medallion and not having it on the same value as the starting value that is the base. But whether we issue them instead of a medallion, if we want to stick to a coin, that's fine. But maybe a certificate or something that would identify that they could use as a tangible asset that they could carry with them if they want to go to a financial institution, as an example.
Right.
So, once they are moved there and in
30
preparation
seconds.
of the Taxi Cab Commission, along with its board, would get together to fine-tune all the requirements and the rules and regulations that will guide limo operators and all the others who would be eventually following suit.
Okay, and as a present, that's not a fact totally because it isn't in existence. Yes, Attorney.
Senator, the point is, I think all this bill does is changed.
I'm so sorry.
Yes, your name again?
Pedro Williams.
Thank you so kindly. I really would like, because again, this is a critical meeting, and so I'm again asking all testifiers before you begin to speak to kindly indicate your name and who you represent on the record so that our stenographers can record it accordingly. Thank you so much. You may continue and do identify who you are.
Sorry, Senator. Pedro Williams. My point is, all this bill does, as I understand it, is simply change the name of the commission. It doesn't deal with any of the substantive changes that you're trying to address in terms of taxi medallion, inspectors, regulation, those types of things.
Correct.
None of that is addressed in the bill. So if all you do is adopt this measure and pass it, it doesn't solve the problem. All it really does is going to invite litigation because it doesn't tell the taxi commission how they're supposed to regulate limousine service. Right now, the code provides that on the commission, there are 3 commissioners who are taxi operators. There's no such similar and corresponding provision for limousine operators. How is that
Excuse me 1 second. Again, what you are saying is a fact. So I agree with you. That's what I said before. But again, the issue is, in closing, Madam Chair, the issue still remains. The bill isn't perfect. It has to be fixed to address certain things. That's why I asked the question, is her understanding. But the fact is, what you said is a fact. It has to be corrected. And that's what I'm saying. So we are taking steps to try fix something in the territory so it doesn't have a backbiting effect to the people of the territory, our guests and our residents. That's what it is I envision the bill is trying to do. Yes, what you said is a fact, but I'm saying let's don't get caught up on I'm going to stand my ground and I ain't going to move and you're going to stand your ground and we get nowhere and then the overall industry suffers. That's my angle in terms of addressing the facts. So what you said is a fact, but currently it isn't the fact because it doesn't exist. But it needs to be. That's why the bill in its form needs to have some amendments to clarify certain things so we can move forward together and don't have a fighting back and forth. So again, that's just my take on it. Again, just purely based on the facts. So we all could leave here with dignity versus leaving here upset, totally mad at each other to solve what? Nothing? We try and solve something. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you so
Madam
kindly.
Chair,
Thank you so kindly, Senator DeGraff. Senator Potter, you have a point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, just for clarification purposes, someone texted me who was watching the hearing. Executive Director Gums, you mentioned that you do not have to have a medallion to function as a taxi driver. At least that is what was gleaned from what you said. So I'm thinking that you don't have to own a medallion. You could
Correct.
lease, you could rent. So I just wanted you to go on record as clarifying that.
Vernice M. Gums, Executive Director of the Taxi Cab Commission. Senator, you are correct. You don't necessarily have to be a medallion owner to be a taxi operator. You can, in fact, lease a medallion from someone who actually owns a medallion to operate.
Thank you so kindly. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to the people of the territory. Quick question. Do taxi drivers have to have periodic drug testing?
It's not in place.
Yes or no?
No.
Thank you. I understand what my colleague is trying to do with this bill, but this bill doesn't solve anything whatsoever, and that's just the facts. The provisions that are in here is that require a dress code, limit the types of vehicles. That's already in the code. A limousine is a large luxury sedan. It's defined already. and it says requires periodic drug testing. So you're going to put drug testing on limousine drivers, but taxis don't have to do it under the same commission. So this alone is a concern how it's written. I understand what the issues are, but I am a realist. The problem does not lie with us constantly creating legislation. The problem lies with enforcement. And that is the whole long and short of this. But what happens is when the executive branch, who is responsible to execute laws and create policies, don't do it, everybody gets up in arms, it's a political year, and it lands back in the legislature. It just is what it is. This legislature is run roughly by what? $24 million. Judicial branch is about 48 to 50 million. The executive branch is $1.1 billion. They need to do their job. And that's the whole long and short of what's happening here. You have a board that is in place under the Taxi Cab Commission. You have DLCA for years have had the responsibility for managing limousine licenses. But yet they sit here, they don't know how many cars, they don't know about fines, because they've basically ignored it. So I understand the attempt to want to shift it back. But if you have two agencies that is not enforcing certain things, Taxi Cab Commission, are you guys prepared to deal with the enforcement of limousine services now? Because you've come here and said y'all have issues with even getting enforcement officers. Are you prepared to do it?
As it stands currently, no.
No.
However, with funding, yes, we can.
And guess what? Licensing had funding and they still ain't do it. So you understand my problem? It is enforcement. It has nothing else is the problem here. And if you don't hold the people that, I could sit here as a senator and pass 100 laws. And if the executive branch does not hold the feet to the fire and enforcement, it doesn't matter. That is the problem we are having here. I don't have an issue, like, even if we have to create a separate tier system for limousine services. I have a concern with one business being able to put 50 cars under one license. I don't have a problem if you create a license for that business and every time you add on a car, there's an additional fee for that vehicle. Life is simple for me. That's all we have to do. All this extra and nobody ain't doing this, I think it's a nonsensical conversation we're going to keep repeating. You have to learn common sense. It is basic common sense. And until we have the necessary enforcement officers, whether it's under DLCA or under the Taxi Cab Commission, none of this will matter.
1 minute.
And I am not going to sit here and pretend that the limousines, some of them have not been enfranchising on the taxis. They have, because I've witnessed it my own self. I'm not going to pretend it never happened. But whose fault is that? So if I go out and do something wrong and a police officer ain't come and stop me, so I going to get away with it? So if some of these limousine services are infringing on the taxi service and not a soul is there to tell them you can't do that, they're getting away with it. You had the young man here from licensing basically telling us, oh, the ticket and put it under us and we're still promulgating rules and regulations. How much years you need to make policy? I mean, this is, our government is so, I just wish we could do better.
Time.
Because it is not that difficult. And Madam Chair, could I just wrap up?
You may proceed to wrap up,
It is
Senator.
not that difficult. But the problem is, nobody is ever held accountable for not doing their jobs. We find excuses every time. We have enough money in our budget. We need more enforcement officers. Okay. So that means everybody gonna just do what they want. And then guess what? When an industry gets frustrated, they come back to us. But I done passed the law. So how is it my responsibility again because the executive branch ain't enforcing the law already on the books? If somebody could explain that to me, you would never get an argument out of me. And until we learn to make those who are responsible to execute these laws, a lot of times these agencies say, we don't need the legislature to micromanage us. So we would give a basic law to say, hey, this is under your purview. But we actually expect you to create the policies to manage. But then when things don't happen, we don't have to step in and then create a law just to tell you to do your job. That shouldn't be my responsibility. But my chairperson is having a fit. So I am going to say, listen, I understand what my colleague is attempting to do, but it needs to be cleaned up. And how this bill is currently written is not going to do it. And that's just the fact. So thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I'm going to suggest that we hold this bill and clean it up a little bit more if it's something they want to do.
Thank you so kindly, Senator Francis Heiliger. Your time had been expired, and I was being very lenient to everyone, and I hope that you had a question for the testifiers present. So at this time, I will recognize Senator Samuel Carrion, but before I do that, I believe the interim chair for the Taxi Cab Commission, Mrs. Ottley, Hanson Ottley, you had a question or you wanted to make a comment?
I did want to interject. However, 3 speakers later, I think that it's well documented on the record that this legislation needs some work. Given what I've heard the senators say they wanted to do and the intention behind of what we hope to accomplish is not really reflective here in this piece of legislation. However, I'd like to recommend to the body that we collectively collaborate to include the BMV, the DLCA, and Taxi Commission Office and the Taxi Commission Board so that we could collectively come up with a legislation that will address these issues. And also, while we're speaking about limousine, include ride-share services that flourish and operate in this territory, whether we are going to acknowledge that they exist or not. We can go ahead and create legislation to address that one time, distinguish and regulate the systems and put it into legislation. That would just be my recommendation instead of us seeming to continue spinning wheels. I think that this vast conversation is taking this long because this is something that should have been had prior to today. And then we would have been able to all collectively support the legislation moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you so kindly, Chairwoman Hanson Ottley. I will now recognize Senator Samuel Carrion. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to you, or good evening almost, right? To you, my colleagues, testifiers, and viewing and listening audience this afternoon. I've been hearing questions, the comments, suggestions, and recommendations by colleagues and testifiers, and the concerns are well noted. I want to commend the sponsor of this measure for identifying an area that requires some work and putting pen to paper and bringing something forward to try to bring some level of solution to the problem that we have. Do we have a problem? Yes, of course, we have a problem. It depends who you ask. Right, but there is a problem that needs to be addressed. And I think part of it is leveling the playing field for everyone. There are some breaches within our laws that I guess we need to really address. And I think the colleague previous to me mentioned it, excuse me. I think part of the issue is regulations. We heard clearly that We need regulations. Regulations are necessary. And apart from regulations, once we have regulation in place, then enforcement is needed to be able to ensure that compliance to those regulations are carried out. I'm not going to continue spinning around like I want to testifiers mentioned on the subject. I think the intention of the sponsor is a good with this draft legislation that it's before us, or this bill that is before us, my apologies, but it does require a little bit of work to ensure we cover all the areas and we're able to fill in the gaps so that we can have something that works, and that the intent of the measure is accomplished, which is ensuring that all these vehicles for hire are properly regulated and enforcement is in place, and that we can ensure the safety of all those that use and tap into this industry. So the ride share is also another area that we have to look into, whether we agree with it or not. It's coming. It's been coming in every jurisdiction. We need to ensure that we have the framework in place so that it can be successful and that our people can benefit from it. It's a service that is needed, so we need to look into that. I agree with the recommendations given by one of the testifiers. Let's get all the stakeholders on the table, and let's look how we can work this out to ensure that we have a system in place that is functional and that is successful, and of course that can generate revenue for the government of the Virgin Islands that is in so much need of the same. So I really don't have many questions because I know that the
1 minute.
Assistant Commissioner for the Department of License and Consumer Affairs is traveling, and my questions really would be directed to him. And some of my other questions have been answered. Taxi Cab Commission is not in a position to fulfill the mandates of this proposed legislation. They lack funding, they lack human resource and financial resource in order to do so. So that's another area that we need to look at. So at this time, I also agree with our colleague that I think it's best for this to be held until we can once again come together and make the necessary amendments to ensure that this will be a beneficial, successful legislation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so kindly, Senator Carrion. The chair will now take her 5 minutes. I do have some concerns based on what I've been hearing, because I know this has been a long-standing issue for our men and women in the taxi industry. And I do wish that Mr. Graham was here, because I had some follow-up questions that just popped into my mind. But anyhow, I want to ask you, Mr. Smith from East End Taxi Cab, in your experience, just giving just a perspective, do you see that this legislation will be effective as written, in addressing the concerns you and your fellow taxi cab operators articulated at the town hall meeting that this committee facilitated last year, September?
Again, Mervyn Smith, Eastern Taxi President. The legislation, what I see is a start, but like I said in my testimony, I would like to see some amendments to tighten it up and make it a lot better. But it is a start, because right now you have companies that are running wild. I mean, when you could have a hotel have nearly, you could say 100% of the people that come to this Virgin Island, to St. Thomas, that's going to Western St. John, none of them are driven by taxi operators. I mean, they are just taking over everything.
So it is your testimony today before this body that when visitors arrive at our airport, they're operators from this is Westin St. John that transports them from the airport to the docks here?
To Red Hook Dock, and they also run a ferry boat that takes the passengers over. That is one institution are dealing with that. The ferry. This is a ferry service too. That in itself is another issue that needs to be addressed.
With
I would think the ferry services have a franchise agreement. You need to look into that agreement, because how is they allowed a ferry to run straight to Westin out of the port, the same port that the franchise agreement is in with?
Okay, so my follow-up question will be, do you believe the taxi industry right now has the capacity to provide that ground transportation for those customers that are being serviced by the Westin St. John?
Yes, I do, because they say they are luxury, but look at the vehicles. They are buying the same vehicles that taxi driver operate with, they are operating with.
Okay. So you have the capacity. And
yes, we do.
Okay, great. Now, for the gentleman from Best Taxi, I really want to thank you all the taxi operators for being here. I wanted to ask you your sense, similar to what I asked Mr. Smith from East End Taxi. What is your sense regarding this piece of legislation that we have before us today?
It's a start in the right. Kerry Harrigan, Best Taxi. It's a start in the right direction. So they're getting touched on a subject that I just want to say a few things about, with the amount of vehicles under one license. What happens is you can get a vehicle saying to say Carla 1. That's registered with Department of Consumer Affairs. Then you go through DMV, or they have a lot of third parties that sell license plates, and get 30 more plates. There's a Carla 2, 3, 4, 5, up to 30. Oh, that's Carla Limousine Service. She has a license. Don't worry about her. And we have a license for one vehicle, but you put all the other 29 under that one license. No one's checking on it because they know you have a business license. That's how you get multiple vehicles. And I think that's one of the main problems with
30 seconds.
With trying not to regulate it. Because if you ever get a business license for each individual vehicle, then you put more money out of your pocket into the government's pocket. So it's just trying to circumvent the law in any way that we can. You have vehicles for hire on St. Thomas, where the drivers drink and party with the guests. They have short pants on, flannels, no shoes, some have no shirt. And these are exclusive tour vehicles.
Time.
So this whole transport industry, not just limousines, needs to be regulated under one entity. There's a work in progress. With amendments like Mr. Smith said, it can be done, given all the tools to work with. And we all have to assist whatever we can, but it can be done.
Okay, thank you so kindly. Mr. Watson, do you want to also comment on that regarding the piece of legislation? Because we are going to look at it, and we are going to make a decision today relative to this piece of legislation that is proposed.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Chris Watson, Tropical Adventure. I agree with everybody else that's saying it needs to be tidied up. I disagree with some of the comments that my co-testifiers have made. Just to touch on, for example, the Westin. Everybody's got a choice. They're not forced into a particular vehicle. I can say actually that particular service is almost double the cost of your average limousine transfer. I'm very well versed in what my competitors charge. We keep an eye on these things. We do our market research. So a lot of the things that have been said don't add up, in my opinion. Rather than put such a focus on this particular bill, there's a really simple solution to this. Enforcement. Go to Red Hook any night of the week. You step out of a car even the first thing you hear is need a taxi, and it's a gypsy taxi. Limousines are not the enemy of taxi drivers, taxi companies. We are not the enemy. I would say 95% of my staff are locals, so this is only going to impact them, in addition to our business or any other limousine business. So we have to have $5 million of insurance just before we get out of bed in the morning, just to carry out our contracts. We go above and beyond with our drug policies. We don't charge per person rates. I don't know any limo company that charges per person rates. The simple solution to this is enforcement. Stop the gypsy taxis, stop the illegal limousine companies, and then a lot of these problems will go away. So I'm not against further regulation. I'm just against regulation with an entity that needs a little tidying up around the edges. I also believe that if we are going to go down the medallion route, the existing limousine companies need to be grandfathered into that.
Okay, thank you so kindly, Mr. Watson. Attorney Williams, do you have anything to add?
Not really, Senator. I believe most of my comments have been mentioned. I agree with Senator Heiliger that a lot of this has to do with enforcement. You're always going to have violators out there. It's a matter of somebody, doing their job to make sure that the industry works the way it is designed. We have no problems with regulation. Every business entity has to be regulated in some form or fashion. It's just a matter of who's doing it and whether it's being done fairly and equitably so that everybody can make a living. And that's all that we're suggesting. If I may suggest, what probably needs to happen with Senator Blyden is that he needs to bring all of the stakeholders together in a meeting, sit down and, maybe hash out some amendments, some changes, some suggestions to the proposed bill so that we get a bill that everybody could buy into that addresses the issues that we're having. And I think that would be much better. So it would be my recommendation that this committee holds this bill and do some work on it, including involving the stakeholders so that we can give some input and hopefully come up with a much better product at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you so kindly. The proponent of the measure had a appointment that he had to make, and he has communicated to the chair what his preference would be. So at this time, I will hear a motion. Senator Milton Potter, you're recognized for your motion.
Madam Chair, I move that Bill number 35-0251, an act amending Title III Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 16, Section 274, relating to the changing of the name of the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission to the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission and Limousine Commission, and giving oversight authority to the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab and Limousine Commission over limousine services, operators, and for other related purposes, be held in the Committee on Government Operation, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection at the call of the chair. I so move.
Bill number 35-0251 has been moved. It has been moved that this bill be held at the call of the chair, and it has been properly seconded by Senator Fonseca and Senator Francis Heiliger. Roll call on the motion.
Senator Samuel Carrion.
Yes.
Senator Samuel Carrion, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yay. Senator Ray Fonseca, yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator Javon E. James Sr. absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Carla J. Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter? Yes. Senator Milton E. Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0251, an act amending Title III Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 16, Section 274, relating to changing the name of the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission to the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab and Limousine Commission, and giving oversight authority to the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab and Limousine Commission over limousine services operators and for other related purposes has been properly moved and seconded to remain at the call of the chair, and the chair and this committee will so do. At this time, the committee will ask all of the testifiers to present a 30-second closing remarks. I do not see the Assistant Commissioner in the legislative chambers. So we will begin with Mrs. Elizabeth in the Senate Legislative Conference Room, in St. Croix. So we will begin with Mrs. Elizabeth Hanson Watley, Interim Chair. Kindly present your 30 seconds closing remarks.
I'd like to thank all of the senators and all of the testifiers that are present for allowing me to come in and give my opinion and insight. I do look forward to answering the call to invest some time, research, and whatever else I can do to support the initiative moving forward in collaborating with other governmental agencies and the private sector to make sure that we could find a collective way for all parties to benefit and flourish. While the Taxi Cab Commission Board is tasked with improving the taxi industry, we do understand that there are other sources of transportation, whether competitive or not, that exist and we can coexist. And so I look forward to being able to be a part of the process. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Hanson Watley. Next, we will recognize Ms. Vernice Gums, Executive Director for the Taxi Cab Commission. You are recognized for your 30 seconds closing remarks.
Thank you, Senator. Vernice M. Gums, Executive Director of the Taxi Cab Commission. In closing, I wish to thank the sponsor of the bill and the intent of the same, as our taxi operators have been crying out for far too long for limousines to be placed back under TCC. However, it is imperative that the added recommended amendments to the bill be added along with the necessary funding that would allow TCC to hire the required staffing, particularly enforcement officers, and digitization of its manual pen and paper operations. Equally important is having all senators around the table to ensure that no one is slighted, but is actually working collectively to improve the vehicles for hire industry.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gums. We will now recognize Attorney Pedro Williams, legal representative for Chris Limousine Service, for your 30 seconds closing remarks.
Thank you. As a lawyer, my job is to solve problems. If in fact this is a problem, I believe there are adequate solutions, and I believe if we bring all of the stakeholders together, we can solve this problem. We're available to do that on behalf of my client, Chris Limousine LLC, and the other limousine providers. We're available to work to get this problem solved. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now I recognize Mr. Chris Watson, CEO of Tropical Adventure Group. You're recognized for your 30 seconds closing remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I've said repeatedly, taxis, we are not your enemy in the limousine industry. We want to work alongside you. Anything that my company, myself, or any dialogue that we can be of help with, we are more than happy to do so. We are here to work with you, not against you. And it's as simple as that. Everybody goes home at the end of the day. Everybody has to make a living. So we're all on the same page.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Watson. The chair will now recognize Mr. Pascal Simeon Jr., Ground Manager for Best Taxi, for your 30 seconds closing remarks.
Yes, Madam Chair, good afternoon. It's been a pleasure being a testifier here today and really just asking the board, not the board, asking the legislature body itself to really make things better for us by funding the taxi commission, where everything I feel should be under one entity instead of 2 and 3. And 90% of our industry is tourism. Everybody talks about St. Thomas. Those are the islands watch us fighting, and it's time for us to get back to the number one spot to who we is in the Caribbean. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Simeon. Final, and then we will have Mr. Kerry Harrigan, President of Best Taxi. You're recognized to place on the record your 30 seconds closing remarks.
Kerry Harrigan, Manager of Best Taxi. Just want to thank the legislative body for having me here to be able to testify on this matter. Moving forward, like I said before, once we all work collectively together, we can make it happen. Regulation, enforcement is the key to this whole process. We all know several gypsies, illegal taxis, illegal limousine services that exist. Let's just work together and try to get rid of them, get it regulated, get it under one body with Taxi Cab Commission.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Harrigan. And last but definitely not least, Mr. Mervyn Smith, President of East End Taxi Cab Association. You're recognized for your 30 seconds closing remarks.
Okay, Mervyn Smith, East End Taxi. Thank you all for giving me the opportunity to be here today with my testimony. However, being that the bill was held, I just hope that it does not be killed in the dies in this committee, and that we can come forth with a solution to govern the limousine industry, because as it stands right now, corporations will be coming in here and taking over the only business that is left for the people of these U.S. Virgin Islands, and that is the taxi industry. As it stands right now, that's what it is leading to. As you can see, 40-something, 60-something limousine company, 32 square miles, 13 by 3. So I look forward to communicating with any senator and to see a bill come forth to bring a resolution to this problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Smith. And know that as valued and invested members of the taxi cab industry, I am quite certain that you will continue to push forward to make sure this effort does not end. And so I don't have any concerns about it ending. I don't have any concerns about that. You have a lot of committed legislators who are here present who wants the best, the very best for the taxi cab as well as limousine service industry. At this time, all testifiers are released from testifying before the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection for today. The committee stands in recess for 2 minutes. We are back on the record. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed to reading the third block of today's agenda into the record.
Block 3, 2 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. The committee will receive testimony concerning Bill number 35-0231, an act amending Title 20, Virgin Islands Code, Part 2, Chapter 32, Subchapter 1, Section 225C, relating to permit requirements for vehicles brought into the territory to exempt authorized dealers from the permit requirements, but require them to present a bill of lading. This bill is sponsored by Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Invited testifiers, Ms. Barbara Jackson McIntosh, Director, Mr. Ford Bowski, Owner, Mr. Justin Workman, Director of Operations, Ms. Denise Hanna, Executive GM. This ends the reading of Block 3, Madam Chair.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Clerk. You're doing a fantastic job, even though this is your first time clerking full-time here with us. Now, I know you indicated it's from 2 to 3:30 p.m. and yes, we are running about 3 hours behind. That's because we had a very long agenda and very thorough, and we have one block left. And we had an agenda wherein we were honoring a great man as our first block. So we did run very long, and that is the former presiding judge of the Territorial Superior Court, Judge Vern Hajj. He was being honored and commended, and the whole gallery was full. But nonetheless, colleagues, I will now recognize person who speaks on behalf of this bill. Who speaks on behalf of this bill? I do. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized to speak on behalf of Bill 35-0231.
Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifier. Good afternoon to the people of the territory. Back in 2022, we had the opportunity to hear testimony from the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, which they shared a concern with us where individuals were bringing vehicles into the territory and they were able to make them leave the lot and they were driving around the community. Some were not insured. BMV did not have a total amount of some of these vehicles that were even coming into the territory. And it was a major concern for them. We went ahead as a legislature and passed a piece of legislation that gave the BMV the opportunity to create a permit form that they can no longer go to the shipping company and remove these vehicles without getting that form from the BMV. The problem that occurred is because we were trying to fix a problem, we ended up blanketing the entire industry with this particular form, forgetting the fact that there are dealers in this community that already have dealer's license plates that are also issued through the BMV to allow them to move vehicles to their lot from the shipping company. So what I am attempting to do is, the major concern at the time was the BMV was concerned about knowing how many cars came into the territory and also being able to account for them. So the only thing my piece of legislation attempts to do is to exempt dealers from having to do double permitting. They could still use their dealer license plate in order to move the vehicles, but I'm also leaving in place the aspect for them to still report the bill of lading to the BMV within 10 business days. I am willing to be open to my colleagues. If you feel 10 business days is too long, our bills could easily be amended to go to 5 business days. The reason why I did it in business days is because sometimes a dealer might bring in 5, 6 cars at a time. And because it might be several times, they might go back and forth to move all of these vehicles versus one individual that might have shipped in one car and was causing a lot of these issues. So hopefully we will get to have a robust conversation and ask questions and better understand what my concern was. We are not taking away the right of the BMV to be able to get the necessary information through the bill of lading. We are not taking away the right for them to charge fines if a dealership does not turn over this information. What we're doing is taking away the fact that a dealership that already is in the code under the same Title 20 VIC subsection 336, it says dealer's license, and there's an entire procedure for already dealing with dealer's license, which is the same thing they use to be able to move these vehicles from the shipping dock to their lot. So we're not adding an additional level on businesses that actually do this for a business. So, Madam Chair, I will sit and listen to testimony as well as my colleagues, and hopefully I will get the support of the members of this committee to move this piece of legislation forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so kindly, Senator Francis Heiliger. At this time, we only have one testifier here. As the clerk read into the record, we did invite Ms. Barbara Jackson McIntosh, Director of the VI Bureau of Motor Vehicles. She did send in a testimony, a written testimony. And we also invited Ms. Denise Hanna, Executive GM of Metro Motors. They did not respond. And finally, we do have before us Mr. Justin Workman, Director of Operations for Drive Green VI. So what we will proceed to do is have Mr. Workman, we have you read into the record your testimony. Kindly proceed.
Good evening. Thank you. Justin Workman, Director of Operations for Drive Green VI. I would like to express my support of amending Bill number 35-0231, allowing exempt authorized dealers from permit requirements for vehicles brought into the territory by providing the coordinating bill of lading of the cargo that is being brought in. Considering the volume of vehicles we bring in on a regular basis, the current bill requires licensed auto dealers to secure a temporary moving permit from BMV for each vehicle. This process creates an enormous strain on our operations, creating an unnecessary use of time, logistics, and costs. In addition to the challenges that this creates for the auto groups, the shipping companies and docks are also affected due to their limited operating spaces. It's imperative that we remove our cargo as quickly as possible in efforts to unload new incoming cargo. The current requirements adds additional steps to the already difficult process of clearing and receiving our vehicles and our cargo. By providing the BMV with the coordinating bill of lading along with the dealer's business license, BMV will have sufficient record of the vehicles being brought into the territory. We can use the provided bonded and insured dealer tags to safely move the vehicles to our facilities during this time.
Excuse me. Thank you so much, Mr. Workman, for your testimony. Colleagues, we are going to go to a 4-minute round, but we do have like I said, written testimony from Director McIntosh. If it is the will of the body, we could read it into the record, but we don't have her present to ask any questions. So I'm thinking it's kind of moot to even read it into the record, but I will lean on the will of the body to guide me in that decision, because she's not here and she's not present for us to actually have a very robust discussion and questioning of it. And I think it's critical that we do have her present based on what this is going to be affecting her division. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized.
As you know, as a body, we did invite her and she did submit her testimony. All of us have a copy of it and I'm sure we could all read it and digest it. And if there's any questions, henceforth, I'm sure we could have that conversation. But I have a copy. I've sat here and read it already. So I think if you guys wish to put it on the record, but like you said, she's not here to even answer anything. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so kindly. Mr. Vice Chair, Senator Javon James Sr., you would like to make a comment?
Point of information.
You're recognized for your point of information.
Yes, I just want to place on the record pertaining to the bill that we're hearing in this block. Since this bill directly impacts BMV, I think it's only right that it's placed on the record. It's 4 pages long. It's not that lengthy, and that's just my opinion. I would just like to place that on the record because we need to hear from a government agency whether we agree with it or not, just for the public's, for the public to be updated and to have some level of transparency if we're going to act on this bill here today. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Clerk, kindly proceed with reading the testimony received from Director Barbara Jackson McIntosh of the Bureau of Motor Vehicles into the record.
The 35th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, Bureau of Motor Vehicles testimony on Bill 35-0231, Tuesday, September 23, 2024. Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Carla J. Joseph, Chair of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection. Other members of the committee, the listening and viewing audience, I am Barbara McIntosh, Director of the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. I apologize for not being able to attend the hearing today because I have a prior planned pressing matter that I must address. Through this correspondence, I offer opposition on behalf of the Bureau of Motor Vehicles to the proposed amendment to the Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Part 2, Chapter 32, Subchapter 1, Section 225C, relating to the requirements for vehicles brought into the territory. The purpose of the previous amendment to this section of Title 20 was to include a provision to hold the responsible parties accountable for notifying the BMV when a vehicle is transported in and out of the territory or between the islands. The addition of the new subsection 225C requires that a special permit be obtained from the BMV so that the vehicles brought into the Virgin Islands can be driven from the shipping company to the BMV. Prior to the addition of Section 225C, we were told by law enforcement and the public that there were several vehicles on the roadway that were not registered in the territory. Somehow, we're driving around the license plates from other states. Since the enactment and implementation of this provision of Title 20, we have seen a drastic reduction in the number of vehicles that are released to the owner without insurance, payment of road tax, obtaining a VI title and registration. Section 225C allows the BMV to enter all vehicles imported into the territory in the BMV database even before the title and registration process have been completed. Through the information that is entered into the database, law enforcement is aware of the status of the vehicle and the communication between the owner and the BMV. Removing the provision that provides for immediate communication with the BMV is indeed a step backwards for enforcement. If a vehicle owner chooses not to come back to the BMV after they receive the special permit, at least law enforcement will know who owns the vehicle by searching the database using the VIN number. This amendment is removing this important tool not only from the law enforcement, but from all citizens who will need to know if the vehicle is involved in any accident, and God forbid the accident resulted in death or major injuries, or if the vehicle is abandoned on private property or the public roadway. Requiring the dealers to self-report 10 days later, maybe 10 days too late, and circumvent a necessary step in the process. The current protection benefits all of us, especially the hardworking citizens of the Virgin Islands. I pray that any adverse effects because of this amendment do not affect my family or yours. I know of countless stories of people that cannot work, walk, or properly function because their vehicles were stuck by an uninsured motorist, or the vehicle had an out-of-state plate or no plate. What this is doing is adding to an already burdened system. Dealers and oftentimes purchase vehicles for their customers who prior to Section 225C were given the vehicles to drive pending the completion of the paperwork at IRB, insurance, and the BMV process. There must be a provision that mandates that all vehicles brought into the territory be reported by the dealer immediately so that the vehicle and the owner information are captured in the BMV database. Currently, dealers are allowed to use their business insurance to obtain the special permits. If the vehicle is brought in for a specific customer, then the customer's insurance is used to issue the permit. Therefore, if it is unclear as to why the basic impact successful working provision of Title 20 is being negatively amended, if this body wants to give more freedom to the dealers, I strongly suggest that an amount no less than $150,000 be appropriated to the Bureau of Motor Vehicles so that we can update the database to allow the dealers and shipping companies to report directly to the BMV without accessing the database in its entirety. The goal is to make reporting efficient and hold the companies accountable because there will be a single secured repository of the data. I thank you, Committee Chair Joseph, and the other members of the committee for giving us this opportunity to include our position on Bill number 35-0231. The BMV is not in support of this amendment. Please feel free to contact my office if you have any questions or need any clarification on anything that is written in this correspondence. This ends the end of this reading for this testimony, Madam Chair.
Thank you so kindly, Ms. Hajj and Madam Clerk. We have just received this testimony from Director Barbara Jackson McIntosh, and she is unavailable to discuss this bill, this proposed amendment any further. Point of information, Senator Francis Heiliger.
Thank you. I just want to put on the record that after hearing that testimony, I'm a little bit concerned as to some of the information that was put out. There were specific parts that said that if we amended this, we were going to be removing all of these things, and it was going to be a concern about people getting hurt and family. My bill does not remove a single one of the provisions that were created in this law. Every section A, B, C, and D still exists. My particular bill attempts to add another subsection E to exempt dealerships. So the concerns that the BMV director shared are non-factual in regards to that. The entire purpose that she shared with us was to make sure that the BMV has a bill of lading to know what cars come into the territory. My bill continues to make sure that that bill of lading is turned over. The reason why I attempted to say 10 business days is because unlike an individual who might have brought in one car for their personal use, a dealer might bring in 10 at a time. So it might take them several days through their dealer plate to move those vehicles over a several-day period, or sometimes they might get it done in 1 or 2 days. So if we want to amend and reduce that 10 days, I don't have a problem with it to maybe 5 business days. But at the end of the day, what was stated is not factual, and it does not affect the law as it currently stands. It just exempts dealers who have access to a dealer license plate that is already insured and bonded. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so kindly, Senator Francis Heiliger. The position that the BMV has taken and placed and has written, citing some major concerns regarding law enforcement and protecting our people cannot go unanswered. We have a responsibility here in this body to properly vet these pieces of legislation, and the director is unavailable and no staff is available. We are going to recess for about 5 minutes and we will come back. The committee stands in recess for 5 minutes. We need to have a And we are back on the record. We had a discussion regarding this bill. Members found it imperative and very important that we are able to have a discussion and question Director Jackson McIntosh relative to her written comments, which was read into the record. And we want to also extend our thank you to you, Mr. Workman, for being here and to be here to provide testimony, your written testimony. I know we greatly appreciate that. Is there a motion? Senator Francis Heiliger, kindly proceed with your motion.
Thank you. I move to hold Bill number 35-0231, an act amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Part 2, Chapter 32, Subchapter 1, Subsection 225C, relating to the permitting process for vehicles brought into the territory to be exempt authorized dealers from the permit requirement but require them to present a bill of lading. To be held at the call of the chair, I so move.
Second.
Bill number 35-0231 motion has been properly made to hold this bill at the call of the chair. Roll call on the motion.
Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Cameron, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yay. Senator Ray Fonseca, yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator Javon E. James Sr., yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Carla J. Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Yes. Senator Milton E. Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 5 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Bill number...
2 absent, I'm sorry.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Clerk. Thank you. The bill number 35-0231, an act amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Part 2, Chapter 32, Subchapter 1, Section 225C, relating to permitting requirements for vehicles brought into the territory to exempt authorized dealers from the permit requirements, but require them to present a bill of lading. The motion has successfully been made, and this bill will be held at the call of the chair. Mr. Workman, I really want to thank you for being here. The committee, what just transpired for you and the listening audience's benefit is that the committee has made a decision to hold this bill in particular, and we value your comments, but we also need to have the entity which enforces this law present, especially giving its riveting comments which indicated they were in opposition right in the second paragraph of this law. It is only fair and just, and we tend to be fair and just in this committee to try to afford those opportunities to the government entities. We did send out notifications timely and follow up with calls, but the director, she is not doing well, and I believe her assistant director is off island or on leave. So we want to really thank you. We want to thank you so much for being here again and for presenting your comments. You are released from testifying before the Committee on Government Operations and Veterans Affairs and Consumer Protection. This committee stands in recess for 2 minutes. And we are back on the record. Madam Clerk, kindly read into the record the final block for today's agenda.
Block 4, 3:30 p.m. to 5 p.m. The committee will receive testimony concerning Bill number 35-0285, an act honoring and commending Brian Benny Demers. Bulai for his outstanding achievements in the music and entertainment industries and for his contributions to the Virgin Islands community, awarding him the official key to the Virgin Islands and appropriating $10,000 annually to the Demers Foundation. This bill is sponsored by Senators Ray Fonseca and Angel Bocas Jr. Invited testifiers, Ms. Kimika Woods, Acting Director, Office of Management and Budget, Honorable Calvert White, Commissioner, Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation, Mr. Jose Tony Rosario, Resident, Honorable Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner, Department of Finance, Mr. Teron Thomas, Resident, Mr. Sheldon Turnbull, Resident. Madam Chair, this completes the end of block 4 reading.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Clerk. Who speaks on behalf of this bill? Media, kindly recognize Senator Fonseca's mic. Try again.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair and colleagues. It is with a great sense of pride and honor I now present to you Bill number 35-0285, an act honoring and commending Brian Benny Demers Bolai for his outstanding achievements in the music and entertainment industries and for his contributions to the Virgin Islands community, awarding him the official key to the Virgin Islands and appropriating $10,000 annually to the Demers Foundation. Sporting a personality as vibrant as his native Virgin Islands, Benny Demers is globally known as an entertainer extraordinaire, internationally known as the DJ for Akon. A-K-O-N. Benny D is also acknowledged as a first-class actor, music producer, screenwriter, and artist manager. Of course, with us today also is Doctor, because the last time he was here, Mr. Teron Thomas was honored and given the doctorate degree at our last commencement of the University of the Virgin Islands, Dr. Teron Thomas. So Benny Demers has stamped his own ticket to success. He has thousands of fans in over 180 countries and has a clear passion for using his celebrity status and resources to enrich the lives of others. Having grown up knowing what a struggle it could be to recognize your dreams firsthand, Benny D has vowed to give opportunities to youth he could only dream about at their ages. Flamboyant and energetic in his own performances, many may be familiar with his works with singer Akon, but also Benny D has quietly contributed to the success of numerous other popular artists, such as Rock City, Jada Kingdom, Verse Simmons, Kendrick Lamar, Cardinal Offishall, Jada Kingdom, and many more. However, life didn't always have superstars checking for his DJ skills and expert advice. Though Benny D first touched the wheels of steel at the tender age of 10, it was his hard hustle and sleepless grind that took him from the island's clubs in the VI, our very own, to being worldwide on sold-out stages in countries such as Brazil, Germany, LA, New York, France, Uganda, Liberia, Senegal, Australia, New Zealand, Hong Kong, Korea, Saudi Arabia, Dubai, Popa, and so many others carrying the Virgin Islands name on the back. Fans and music lovers alike knows that Benny Demers is not just the DJ. He's the extreme entertainer, otherwise known as the world's most entertaining DJ. Colleagues, I now present to you our very own Virgin Islander, Benny Demers. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca, for that introduction. At this time, we had invited Ms. Kamika Woods, Acting Director for the Office of Management and Budget. She is unavailable, but I think we have some written testimony, and we'll ask Madam Clerk to read that into the record at the appropriate time. And then we had also asked the Honorable Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner at the Department of Finance, to also make an appearance. I believe they have a combined testimony, and that combined testimony will be read into the record. I see that we have the Honorable Calvert White, Commissioner for the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation, here with us today. We also have Dr. T. Ron Thomas here with us today, and Mr. Jose Tony Rosario, and last but not least, Mr. Sheldon Turnbull. What we will do is proceed first with making sure we have a microphone checks, and once you say your name and your position into the record, we will proceed with Commissioner Calvert White. Then we will go to Dr. Teron Thomas, then Mr. Jose Tony Rosario, and finally Mr. Sheldon Turnbull. Then the clerk will read into the record the written testimony from the Honorable Kevin McCurdy. So microphone check, and of course we have the man of the hour, Mr. Brian Benny Demers Bolai, here present with us today as well. So microphone check, beginning with you, Commissioner White.
1, 2, testing, 1, 2.
1, 2, check. 1, 2, check.
Good evening.
Very good. Commissioner White, you may commence with reading your testimony into the record. Kindly proceed.
It is evening now. Good evening. I am Calvert White, the Commissioner of the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation, here to testify on an act honoring and commended Brian Benny Demers Bolai for his outstanding achievements in the music and entertainment industries, his contributions to the Virgin Islands community, awarding him the official key to the Virgin Islands and appropriating $10,000 annually to the Demers Foundation. While I'm here in my official capacity, it's my personal relationship with Mr. Bolai that I want to highlight today. By the way, this is the first and last time I'll refer to him as Mr. Anything. I first met Benny in the early 1900s, in 1991 to be... sorry. I'm not laughing.
Go ahead.
In the early 90s, in 1991 to be exact. I remember that year vividly because it was when the Chicago Bulls won their first championship. And ironically, it was when Benny moved from Friedenhoy to Arnold's Retreat. I was already living in Arnold's Retreat. And that's where Benetton, as we call him, became my childhood friend. We bonded over our shared love for basketball. Our first introduction was on the Arnold's Retreat basketball court. Why do they call you Benetton? Is what I asked, noticing he was wearing a shirt from the clothing company Benetton. Then I realized and I said, never mind, forget it. Benny was always decked out in Benetton gear. He had the shirts, the pants, the socks. Every day it was something new and different from Benetton. That's how he got the nickname Benetton. Come to find out, his brother worked at Benetton clothing store and would hook him up with free clothes. I think I only found out his real name was Brian a couple years ago. To be honest, I'm not sure who told him he was good at basketball, but in his mind, he believed he could play. I am here today to put it on the record that thank God he was blessed with music skills because basketball was not his strong suit. As I said, my memories of those days are strong, partly because as a diehard Chicago Bulls and Michael Jordan fan, I wanted Benny to do one thing on the court: rebound and pass me the ball, nothing else. We had hundreds of battles on the court, and I'm sure I won 99.99% of the time, but that never stopped him from showing up the next day for another beatdown. A couple years later, I graduated and left the territory to pursue my basketball career. During this time, Benny discovered his passion for music. Though we were miles away apart and barely communicated, I started hearing about this young up-and-coming DJ named Benny Demers. When I asked back home, who is Benny Demers, they responded and said, that's Benetton from Arnold's. Benny linked up with Rock City, who at the time was known as Too Equipped. Following his dream, he took a leap of faith and relocated to Atlanta, Georgia. As fate would have it, in 2005, I also relocated to Georgia, where basketball once again brought us together. We'd always make sure to call each other on Sundays and ask if the other was going to the park on Memorial Drive where the Virgin Islanders would play. While I was coming down from my high as a semi-pro basketball player, Benny was on the rise in his music career, becoming the official DJ for Akon. Songs like Locked Up catapulted Benny into music stardom. Success was good to Benny. I remember the day he bought his first house. To this day, I miss the house. I remember when he bought his first BMW, which, by the way, got hit on Tara Boulevard on his way to me. I remember the birth of his first daughter. I remember having him invite me to St. Martin to see him and Akon perform. I remember all his firsts, but what I remember most is through all his success, through the money, through the houses, through the cars, he remained Benetton from the basketball court. To this day, he hasn't changed one bit. He's a family man who kids call me Uncle Cal, just as mine call him Uncle Benny, except for my daughter, who calls him a monster because of his mohawk. Despite his success and the demands to his career, Benny has always made time for his loved ones. Whether it's spending time with family or making sure to check in on old friends, he's remained grounded and connected to those who matter the most to him. Benny is a son of a soil who beat the odds, made it to the big stage in the mainland, and never forgot where he came from. His VI pride is evident during his shows, whether he's repping a VI flag or displaying the VI tattoos on his body to the world. He takes every opportunity to remind people of his roots, ensuring that the Virgin Islands are represented wherever he goes. In recent years, philanthropy has become a big part of Benny's life. He would always talk about giving back to the Virgin Islands, which led to him starting the Benny Demers Foundation. The purpose was to organize events in the Virgin Islands to raise money for nonprofit organizations. His kickball game, which started as a joke between him and Wally Cat over a marble game, have now turned into an annual event that onlookers eagerly anticipate during the carnival festivities. He's now included his glow-in-the-dark bike ride, which encourages bikers, young and old, to come together to enjoy a fun night ride. Benny, the ultimate Virgin Islander, even took his bike event to St. Croix, successfully hosting a glow-in-the-dark bike ride in Christiansted and one in Frederiksted. But Benny is more than just a DJ. He's a producer, a manager, an actor, a movie director, just to name a few of his many talents. He's been the ultimate friend for years, always willing to give his last without expecting anything in return. As I sit here today in full support of Bill number 35-0285, an act honoring and commending Brian Benny Demers Belay for his outstanding achievements in the music and entertainment industries and his contributions to the Virgin Islands, I am proud to be a part of this well-deserved recognition. He's known by many as Benny. If you're from back in the hood, it's Benetton. If you're family, it's Brian. But to me, he's always going to be a friend. Congratulations. This recognition is well-deserved, and I stand ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so kindly, Commissioner White, for that riveting testimony. At this time, the chair will recognize Dr. T-Ron Thomas to present your testimony into the record. Kindly proceed.
Thank you so much. I ain't political at all, so I didn't write a fancy letter like Calvo. I had to write songs. My name is T-Ron Thomas. Good night to all the senators, and I'm so happy that you guys had me here to speak for Benny. I don't really want to talk about Benny as a DJ, and we know, I think everybody know what Benny to do for his job. But I want to leave, I know there is no Rock City literally without Benny. Me and my brother, when we started to rap, we wanted to rap like Americans, because that was the only rap we ever heard. And Benny, being Benny, hey, why I to rap like I's Yankee and I from St. Thomas? Well, that's the only rap we ever heard. Well, how come I never tried to rap like I from St. Thomas? And Benny proceeded to teach me and my brother how to formulate words with our accent and feel comfortable as rappers. And that became one of our staple sounds. We all moved to Atlanta, and Akon needed a DJ. And we had no Akon. We're like, yo, Benny, you should be Akon DJ. And Benny's like, why would I want to do that? We together. I don't want. And we were like, no, Benny, if you go be Akon DJ, if he blow up, you could come back and get us. We are broke. We don't have nothing. And Akon blew up, and Benny come back, and he got me and my brother. And our first deal was because Benny tell Akon, hey, look, no, I know it's your DJ, right? But me ain't care, but none of that, you got to sign my boy them, Yeah, the man, them are hard. And we did our first deal. As time went along, Benny being on tour and traveling the world and knowing more about touring and the entertainment industry than me and my brother, we would do shows, and Benny would be like, how come I don't do this? And how come I do this? I was being a teacher, I was being a big brother. And me and my brother were like, I mean, this is what we're doing. And so Benny's like, yo, I could help you. And Benny became our tour manager and our booking agent, and start doing all the behind the scenes stuff that people don't really see. And so, with my kids, he's Uncle Benny, I's Uncle T-Ron. I ain't really I don't want to talk about his accolades and all of that. It's cool. He is a Virgin Islander that is for Virgin Islanders. He started foundation. When he was telling me about it, every time Benny talks about the Virgin Islands, he'd light up. He'd be like, yo, T-Ron, I want to start this foundation, and I just want to give back. I was like, okay, what are you going to do? Well, I have these ideas. I want to do a kickball game, and I want to do this, and I want to do this. I was like, well, we got to start with one of them at one time. We can't do all of them at once. And whenever he put his mind to something, he'd always do it. You know what I'm saying? I feel like, this opportunity and this moment is long overdue. I love to call him my friend. I don't call him my brother. I mean, literally, this is one person in my life that I don't talk to every day. And literally to ask him all kind of questions that he probably to get annoying answering. Because he'd be like, T-Ron. I'd be like, no, Benny, what you think? I go and do this. What you think I should do? He's like, whatever you want to do, T-Ron. You know? So I just want to say thank you guys for this. Benny, you deserve it more than anybody in the world. Like I say, you know, Rock City, obviously we had the opportunity to get the key to the city, but I know we couldn't get a key without Benny Bolai, and he deserves it. He's one of the greatest human beings I know. I love him like he's my own brother. My father had loved him. My mother had loved him, and my mother don't really like anybody. So, and my mother loved Benny. So you know what I'm saying. So I don't even know the number of the bill. Look it right there. Bill number 35-0285. You know what I'm saying? I put a bill 1 zillion%. And I think I will be doing a good thing to make it happen. So, big up.
Thank you so kindly, Dr. Thomas, for your testimony today in support of Bill number 35-0285. At this time, the chair will recognize Mr. Jose Tony Rosario. Kindly proceed in placing your testimony on the record.
Everybody's saying the same thing, but I don't want to say the same thing over again. Good evening, senators, government officials, my fellow Virginellans, and DJ Benny D. I am Jose Tony Rosario. It's my pleasure to come before you today on this great occasion to recognize a son of the soil who have selflessly given so much to this community through his charitable contributions and tireless promotion of the Virgin Islands. I have known Benny for decades, literally decades. I have always admired his focus, tenacity, and lifelong love for our home and culture. Many know Benny as an international recording artist and superstar, Akon's DJ, a musical director, and the DJ and producer for the Virgin Islands' own international superstars, Rock City, and now their road manager. However, that represents a small sliver of his accomplishments. In addition to being the DJ for other artists such as Jada Kingdom, who he also manages, Cardinal Official, who he assisted in getting his first record deal with Akon, Chantel, Batman Scoop, DeMarco, Melanie, Fiona, Vera Simmons, Tabby, Bonnie, and many more. Benny has acted in several major movies and independent films, not to mention countless music videos and myriad of artists. His list of TV shows appearances would fill several pages in a notebook. All of this was done under the banner of the Virgin Islands flag. In 2011, the then president of Liberia, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, made Benny an ambassador of her country. Up to this day, when people in Liberia want a mohawk cut, they call it the Akon DJ. In 2019, Benny opened the MTV European Awards show in Spain by introducing Akon and show host Becky G. These accomplishments are outstanding and worthy of praise and accolades. However, the accolades have not changed the humble, caring, and thoughtful man that Benny is, nor his commitment to his community. Through the Demers Foundation, he comes home every year to produce several events in our community while giving back both monetarily and through other engaging activities. I can go on and on about this gem of the Virgin Islands. Allow me to say, Benny, I am honored to know you and have called you my friend. I am pleased that the leaders in our community are bestowing such a recognition and issuing you the keys to the city. I cannot think of anyone more deserving than you. Senators and government officials, thank you very much for highlighting this pillar of our community and for affording me the opportunity to come before you and him and share these brief words. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rosario, for those compelling words and your testimony. At this time, the chair will recognize Mr. Sheldon Turnbull. Kindly proceed with reading your testimony into the record.
The Honorable Senator Carla Joseph, Chairman of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, other senators present, audience in the chambers, and to the listening and viewing audiences, good night. I am Sheldon E. Turnbull, and I'm pleased to have been given the opportunity to present on Bill number 350285, an act honoring and commending Brian Benny Demers Bulai for his outstanding achievements in the music and entertainment industries and for his contributions to the Virgin Islands community, awarding him the official key to the Virgin Islands and appropriating $10,000 annually to the Demers Foundation, all sponsored by Senator Ray Fonseca. Many times there are awards bestowed upon individuals that, in my estimation, diminish the value and prominence of said award. I honestly have looked at some who've received this award in the past and asked myself, on what grounds? What criteria was used for this person to receive such an enviable honor? This is one time that I am not. One time where I feel the awardee is truly deserving. Let me be clear. Brian Benny Demers Bulai is not a close personal friend from back in the day, nor is he a classmate or someone I know initially from growing up in the neighborhood. He's an individual I met through my work in the radio industry some 30 plus years ago and became casual friends. We would speak initially on industry and entertainment issues, but as I got to know him, the conversations evolved into that of our home, the Virgin Islands, and what could be done to make our home an even better place. I realized there was much more to him than a colored tomahawk haircut. I always admired how Benny represented the Virgin Islands wherever he went or performed. Whatever platform he had, he made sure the VI was highlighted. As his status grew, that never changed. Benny has appeared in countless TV shows and movies, playing different roles from the TV show Sleepy Hollow to movies like Alvin and the Chipmunks, Road Chip, Big Losers, and Entanglement. Benny has opened the 2019 MTV European Awards held in Spain, introducing Akon as the host. He has performed around the world: Germany, the United Kingdom, Brazil, Guyana, Poland, Sweden, New Zealand, Tanzania, Ivory Coast, and a litany of other places I could only dream of even visiting, all while making sure the Virgin Islands was represented and recognized. Beyond him promoting the Virgin Islands abroad on his own accord, Benny has used his success to provide assistance to the Virgin Islands community in a whole, as well as specific organizations. His philanthropic endeavors include purchasing over $75,000 in supplies to assist in the recovery after Hurricanes Irma and Maria, supporting various organizations through sponsorship. He donated to nonprofit organizations such as the Family Resource Center, My Brother's Workshop, St. Thomas Rescue, and more. His celebrity kickball game has become one of the anticipated events during St. Thomas Carnival, where he donates to various nonprofit and charitable organizations. I could go well beyond the maximum 5 minutes allotted for my testimony if I were to continue or expound on some of the shows, movies, and events Benny has performed or participated in, prominently spanning from 2004 to the present, while promoting the VI. It would take me hours to relate all he has done for our community, to include bringing notable celebrities to speak to the youth in our community to inspire them. It is for these reasons that I count myself among the persons that feel that Brian Benny Demers Bulai, Benny D, is truly deserving of the honor denoted today in Bill number 35-0285. He has shown in all that he has accomplished, much with no acclaim, and consistently over the past 20 plus years, that he is a champion of all Virgin Islands. His name added to the recipients of this award would add to the allure and prestige of receiving this award. I thank you for the time and giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Turnbull. Colleagues, we have concluded receiving testimony on this measure, and we will go forward with 3 minutes round of questioning, beginning with Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good evening, colleagues. A special good evening to our testifiers here before us today, in particular, our very own Mr. Benny Demers Bulai. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for spending some time with us. I always say that progressive communities honor and commend and support and big up their own when they achieve a level of success. This morning, we spent some time honoring and commending the great Judge Hajj for his contributions in the law. Today, we highlight and big up Benny Demers, for his exceptional achievements in the arts as a DJ, as an actor and director. But what really moved me most this evening, hearing your peers, your colleagues testify, is that you spoke a little bit about your achievements as a musician and as a DJ and your accolades with Akon and your work with Rock City and Dr. Thomas and his brother. But they spoke about you, your character, you know, what you stand for, your love and commitment to this place that we call home. And that means a whole lot to me. So I really want to commend you for that. But I wanted to ask you a question since we only have 3 minutes. What do you see, in your opinion, as the most significant issue that we have? And I know they're saying the arts. This is a serious question. What do you see as the most significant issue affecting us as a territory today? You know, a thing that keep you up at night when you think about the Virgin Islands.
Good evening, Benny Demers speaking. One of the main issues that I've always had on for a very long time with
1 minute.
being in the Virgin Islands or the Virgin Islands itself, and especially with its government, is that I feel like our government doesn't do the best job at explaining to the people how government works, and which is why we end up with a lot of false narratives out there, or the reason why we have so many different complaints and stuff like that is because they don't particularly understand exactly how this government entity is supposed to work. And I don't think people in government are trying to help them to understand how it works. One of the examples could be something as simple as, well, they have money to purchase new vehicles for all the senators, but they don't have money to fix the roads. It's two different divisions, two different things going on there, but they don't know that. They don't understand that. So with the government not being able to, or not properly explaining that to its people, we're always going to have these types of issues that's happening within the community. So I would just hope that at some point, someone or a whole body gets to the point of being able to properly explain to its people, so then everyone can have a better understanding as to what or why we're having the issues that we're having and how it can exactly be fixed, if it can be fixed. Because, of course, we've been having the WAPA issue ever since we were kids. And I think my mother was having the same issues when she was younger, and now even to today, with me having kids, and my daughters actually want to come to St. Thomas to go to UVI. So we're actually in the works of doing that now. And it's something a bit scary wanting my child to come here to be in college, and then we have all these same issues that I had when I was younger. So it's almost making it feel as if there's no fix that happened. So which is one of the reasons why I go as hard as I do. Instead of just pointing fingers, I want to be part of the solution instead of just adding to the problem.
I respect your response.
Time.
Madam Chair, if I may, just one final wrap up.
You may proceed to wrap up, Senator.
What would you say is the most significant attribute that you possess that led to your level of success?
I think one of my biggest attributes is me knowing that I'm in the service business, and me always asking, what can I do for you? Not what I'm getting out of it. You know, in my mind, everything that I do is at the betterment of you. So how can I help you to get better? And by me helping you to get better, I think it's going to make everything else around me better. That's just a motto that myself and Tehran always have with what we're doing within our career. And I think it's worked pretty well for us just by asking, what can I do to help you?
I appreciate your response. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so kindly, Senator Potter. The chair would now recognize Vice Chairman, Senator Javon James Sr., for your 3 minutes. Kindly proceed, Senator James Sr.
Greetings to the people of Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. I stand in full support of Bill number 35-0285, which speaks to honoring and commending. I ain't gonna call you real name. I know him as Benny D, but Brian Benny Demers Boulay for his outstanding achievements in the music and entertainment industries. I can say a lot of things about him, but I would like to hear it more from Tehran. I would like to ask Tehran a question, and I would like for you to place it on the record. I don't want to hear from Benny D's mouth. I want to hear from your mouth, Tehran. People are quick to say, oh, some individuals got big, they don't do anything for home. Can you list some of the things that stood out to you that you saw Benny D did for this community and has had a lasting impact based on his presence or contributions?
Oh man, so many things as far as. Oh, good night. My name is Tehran Thomas. Sorry, I supposed to say my name first. Again, I'm new to this. So many things Benny has done as far as like helping local talent. He always like helping people with business and contracts and stuff like that. Benny don't be charging people. I always be like, dog, you know, he's like, nah, you know, we didn't have that when we were coming up. I gonna help them. Benny though take his own money out his own account for his kickball game. If Benny come to you and say, hey, donate to this thing and you ain't bring the money, Benny be like, cool, I gonna pay for it myself. It don't matter, 5 grand, 10 grand, 2 grand. And I've watched him done this for years and countless times, write checks, go in his own bank account, hold off things for himself. Like, hey, Tehran, you know, I'm about to fix my kitchen, you know, but I'm going to do it later because I want to do this thing home, you know. And it, just leaving, you know, I never meet nobody as selfless as Benny, you know what I'm saying? And I could say that with true honesty, like, that man though, pull everybody in front of him. You have to literally, I think, if me and Benny get in an argument, our argument is like, yo, big man, you gotta deal with yourself first. You know, your cup, you gotta fill your cup before you could start spreading it. But he's a natural giver. That's just who he is, to be honest.
Thank you, Mr. Tehran Thomas, for placing that on the record. I am very
30
aware
seconds.
of what DJ Benny D has done for the territory, and history will reflect that. Some might say, wait, what them boys there in the legislature are doing today, honoring our next DJ? But I will tell you this much, I stand in full support of this bill. I saw the many things that DJ Benny D has done for this community, and like I said, history will reflect that. My only concern, and this has nothing to do with DJ Benny D, the sponsor of the measure, hopefully when it is his turn to speak, I would like to see him elaborate on Section 3. I am ready to vote yes, but I'm not sure if some of my colleagues would agree with Section 3, and I just want to place that on the record. But I'm ready to vote in affirmative. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. And if there's an amendment at a later time, I will entertain it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Javon James Sr., Mr. Vice Chair. There is an amendment coming forward, and you should have received it. At this time, the chair would like to recognize our at-large senator, Senator Angel Boquez Jr. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening, colleagues, and good evening to the people of the Virgin Islands and Good evening to our support testifying panel in support of Benny Demers this evening. And I want to say, today we got here to recognize someone who has excelled in the world of music and entertainment for decades and has represented the Virgin Islands very well. And throughout his career and his global presence, he has dedicated his work to the Virgin Islands and came back to our shores to support our youth with his charity work and represented this vicinity, these Virgin Islands with pride. And I thank him for that. Also, in the next few days, Act 7824, which established RCT Day, which is September 27th, every calendar year. As we heard from Dr. Thomas, there is no RCT without Benny Demers. So it is fitting that we honor Benny Demers for his work, not only just to be a part of what Rack City is or has represented in the Virgin Islands, but all of the accolades that he has given back to our territory. So definitely in full support of the measure. And I just wanted to ask one question to all of the testifiers. In your opinion, what is one of the greatest qualities that stand out to each and every one of you about Benny Demers, and can you share that with us? So we can start from my closest, from Mr. Rosario, and we'll work our way down. One of the greatest qualities, personally, that you feel stands out about Benny Demers.
I'm going to echo what Tehran said. You know, he put himself first. I mean, he put people first and himself last. Okay? He always sees the good in everyone. The same like what Tehran says. He came to me the same idea with the kickball. Okay? And he didn't know the first thing he was going to do, he going to find it, but he said he going to make it happen. No matter what, he going to find out and he going to get it done. And he did it.
And I will, sorry, Commissioner. And I will say I participated in that kickball game, and lad, it was very exciting. We didn't win, but we'll see what happens next time.
Calvert White, Commissioner, Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation. Probably how humble he is. I mean, like I said, stardom has not changed Benny one bit. I've traveled with Benny and Akon to several shows, and at the end of the night, you know, Akon is ready to go party, but Benny never want to go party. He don't drink, don't smoke, he don't want to go to the club. I hate that about him. But again, it's not like he don't have the resources. When Benny come to St. Thomas, Benny just stay by my house in a hot bedroom. Not because he have to. I mean, he could stay to the most expensive hotel if he wanted to, but he stays at my house and vice versa when I go to him. But just him being humble, I mean, stardom has not changed him.
Thank you. Dr. Thomas. Really good.
Benny is one of the most hardworking people that I know. Like I say, I tell her he's selfless. He gonna give you the shot off his back, and you know, like he gonna go as hard as possible. Benny's the type of person that will go on stage sick and perform till he pass out. And I mean, this has actually happened before, so I ain't making it up. He's just the type of person that he'd give 100% with everything, and you know, as a Virgin Islander, I would definitely be proud to be able to say he have the key to the territory. I would love to tell other friends like, yo, me and my boy, we get, you know, we get to keep him home, and we's representatives of the Virgin Islands, and I don't think nobody do it better than Benny.
Sheldon Turnbull, resident. I think just his love, his genuine love for the VI. You know, he goes out and before anybody got to tell, he put up a VI flag, his VI flag up on his DJ booth. He's showing his tattoos. He's showing a love for the VI, and he humble about it. He out there showing, there's so many things that Benny has done that if you don't know Benny and you don't sit down, because he's quick to sit down and have a good long conversation with you about just about anything. If you don't sit down with Benny, you'll never know, because he's not braggadocious. He does it because he's genuine and because he loves the VI, and that's just Benny. So I think his love for the VI and how humble he is two of his greatest attributes as I see it.
Okay, and thank you so much for everyone for sharing that with us. And I will say that I'm not a member of this committee, but I wanted to attend because I'm also signed on as a prime sponsor with the primary sponsor of the bill, and look forward to voting in the affirmative once it gets to Rules and Judiciary and session. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Bolkes. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Francis Heiliger for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers, to the people of the territory. It's a good thing when we take the opportunity out to honor Virgin Islanders that have done quite a bit to put the VI on the map. And that is the one thing that always sticks out with you gentlemen, Dr. Thomas, your brother Timothy, and you, Benny D. No matter what it is, it's VI everything. And that is the one thing I love about you. That's the one thing, because it instills a sense of pride in me. Whether I'm on social media, whether I see something on the Grammy, it doesn't matter. It's like VI. And, you know, being born and raised here in the Virgin Islands, and when individuals leave this territory and they go abroad and they're able to transform who we are as a territory, who we are as a people, and plant it across the globe, that is a beautiful thing. And I really appreciate you, Benny, for doing that on our behalf. When Dr. Thomas said that there would be no our city without Benny D, their dad worked here at the legislature with us, Kiwo. And to be honest with you, the very first time I interacted with them was I was on my way to Puerto Rico, and your dad was taking you and your brother down to Puerto Rico to speak to some people one time. And we ended up chatting, and he was telling me his sons and this, and I always remembered like the enthusiasm, the determination to push these children. And then when you guys partnered with Benny, and I said, wait a minute, this is like, there's no salt and pepper without Spenderella. it just don't exist. So I always saw you guys as a 3-person unit, like just one group. And because you were able to push that and elevate this territory, again, I say thank you. And Benny, it would be an honor for us to offer you the key to this territory, because it's small acts, it's big acts, it's anything that you do to promote this territory, and we all are impacted by it. That's definitely a beautiful thing. I just want you to share with
30
me.
seconds.
Of all the things that you've done, what is the one most impactful thing that you recall that you feel that really helped you to be not only who you are, but also help others?
Well, I'm not sure if it's any one thing. This right here is pretty uncomfortable for me. Just hearing my friends speak about me and speak on me, and I'm just sitting here to get praises. Like, that's not something that I'm comfortable with at all. Yeah, because I'm always the one in the background, just propping up everyone else. So, you know, my wife would say right now, just accept it, you know, because you worked hard for it. But one of the main things for me that I'm most proud of is when I was just able to help my guy John Whitley and Levi with getting supplies here to the Virgin Islands, like immediately as soon as the Irma and Maria hurricanes hit. My wife and I were in the stores during the time of the storm, just buying stuff because I just knew they would have needed all of this type of stuff. So I called around, I gathered Timothy, Tehran, Akon, he donated also, and I have a friend that's out in Arizona that donated because I just needed to spring into action immediately, especially being someone that was here during Maryland, and I knew what it was like. I knew what I would have wanted during that time. Now that we were able to do it, now that we had the means to be able to do it, we sprang right into action. So again, that's just me being selfless
Excellent.
again, just always.
And that's
on.
an excellent example.
Yeah.
So I know my time has been called, but I will definitely be supporting this piece of legislation. And I look forward to the continued great things you and our city will be doing for this community. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so kindly, Senator Francis Heiliger. Madam Clerk, kindly place 3 minutes on the clock for me. I am very curious. I love that in the Virgin Islands and throughout the Caribbean region, and us as people of African descent, we give nicknames. I love it. I have a nickname. Most people don't know it, but my classmates, them in school, know it, and sometimes they use it as a code to get my attention. But how did you get this name, Benny Demers? That's what I want to understand. I was looking through all of the testimony. I don't know how it arrived, and I want to be placed on the record. Maybe Commissioner White, who knows here as testifiers how this name came about? And if you could delineate to us.
I don't know where the Demers came in.
Okay,
When we were small,
make sure you place your name
Calvert White, Commissioner,
on the record.
Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation. As I stated, when we was younger, it was always Benetton. He would wear I don't know if everybody remember the Benetton clothing line.
I used to wear Benetton. We used to wear Benetton.
Well,
Benetton was on Main Street.
Benny had the Benetton hat, socks, short, shoes, you name it, he had Benetton. And at the time, obviously, we were young. We was like, how he gain all of this gear? Like, we don't know where he's getting it. And then when we found out Francis, his brother, worked at Benetton, we were like, that's how you gain all of these Benetton clothes. But I don't know where the Demers came in. But from young, it was always
1
Benetton
minute.
for us.
Short
so-
for Benetton is Benny.
Benny, and so where the Demers came from?
So a friend of mine, Roadblock Lanzo, in BCB, of course, us listening to reggae music, he just felt like the Demers just fit with the Benny. So Benny
like
Demers,
Nicodemus?
like Nicodemus, you know what I mean? So it just stuck. So I was Benetton and Benny Demers at the same time. And I just made something into the Benny Demers name. I would say the first person to ever put it on paper, like in the newspapers, was Louis Turnbull. Who opened Insomnia nightclub, and he wanted to put my name in the paper as he was creating this teen night.
30 seconds.
For me to DJ at the teen night, he didn't want to put DJ Benetton, and then he was like, well, Benny. I put Benny D in there, and then that's how Benny D ended up starting to, rise.
Okay, and that's very telling. I just have one final question for you. What year did you leave or graduate from Ivania Dorican? Because, I'm a Ray for life.
Yes, so Benny Demers speaking again. I was expelled.
Let's get into it now. Okay, you were expelled. You were expelled from school?
Yes.
Yes. You were expelled. Who was the principal?
Miss Cornell, Miss Cornell.
Sarah Cornell. Yes, she
Sarah
was
Cornell.
the principal when I was there as
Sarah
well.
Cornell expelled me in 1994. She had enough of people like myself during that time. I'm changed now. She definitely had enough of people like us who was under the shed. So we were a whole group of us under the shed.
That's a liming spot.
There we go. And she expelled me from school along with others. I wasn't the only one. And I ended up going to New York. My mother's best friend, Muriel Diaz, she lived in New York and she was in the army. She said, hey, send him to New York. I'll teach him some discipline. And on the third day, she asked my mother, what did you send to me? So she quickly regretted that. I ended up coming back home. I tried to get back into Idorican, and Miss Cornell was like, hey, no, it's not happening. I was supposed to go back to New York, but my mom's boyfriend at the time, Melbert Matthias, said, why don't you try to go to night school And, you know, I was afraid because I'm like, yeah, but they're not going to let me back in because I already got expelled from one school, so they're not going to let me back into night school either. But he said, just try it. And I went there and I found all the people that got expelled were all there at night school. So I ended up graduating from the adult education, continued education at CAHS. But
You graduate from CAHS.
Oh,
It's on the record.
Let's keep
It's
him.
on the record.
Excuse me.
It's on the record.
But
And he have a blue shirt.
I know I'm wearing the blue today, but please, this has nothing to do with the chicken hawks at all. I guarantee you, I promise you, it has nothing to do with it.
So, Senator, it's a big running joke between us of where he went to school.
Where
He got
graduated.
kicked out of Udorican, graduated from Charlotte Amali. He's wearing a blue shirt
All the
today.
testifiers from Charlotte Amalia, right?
Oh, I
Okay.
just let's get some order here, because this is a Ray who is chairing this meeting and this procedure. Okay, and we have a majority of Rays in this committee. Majority of Rays in this committee.
Thank you.
Okay, so we understand the other school that's located in the heart of beautiful St. Thomas. We love you and we appreciate you. Okay, but I'm sure at your very heart you are a Ray.
For life.
That's correct. So we really appreciate that. And let us be clear for the record, the school that you graduated from is the Adult Education Continuing School Program. It is in CAHS.
Right.
Okay, but I do want to say that my daughters graduated from Charlotte Amalie High School. All of them attended, and 2 out of the 3 graduated, and I had to spend some sizable time doing cleanups. Imagine that. And the school, and supporting the PTA and whomever. So we are all Virgin Islanders here, and I really want to commend you and really turning your life around positively. Even though you were expelled from school, you are definitely a young person to be able to talk to other young men and get them on that right track, because sometimes they need that external guidance and support. And so I am sure your foundation and the work that you continue to do and you will do is going to help propel other young people, not just men like yourselves, into a better position and knowing that they define their destiny and not others. You defined your destiny. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. You know, I've been sitting and listening to all of the accolades that your panel of testifiers here have been saying. Tony and Calvert, Tehran and Sheldon, you know, they've been using terms like hard working and selflessness, et cetera, et cetera. You know, in life, right, the only how you really know how good you are is when you've suffered a defeat, when you fall down and you get back up, you know. So I want you to tell me, right, when did you realize that your calling was as an international DJ? When did you realize that?
I don't think even at this point right now I've realized that, because again, I'm always either propping others up or I'm looking forward to the next thing instead of dwelling on whatever accomplishment I receive now. I'm already moving past to the next 2 or 3 things. So I never really have the opportunity to sit back and bask in, you know, whatever I've been able to achieve. But I can say when Akon was able to become a household name after his 3rd single, I really seen things change for all of us. And then immediately after that change, once he became a bigger name, I felt like this was the opportune time for me to go and get my guys to bring them into the fold, because now with Akon becoming a household name, he now had power in his musical ventures.
1 minute.
And I used that to be able to prop up my guys, and just in hopes that once I help to prop them up, they'll in turn do the same thing for someone else after I did something for them. So, and they've been doing that ever since.
Awesome, awesome. You know, and I want to follow up on that story because a lot of our youth, young males, you know, as a matter of fact, you know, Bureau of Corrections will tell you the average age of the inmates is 24 years. So, and you know, Dr. Thomas, you know, you also mentioned, you know, that you guys helped each other. So what message, you know, and I want to have the whole panel, what message would you give to the youths here in the Virgin Islands that have fallen down and fallen on hard times? What message of encouragement would you give? Yeah, we start with Sheldon and then we...
I would say the message...
30 seconds.
I would say Sheldon Turnbull, resident, I would say the message would be just not give up. Stay focused, recognize that there is a tomorrow, and you will be the one to define that destiny. So just don't give up and try and move it forward.
Okay.
Tyron Thomas said, there's a big wall out there waiting on you, and the weird part is they want your ideas. You are a Virgin Islander. You're from a place that's 32 square miles. You're from St. Croix, you're from St. John, and they ain't never heard your ideas before. They ain't never heard nothing you had to say before. They ain't never seen nobody that dress like you or walk like you or talk like you before. And so with that being said, you have way more to offer than just the small confines of your island, you know, and you could do so much more than what you can see. You know what I'm saying? You can do as far as the galaxy can stretch. There is no roof in imagination, and if you use it, you could become Benny. You could become Tyron. You know, I from housing. I from here. I graduated Charlotte Amali. My father worked at this legislature, and my mother was a waitress at Wyndham Hotel for years, you know what I mean? And I my first job was 12 years old. I used to buy groceries at Grand Union. I always been poor. I had only know poverty. The success thing, this is a new thing for us. Even me and him to say weird when you're like, oh man, I could afford that is weird. So to kids here, we are you. We come from the same place. We have seen the same things. We have even been through some of the same traumas, but we are examples of what believing in yourself is. That's it. Believe in yourself. Whatever it is you want to do, believe in yourself.
Awesome, awesome. Tony?
I want to echo somebody here and say, never give up. Never, ever, ever give up. You know, coming from the Virgin Islands, you know, it's not easy. And we live on an island. We can't drive from St. Thomas to St. Croix or wherever. A lot of the children here don't have even been out of St. Thomas. You know what I mean? So, but when you get a chance, you have to go through that. I mean, you have to take that chance. And when you get successful, remember you have to pay it forward. Don't keep it all to yourself. You have to pay. When you get, a lot of people get help from someone somewhere, and it stops there. But we have to pay it forward. If we pay it forward, then everyone will be successful.
Thank you, Commissioner White.
Commissioner White, I guess I would piggyback off of everybody and just, you know, if you have a dream, you know, don't give up on your dream. If you look at Benny and Tyron's story, they didn't see success overnight. I mean, it was years and years and years. Yes. And had they given up after year 2 or maybe after year 3, we wouldn't have the best songwriter of the year or the DJ for Akon, because they stuck with their dream. They knew what they wanted to do, and they stuck with it. So just you know, go after your dreams.
Yes, and the man of the hour, Mr. Benny D.
I would always say to anyone looking up to us, be careful how you treat people today, because you never know where they're going to be tomorrow. or next year, right? So someone might look down on you today because of the job that you have now. When I first got to Atlanta and started doing my music stuff with Rock City, we took a short split. I was living in a recording studio. And while living in the recording studio, there were artists that used to come to the studio to record, but they would use me as a send-out boy to go to the gas station and get them whatever they needed, drinks, cigarettes, whatever the case is, snacks and stuff, and bring them back to the studio. But as time went along, I was able to become who I became. But all of those people that used to come to the studio who ended up becoming big superstars themselves, they always remembered me from being in the studio. And now to them, it looks like, such a success story. But had they looked down on me in any particular way, it could have been some type of bitterness on my end towards them as I grew. And I sometimes became bigger than some of those people too, in somebody's mind. But yeah, just treat people how you want to be treated.
Thank you, and continue spreading the love and the message of the Virgin Islands. And we know you are Eudora Ken Devilry at heart. We all are Madam Chair and Senator Potter, Senator Blyden. I see the chief negotiator here in the back. We're all Devilrys, but we're all Virgin Islands at the end of the day. Thank you. Bulkers, that's right.
For sure.
That's right, our St. Jonian Senator at Large. Yes, blessing. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you so kindly, Senator Fonseca. I see that we have Senator Carrion has joined us. He snuck in. So, Senator Carrion, you are recognized for your 3 minutes. Kindly proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just trying to multitask, but been here all day. So thank you so much. And it's, I was just here thinking we began on a very high note, honoring and recognizing the good Judge Emeritus Judge Hajj with the renaming of the Superior Court in his honor. And we are ending tonight on a very high note also, recognizing one of our own also for his achievement, his accomplishment, and his contributions to the Virgin Islands. So this is, in fact, a great day for all of us today. And I had to stay even though it's late, but it's the work that we have to do, but this is worth it. So I'm honored to be here and to be part of this. And one of the questions I wanted to ask Benny D is, what are you most proud of? It was so great to hear all the testifiers to share their stories and testify and their accolades about you, but what are you most proud of?
I think I'm most proud of my wife and my daughters still looking at me as a hero. I think so many times you find that throughout our musical journeys or on our own journey towards our own achievements, we end up losing sight of our homes. And I'm very fortunate that my wife and kids still love me. They still cheer me on. They love coming out on the road to see me perform. They're my biggest fans. And I'm happy to say that I actually have the very same friendship circle that I started with. The exact same friendship circle. If you would say my name, it goes along with Benny, Timothy, Tyran, Pressure, Voss, Calvert, Tito, John. It's the very same circle all the way around at all times. So I'm most proud of that part. My friend circle staying the same, and my wife and kids holding me down and still looking at me as their hero.
Beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. And that really speaks volumes of you and the character and the person that you are. Friendship and relationship and family is very important. So I'm glad that you were able to share that with us, and the fact that you continue having the same friend circle, it speaks also a lot about your loyalty, your dedication, and your commitment to those around you. So this is, of course, I will be voting in favor of this measure. The only issue really I have is with Section 3, but I understand there's an amendment coming. Being part of the Finance Committee, I know we have a fiscal responsibility when it comes to the budgeting process. But apart from that, I want to thank you for your foundation and the work that you've been doing in the territory and inspiring many, many in the Virgin Islands to understand that there are no limits, that once you put your heart to it and you dedicate yourself and you work hard for it, anything is possible, anything is achievable. So thank you for being an inspiration to many young people and to us all by your life and what you have demonstrated. So may God continue to bless you and your family, and I wish you all the best and congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. At this time, the clerk will read into the record a testimony received, combined testimony received from Acting Director Ms. Kamika Woods of the Office of Management and Budget, as well as the Honorable Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner of the Department of Finance. Kindly proceed with reading that testimony into the record.
Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, 35th Legislature, led by Maurice Wells, Assistant Commissioner of Department of Finance, September 24th, 2024, Earle B. Ottley Legislative Building, St. Thomas, USVI. Good night, Honorable Carla J. Joseph, Chairperson of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, members of the committee, and other members of the 35th Legislature, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Maurice Wells, Assistant Commissioner of Budget Operations at the Department of Finance. Regarding Bill number 35-0285, the Department of Finance and Office of Management and Budget agrees with commending Benny Demers Bulai for his outstanding achievements in the music and entertainment industries, as well as awarding him the official key to the Virgin Islands. The government of the Virgin Islands is unable to commit to appropriating $10,000 annually for the Demers Foundation at this time. The Department of Finance and the Office of Management are currently exploring strategic methods to monitor our economy's cash flow. Given these circumstances, we cannot allocate general funds for this purpose. Therefore, establishing an annual appropriation for the foundation is not prudent. Madam Chairwoman, this concludes my testimony. I am available to respond to questions from the members of the committee and other senators present. Thank you. Madam Chair, this ends the reading of this testimony.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Clerk. We have concluded receiving all testimonies, and also we have concluded all questioning on this bill before our committee. Do I hear a motion? Amendment. Senator Fonseca, you are recognized for your amendment.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. I move amendment number 35-1001 to bill number 35-0285. Bill number 35-0285 is amended by striking section 3 and 4. I so move.
The motion has been properly seconded by Senators Milton Potter and James and Carrion. Any objections? Hearing no objection, the motion carries.
Motion.
Senator Fonseca, you are recognized for your motion.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. I move bill number 35-0285 as amended, an act honoring and commending Benny Demers Bulai for his outstanding achievements in the music and entertainment industries and for his contributions to the Virgin Islands community, awarding him the official key to the Virgin Islands. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 35-0285, as amended, has been properly moved by Senator Fonseca, seconded by Senators Milton Potter, Senator James Jr., Carrion, and Francis Heiliger. Roll call on Bill number 35-02. Wait, one moment.
Madam Chair, I withdraw my motion.
You withdraw your motion?
Yes. Motion.
Restate your motion.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. I move Bill number 35-0285 as amended, an act honoring and commending Brian Benny Demers Bolai for his outstanding achievements in the music and entertainment industries and for his contributions to the Virgin Islands community, awarding him the official key to the Virgin Islands and appropriating $10,000 annually to the Benny Demers Foundation. I so move. Sorry, to
Senator,
the Demers Foundation.
Okay, Senator, the motion is not properly before the body. You have to indicate where we're placing this bill. So it would be favorably.
Yes, and favorably approved by this committee.
Restate, I'm sorry, Senator.
Okay, I withdraw my
Restate it.
motion, Madam.
Okay, restate it and so that we have it correct for the record.
Madam Chair, I move Bill number 35-0285 as amended, an act honoring and commending Brian Benny Demers Bolai for his outstanding achievements in the music and entertainment industries and for his contributions to the Virgin Islands community, awarding him the official key to the Virgin Islands and appropriating $10,000 annually to the Demers Foundation, be favorably approved by this committee and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 35-0285 has been properly moved by Senator Fonseca, seconded by Senator Milton E. Potter, James Jr., Carrion, and Francis Heiliger. Roll call on Bill number 35-0285 as amended.
Senator Samuel Carrion.
Yes.
Senator Samuel Carrion, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yea for Benny D.
Senator Ray Fonseca, yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes, and thank you for saying senior.
Senator Javon E. James Sr., yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Carla J. Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Milton E. Potter, yea. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas and 1 absent.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0285 as amended, an act honoring and commending Brian Benny Demers Bolai for his outstanding achievements in the music and entertainment industries and for his contributions to the Virgin Islands community, awarding him the official key to the Virgin Islands and appropriating $10,000 annually to the Demers Foundation has been properly moved and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. At this time, At this time, we would like to have all of the testifiers present a short 15-second, 30-second closing remarks. We'll go first with you, Commissioner White. Kindly proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to come before this body to testify on behalf of my friend. It's a little weird for me because, like I stated, I've known Benny 30 plus years, and I've never called him Brian in my life. So to hear people calling him Brian all day today, it is weird. Even Tyrann I've known for 20 plus years, and when I hear somebody say Dr. Thomas, I started looking back in the will to like what are I talking about? But I want Benny to enjoy this because the relationship that we have, they say short-lived. The minute we walk out the door, I don't forget about the key on his back to Benny, my partner. So, well-deserved. Congratulations. And like I said, it couldn't happen to a better person.
Thank you so kindly for that. Next, we will have the Dr. Tyrann Thomas to present 30 seconds closing remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and all the senators. I elated. I really happy. I promised I wouldn't cuss nobody out, so I just waiting to go outside to see what I really want to say to my friend. I know me. I just can't help it. So I really excited, and I'm so happy. I literally fly from LA. I've been on a plane all day, and I come here, and I feel like we're leaving with a chip bowl. You know what I'm saying? And vibes good. So thank you to the Virgin Islands. Big up. You don't know.
And thank you so much, Dr. Thomas, and we are elated here as well. My good friend, Tony Rosario, kindly present your 30 seconds closing remarks.
Today, right, I'm so proud of this body. I'm so proud of everybody here that made this happen for one of our Virgin Islanders. He's our own. I mean, tears in my eye today, just hearing everybody, and, everybody was all together as one. And this because Benny were here today. I mean, closing. I before we came in here earlier, you had some little fireworks in here before. But at least we are closing, and then closing today. This is what Benny did do. When he come into a room, everything to come settle. I know, and to hear everybody talking good things about the Virgin Island that we again, he been paying it forward, and it's well deserved.
Thank you so kindly. And now, last but not least, the man of the hour, Mr. Bulai.
Good.
Kindly present your 30 seconds closing remarks.
Benny Demers speaking once again. I just want to say thank you to the governing body. Thank you to Ray Fonseca. Thank you to Delvin Duggins for championing me for this. Thank you, Senator Potter. Thank you, Alma. Nothing but love always. Of course, my classmate, Bull Cares. And, some of my other classmates are here behind me, Jessica Grell. And I just want to say thank you to all of you for being here, for all my testifiers speaking on me today. Sometimes, like I say, I don't bask in it, so I never really get to hear it. So it's really cool just to hear some of the accolades that I've done just presented back to me, or to even hear my friends speak highly of me in this kind of a way. And I'm not dead, because, you would only hear it when you're dead. So, and I'm at that point, So, and again, I just want to say thank you to all of y'all, the Honorable Carla Joseph, thank you so much for having me here today. Thank you to my wife and my kids. I can't do any of this stuff without them. As they say, they wouldn't be where they are without Benny D. I am nothing without my wife and kids. So I thank you all so much for this.
And we thank you. We are going to be closing out the session, and so you're released, but not released from the chambers. I want to take this opportunity to thank my colleagues for staying here with me throughout the evening. We had an early start, a long agenda, but we made it through. We got the people's business done. I want to thank the staff, central staff, for being here throughout the morning and into the night as well. And I want to also thank my hardworking staff as well, a bunch of young people. I love young people to prepare them. And so I'm very grateful that they stayed and that they were able to bring the energy. And I want to especially highlight Ms. Khadija Hajj. This is her first time clerking. And so we're really grateful. I think she did an outstanding job this evening and also this morning. The Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, Consumer Protection Committee meeting for Tuesday, September 24th, 2024 is hereby adjourned.